Well, a very good morning to you all from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, on DriversEye Live, kicking off a brand new season, 2023. Happy to have everybody's company, as we always are. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Morning, everyone.
And by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
This is, as we said, the start of a brand new season. As always, some changes to come this year. We've got a relatively stable schedule, 2022 to 2023, and rules by and large the same. We're starting with 5 classes, GTU and GTO, along with your general production classes, GP1, 2, and 3. It's a 36-ish car grid this morning to get things started. GTU and GTO, I think we'll start here as we await the roll-off of cars from the grid. You see the cars just lined up out in the distance there, out towards start and finish on the pit lane. GTU changes for this year, running to a 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, down from the 10.5 they ran last year. It's allowed them a little bit more power, or a little bit less ballast, depending on how you're getting to that 9-to-1 number. But it means that we've now got 5 GTU cars starting at the front of the field. By no means a premier class, guys. They're still lightweight and potentially relatively fragile cars, but they are sports racing prototypes. And based on what we saw last year, the GTU cars were still competitive overall, even at 10.5-to-1. 9-to-1 today, we think, JT and Ryan, likely to see maybe not a walk, but still some competitive showings by these GTU cars?
I think it'll be competitive for sure. The one thing to watch will be the fuel stint lengths. I know there's a lot of the GTO cars that can go pretty long on fuel, and my understanding is that the GTU cars have a little bit smaller tank. Now, they should be a bit less thirsty, being powered by 4-cylinder Mazda engines for the most part, but I'm really interested to see how that plays out over the course of the race with the fuel strategy and trying to stay ahead.
Yeah, the GTO fuel formula has been adjusted slightly this year as well. We'll get more to that, but it's a good point, Ryan, regarding fuel strategy. And like you mentioned, they tend to run a little bit shorter than those GTU cars. So fast, yes. Faster, probably. And does that come back to the GTOs in terms of fuel mileage and stint length and distance? I think it kind of remains to be seen. Plenty of questions to be answered in GTU this year. None of the questions about the pace from Stratus Racing. Those 2 cars, the 58 and the 59, roll off on the front row of the GTU field. Those cars were lightning quick in qualifying yesterday. Go ahead, Ryan.
I want to point out that after the GTU field went through, there wasn't a single duplicate car at the front half of the GTO field. It was an Aston Martin, a Supra, a BMW, it looked like a Mercedes there. It wasn't that there was one car dominating at the front. There was no duplicate cars all the way back to the first E46 on the front of the GTO field. So I'm glad to see that there's a little bit more parity, it appears to be, at NOLA.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. We've got the GTU questions mostly answered. GTO, as Ryan just mentioned, also 9-to-1 power to weight, but less aero, being that they are Grand Touring cars rather than what are still fundamentally sports prototypes. It's automatic racing in the number 909 Aston Martin, the 2014, sort of the previous generation of Aston Martin GT4 cars on the GTO pole, 148.449, right up next to the Thunder Bunny number 111. Now, regular viewers of the World Racing League will recall that was a BMW M2 Club Sport Racing. No more, friends. Thunder Bunny has gone and gotten themselves a Toyota Supra GT4. Now, we did see one of those last year at the end of the season down at Circuit of the Americas, courtesy of Hitman Racing, who had picked up one for the first time and brought it into the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Thunder Bunny has done the same. So the M2 is no more. The Toyota Supra GT4 is in to go along with their second car, a Porsche Cayman GT4, the number 170. More on that as we get into the balance of our 9-hour race today. But they are the front row. Second row, as Ryan mentioned, it's then a Mercedes and a BMW M4 GT4. NFC Motorsports has brought the first Mercedes AMG GT4 into the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Third on the grid, 149.366 in qualifying yesterday. And GTR 99 with now the well-flushed out BMW M4 GT4, a 149.748. Team ACP Tangerine Associates, third on the third row, fifth and sixth on the grid, 52 next to 12. Screaming Goat Racing with the LS swapped BMW M3 in seventh, a 150.981. And Random Vandals Racing with a two-car season-long effort in the World Racing League, the number 82, which I believe is the car that is fully wrapped in Continental Tire branding. Mo Dodka has moved over from round 3 racing to join the Random Vandal squad this year. Start 8th on the GTO grid. No round 3 this weekend, and as we get through this GTO field, a little smaller than we might otherwise expect, but I was contemplating this on the way in to the track this morning. If you're going to pick out a selection of cars to make up the initial sort of let's get this season underway, get our feet under us, and get this, get things started with what we know. This is a pretty good selection of GTO cars. Random Vandals, Team ACP, Thunder Bunny, NFC with the extra GT4 car, Screaming Goat with the LS BMW. The 89X Camaro is at the back of the grid. We know that car has been really economical on fuel. It's got good pace. It's loud, which we also love. It's a really, really nice selection of GTO cars, and we'll get to follow that through the balance of the day. Today, a 9-hour race today, and then the 7-hour race tomorrow. Turning our attention to the general production cars, where JT really shines as we complete the first of our 2 pace laps. 'Twas ever thus on the front row. Moorhead Speedworks and PC Racing, the number 44. Again, if you're going to pick a GP1 field to fully represent what we know and love about general production racing in the World Racing League, this is pretty much it. We don't have Big Mission this weekend, but it is still a really nice collection at the front of the GP1 field and the front of general production in general, which is a split start this morning, as it always is. Choice Racing is with us this weekend as well. It's not the PC car on the front row. I apologize. It's Choice in the car that looks very, very similar to the Choice Racing car from far away. Similar colors. This is going to be a problem all day. I've decided now this is now an issue. So Choice Racing, let's talk about them before we get things underway here. Up on the front row, that number 522 BMW M3. This car was a GTO car. It was built for Daytona in 2021, a beautiful livery, and a really, really nicely put together car, and then they went out and bought an M4 GT4. And they didn't run it, and we didn't see it for a long time, but the chassis is now back, set up to run GP1 and all of the little modifiers and power to weight, the adjusted power to weight ratio down in the general production classes. Obviously, it's a strong car. It was strong in 2021 in GTO, and now looks set to really take the fight to Moorhead. And this GP1 fight in particular, guys, not just today, but throughout the entirety of the season, is going to be, I think, one of the best stories of the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. Absolutely. It's a strong field here. Barber registration is already open. We've got 23 GP1 cars on the way for Barber down at round 3. This is, I think it's going to be maybe the best class to follow all season long.
No, I fully agree, especially because just a lot of the teams that we'll be watching are previous teams from last year and the year before that we know are already quite competitive, whether it's Ginger Racing, PC Racing, Moorhead, Big Mission. It's going to be a very good fight all year long.
Yeah, 9-4 Motorsports is up into GP1, excuse me, as well. It just rolls off the tongue. You say 9-4 and then you say GP3. It just happens. Rapscallion Motorsports down in GP2 on the class pole there, 156.607. Stans Racing and JNR, second and third in class. Moorhead Speedworks, the second Moorhead car, the number 160 in GP2 there as well. Back in GP3, it's Voodoo Garage NOLA and Roberts Motorsports, the number 109, and the leave the two. Do I have that correct? 2 AOA cars there, third and fourth in GP3. I don't have the class definitions here on the grid.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are set to begin the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. GTU for the first time in my memory ever, leads a split start in the Grand Touring classes, up ahead of the GTO cars, 5 cars strong in GTU, another 12 or 15 cars strong in GTO. The green flag waves down the start-finish straightaway, and the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season is green in GTU and in GTO. GTO has been led away by Automatic Racing by a reasonable gap. The 2 Stratus cars lead away at the very front of the GTU field. It's, I think it'll be the Capstone Motorsports number 4 in 3rd in GTU, followed by Racer Motors and the 9-4 Sebaco NP01. The 2 GT classes have now come together. We've gotten our start in GP1, in GP2 and 3 down the front straightaway. See him just off in the distance there, headed into the first corner. A little bit of brake lock up in the midfield, but it looks, from my point of view, like the Choice Racing number 522 is going to lead through this infield portion, turns 3 and 4 from the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, who's actually now just slipped back into 3rd on the way into, oh no, sorry, it's the MMR car in 3rd on the way into turn 4. They exit that infield portion and head off into turns 5, 6, and 7 at the far side of the circuit. Down at turn 9, the 2 GTU leaders, Stratus 58 and 59, have absolutely rocketed away from their class, the front of the field. The number 4 is all that stands between those 2 cars and the GTO leader now, the number 909 from Automatic Racing, chased pretty aggressively by the number 111 from Thunder Bunny, and then the 123 from NFC, and the number 99 from Team GTR. Exiting the final corner now onto the front straightaway. It's 58 from 59. RaceHero.io will have all of your live timing needs through the balance of the day today. It's a 1.1 second lead between teammates, and then a further 6.5 seconds back to that GTO class leader. Now, we did see here last year that even at 10.5 to 1, the power to weight ratio, those GTU cars were really, really competitive at a place like NOLA. You've got some really, I would say, high-speed sustained corners. Got a lot of change of direction towards the end of the lap through the S's here, turns 9 through 12. And I think that really, really suits the downforce-producing nature of those low-slung GTU prototypes. Big diffuser at the back, good-sized aero out at the front. They've got dive planes on the front end as well. They're lightweight cars, and even though they didn't produce a ton of power, they can really keep the momentum up at a place like this that has, you mentioned, all these high-speed, sustained corners and really quick changes of direction.
Yeah, the downside is going to be with that weight, tires might take a little bit longer to get up to temperature here, as we see some of the GTUs have already had to drop back in the middle of the GTO field.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that. Now, part of the dynamic that gets played out in GTU is that you tend to have a wider disparity in terms of what drivers can extract the most out of these cars. So you might see a GTU car that has the right driver, in air quotes, on board that can really get the most out of what those cars are capable of. And then they do a driver change. It's the same car, the same setup, and, you know, by all means, the same set of tires, which can be both good and bad. But if you don't have a driver on board that's super confident in getting the most out of those cars, you could go from turning 44s and 45s in clear air to being back at, 50 or 51, the GTO type of pace. And that's just part of racing in a downforce type of car. You see it in open wheelers a lot as well. It really can take some time to adjust to and to learn how to race a downforce, prototype or open wheel car. So it's automatic from Thunder Bunny in GTO, NFC from GTR 99, 3rd and 4th, and then it's the 3rd and 4th place cars in GTU, 7th and 8th overall. Capstone Motorsports from Racer Motors, 9-4 Motorsports sits back there, 5th in class at the moment, before you get back to the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing. General production classes after 2 laps now. Choice Racing leads 522 from 147. The Moorhead Speedworks car in second in class. I think we've got an onboard queued up for them. 1:53.70. It's about a second off the pace of that Choice Racing BMW M3, which is a little surprising to me. Normally this Moorhead Speedworks car is kind of the class of the field. Certainly over entire race distances, it has tended to be that. But just off the back of that number 522 at the moment, Birmingham Road and Race at number 98 from PC Racing, third and fourth. Let's cut to the turn 13 through 15 camera here. Got a really, really good battle on at the moment for the GTO race lead. Those three cars you see coming through your shot right now, 909, 111, and 123. That is your GTO lead battle off the back of the GTU class leaders, but never mind that. It's a really, really nice way to get things started here in our top Grand Touring class. I say Grand Touring, it's basically the non-prototype class. GTR 99 is not too far off the back of that, and if the 909 is starting to hold these other two GT4 cars up, the Supra and the Mercedes, this is about to become a four-car battle for the class lead. Nice pickup on that, Zach. Good catch. They're now on their way out of turn 3 into turn number 4. Nobody really desperate to make a move, although I did see a little bit of a peak from the number 123 on the 111 on the way into turn 13 last time around, which is exactly where we picked this battle up. For the moment, nose to tail, and they are in not terribly long. Going to be onto the back of the GP1, 2, and 3 field. Just tail enders there making their way into the last couple of corners here at NOLA Motorsports Park. One of the dynamics I think we're going to see today is a generally lighter traffic density, which is maybe a nice way to settle in through the season. It does change the way we look at a WRL race. I think we're going to see a little bit more wide open today as traffic just holds up the number 111 on the way through the S's there. It was the Ginger Racing Team number 46. The 909 was able to get through on the way into turn 8, but it meant that the Thunder Bunny car and the NFC car were stuck behind that BMW M3 all the way through the S's, and it cost them probably a second to a second and a half on their class leader. Never mind that, they've gotten through now, and now the 111 has got to go chase down that number 909 automatic Aston once again. Move on a little further down the GTO field on the way into turn number 1. This is Screaming Goat looking to get past the number 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. So I have that right. Is that a lap car? That might have been a lap car.
So that might be the 12 then.
It was the 12, yes.
They had, I think, an issue at the start. They did not take the green flag, I believe, from track.
Yeah.
They are back out there circulating, though. So they're 2 laps down.
Kind of starting this one off on the back foot. Now, the good news, we talked about having a lower traffic density. It's not necessarily going to help you if you're further back because you've got more of the field running at a faster pace. However, having a slightly lighter field than most classes means that even if you do have an issue, it's a good chance you're going to get that time back. And having had that issue, if you can get any of this time back, better chance for more points. I know it's race 1, and we don't need to be talking championship. However, there are some rule changes to come from this year. Right? We know we have drops over the course of the Midwestern Championship and the Eastern Championship, of which this is a constituent race for both. Right? The only race all year that counts for all 4 championships: National, GTU, Midwest, Eastern. Right? So we've got that going. It's a really good opportunity to pick up points. If you can finish today and get points out of your day, it's a good place to do it. Additionally, if for some reason your car is disqualified, new for this year, you can't drop those points. That 0 is locked in. Right? So a minor change in terms of, the field at large, because you tend to get large quantities of disqualifications. But if for some reason you end up on the wrong side of a dyno run or you end up on the wrong side of a weigh-in, you're locked into that 0 finish for the year. And that can really be damning. So these 2 races, Saturday today, Sunday tomorrow, really good opportunities to get in a solid finish at the beginning of the year, get some good points to your name, and really start out your 2023 campaign on the right foot. We don't have a timer at the moment on the timing tower up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. We're going to work on that. We've been playing games with the most recent Orbits update for the last 2 race weekends now. So I'm going to get to work on that. In the meantime, we've really started to stretch things out in all of our classes. GTU has opened up. Stratus 58 leads 59. That's blue leads yellow, for those of you looking for the cars out on circuit. By 7 seconds, another 23 seconds further back to Capstone Motorsports and Racer Motors. Back there in 4th, GTO being led by Automatic Racing, Thunder Bunny, NFC GTR. Same as it's been. And then GP1 still Choice Racing, now from Birmingham Road and Race.
Yep.
Really strong opening stint here from that number 98. At the expense of the number 147 and the 44.
Yeah, keep in mind that the gap back is, second and a half, so we'll see if the Moorhead 147 can respond. It looks like they just had a relatively bad lap there at 156.
Yeah. I'm intrigued by this. I mean, Choice Racing Car is obviously running to a strong pace here. I suspect that Will has started the car, and Will, not that there should be any disparity of drivers in GP1 from your Grand Touring classes, but Will was arguably one of the strongest drivers in GTO last year, at large, right? I mean, just really consistent, really, really quick. And drivers that have now moved up into semi-professional racing series. Cole Lofsgaard is full-time in the IMSA Lamborghini Super Trofeo next year. Will took the fight to him every weekend. And having now stepped back into GP1, at the very least for this weekend, if not for the balance of the season, it's not really a surprise to me that he's out in front of GP1. It is a little bit of a surprise to me that you now have him in what might still be the fastest GP1 car, and where we would expect Moorhead to be, right at the front of the field, where we would expect PC Racing to be right at the front of the field. They're now being outpaced by, 1, 2, 3 seconds a lap by that Choice Racing car and Birmingham Road and Race, for that matter. Right? It's not a name we see very often in the World Racing League. Just taking it to the stalwarts. I'll let JT run down GP2 and GP3 while I reset our timing tower here.
Yeah, so GP2's been interesting because we had Rapscallion Motorsports who were on pole in GP2 with their Honda Civic SI. Race start has not gone particularly well for them. They've dropped back to 5th in class. That's promoted the Stans Racing Mazda Miata to the lead. Leading over to the 178 Fujian, also a Honda Civic SI. A little bit further back, you do have the 160 from Moorhead Speedworks, their second entry, running in GP2. Just over the 75 from Valdez Motorsports in their MX-5. GP3 Voodoo Garage NOLA still leading in a beautiful Mazda RX-8 over the 85 from AOA. Their Mazda MX-5 Cup Guard got around the Roberts Motorsports Mazda Miata. Interesting to note that the 46 from Ginger Racing in GP1, I believe, came down pit lane at the end of the opening lap. It seems like it was relatively quick. They got back out there, and they have not been lapped by GP1 yet. So hopefully that's just a quick systems check. Maybe they heard a rattle or something. We'll try to find out more later on about that. You can see from this onboard here, GTO battle looking very good between a couple M4 BMWs. As you can see, the ACP car getting the rear end out a bit, trying to get a better exit here.
Yeah, that's a good vision from that number 46 Ginger Racing BMW M3. Really, A, it's a great feed, but B, a good battle up front. Ooh, nice pickup on traffic there. Actually, I think we've just caught a change for second. NFC Motorsports has gotten past that number 111 Thunder Bunny Supra. Down the front straightaway, nose to tail, GTR 99 has joined them, and it's going to be side by side on the way into turn 1. 111 to driver's left, the 123 to driver's right. And the 123 defends, but it's left the 111 vulnerable to that 99 GTR BMW M4. And as they exit turn 2 and jump on the brakes into turn 3, we get the 123 defending really aggressively again to driver's left. Not blocking, but definitely choosing the more defensive line on the way in. It's going to leave him opened up on the way into turn 4. And as it happens, they all end up nose to tail. So our GTO class leaders, not our overall race leaders just at the moment, but nevertheless putting on an excellent battle to kick off the 2023 campaign. We're 18 minutes in, 8 laps complete. And despite not really having much traffic to have to work through, these 4 cars super evenly matched, leading 1 through 4 in our GTO class. Now, new for this year in GTO, previously this class has been exempt from modifiers. Now, generally speaking, that is still the case. There's no aero modifiers. There's no, adding dive planes doesn't create a modifier, wings, suspension. None of those adjustments apply the way they do in our general production classes. However, you do now take a modifier if you're not running a production chassis. Right? So GT4 cars still have a production equivalent. Those are acceptable. Right, but if you were to run something like, let's say, a tube-frame car, right? the Chandler School Trans Am car, the Dodge Charger bodied entry that we saw it a couple times last year, something like that is not a production chassis, nor does it have a production chassis equivalent. But it's just a tube-frame race car. So something like that would now take a modifier against itself. You would have to run less power or more weight, making it a little bit less competitive because those cars are purpose-built race cars. Right? They're not based off of the shell of a production car. That is new for 2023. I think Lexan windshields have been added this year as well. We've had a slight change to the fuel formula. As RJ described it to me, it's still a linear fuel formula that determines how much fuel you can carry in your car based on the amount of power, which is also based on the weight of your car, obviously. But it's been tilted. The line has been flattened out a little bit. Right, so if you are running more power, particularly if you look at the 89X Camaro last year, that car is a super heavy car. I was told the number yesterday and I was astounded. That is a super heavy car. It's making a ton of power, but the advantage to that was it was actually using, or it had capacity for a ton of fuel. And it was getting 3 or 4 extra laps based on, or relative to the GTO field, the fastest cars in GTO, particularly those GT4 cars. So that's been tilted back in a more even direction, right? Making more power, running your car heavier doesn't necessarily give you the same fuel advantage that it did in years past. So a little bit of a change there in GTO. I suspect you'll probably still see a little bit of an advantage for that 89X. I don't know that it was a drastic change, but it should be noticeable. When we get to the end of stint number 1 here, pit stops will be expected somewhere in the region of 50 to 65 minutes is usually how far we get on a track like this. Yes, we have long straightaways, but we also have long portions of the middle and end of the course that are run at partial throttle, particularly through the S's and the chicane and the long hairpins at the end of the lap, turns 13 through 16. So wait to see numbers for that. As I continue to work our timing situation.
Interesting note about the new rule for GTO regarding non-production chassis. Would this affect the special Camaro we see at COTA every year?
Yeah, it would. It absolutely would. Right? I mean, now, that car was... And I'm not saying it was based on that car, because I think that Chandler School Trans Am chassis was in a similar boat, right? It clearly had some advantages that the production cars didn't have. Even in 2002, those Trans Am cars were designed to be very quick race cars, right? And they ran heavy, so they were designed to be robust. Now the engines were pushed very far, but you put a crate motor in the front of that thing, and it's, now you've got a pretty reliable race car. And in the right hands, that car was super, super quick. So I think it's designed to balance that out a little bit more, and to encourage teams and car builders to remain with a production-based formula. Right? We have the general production classes with GP 1, 2, and 3 or 4 as the RX-8 goes spinning through the grass at turn number 10. Off to driver's left.
But it does it looking good.
Just pulling away there. It does, and sounding great.
Oh, I bet.
From my memory, gentlemen, I think this is the first time we've seen an RX-8 in the World Racing League. Sorry, I'm just noticing the AOA feed being pulled up with the hood up down on the pit lane.
For the 85.
Yeah, that is the second of the AOA cars. 55 is also with us this weekend. But I can't remember seeing or hearing a rotary-powered RX-8 in the series before. Back in GP3, it's the number 318.
Yeah, from Voodoo.
Yep. I have looked at that car exactly twice today, and both times I've looked at it, it has been shooting fire out the back. So
excellent.
It's already delivered on all of the available promises for an RX-8.
Unfortunately, I believe that spin has cost them the lead in GP3.
Oh, you're right.
That gives it over to the 109 Roberts Motorsports Mazda Miata. We saw bright red out there earlier. But it's going to be interesting to see if they claw that back, because they're only 6.5 seconds back. And I believe they are a faster car by a good 1.5 seconds, based on timing so far.
That is a slow and stop ACP Tangerine Associates BMW at the exit of turn number 4. Zach coming in clutch on production there. The first time I've had a director say something to me that I needed to look at the screen. That's not true. It happens all the time. But it was a good catch there by Zach. Is that the 2? I'm terrible at identifying these Team ACP cars. Absolutely.
I believe it is. I believe it is the 2.
They have a race control log for this. They don't know either. But that car, it's off to driver's left in what is essentially the front straight shortcut. And there is pavement all the way down the length of the front straightaway from turn 1 down to turn 5. And if you were to carry on going straight instead of making the right-handed turn into turn 1, it's essentially sitting in that short chute. But it's sitting in such a way that leads me to believe that it made that infield portion before grinding to a halt, just using that pavement as a convenient place to stop. I do anticipate doing hot pulls today, for what that's worth.
That should be the number 2, as it has not come across start-finish line, whereas the Sebring Motorsports M3 that had been behind has come across the line. Now the 170 Thunder Bunny Cayman has come across the line, so that should be them.
No, it's a brief note about that 170 Cayman from Thunder Bunny Racing. That is not the car, the Porsche Cayman that they ran last year. We normally see the number, or normally saw the number 421, was Dallas Carroll, Mac Kehoe et al., rotating cast of characters in that car outside of those two. We know they had been running in some other sprint series last year and then using the WRL weekends to kind of get acclimated to the car, learn setup work a little bit. Thunder Bunny was prepping it for them and they're running it out of that stable. The number 70, or 170, you may recognize, is having previously been a W2W car. W2W has moved on to bigger and better things, and excited to see what the future holds for them. Hopefully Mark Martin has decided to tune in this morning. Hi Hi to Mark, if you're here. But anyway, it looks to me like that 170 and all of the drivers that were entered against that car last year for W2W have just moved stables, and that car is now prepped and run out of the Thunder Bunny stables. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's certainly the way it appears to an outsider. And so nice to see that we've kept the entry, we've kept the car. It's a good-looking car. And Thunder Bunny certainly had the prep of that Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 figured out through last season. I think that car took a couple of podiums, including a really, really nice finish at Daytona in the 14-hour last year.
Yeah, that was the second place for them.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a really good end of the season there. But anyway, so Thunder Bunny still got a Cayman, just a different one.
They did win a Road Atlanta on Saturday and finished second on Sunday. And another podium, Sebring, on Sunday. So yeah, definitely running at the front there.
Battle for the lead in GTO rages on, but it's a two-car fight now between the number 909 and the number 123 from NFC Racing. Sorry, NFC Motorsports. Get that right. They've separated themselves from the Supra and the GTR 99 BMW in third and fourth, mostly through traffic. That 123, I noticed yesterday during testing, super late on the brakes into turn one, going much, much deeper than most of the other cars. Now, some of that may have been driver dependent, but it wasn't, it was noticeable without much of a difference in straight line speed. Zach's has gotten in our ear to advise us that it appears to be raining. Now, there's not a lot of objects trackside here at NOLA Motorsports Park, so it's hard for me to look against something to pick up droplets of rain. But as I look down on the track surface, particularly on the newly resurfaced portions of the track between the exit of turn 16 and down at the entry to turn number 1, it definitely is. You can actually start to see a dry line forming from high above, turn 16 and down at turn 1 as well. Wipers are on the 147, which I suppose is the absolute telltale sign. But we were kind of expecting this. Some spotty showers this morning before a steadier rain sets in this afternoon and overnight. It's not particularly warm either. High today of 60, and it definitely wasn't that this morning when I was setting up cameras.
That's a huge contrast from last year, where on day one it was tremendously hot and people were shredding their tires. I do think the rain mixed with some parts being repaved is going to make it a little bit trickier than normal, because you're going to have different surfaces throughout the lap.
Zach just wanted an opportunity to use his new weather radar function. This is the only reason he pointed out it's raining. But it is a nice addition for us. Zach continually throwing in new little production tidbits for us this through the balance of the end of last season, beginning of this season. Excited to have Zach with us. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, and Ryan West are commentators today and tomorrow. Best of luck to JT participating in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona this weekend. JT thought he had an hour break between the end of today's race and his first stint in the biggest sim racing event of January. Turns out he has a 10-minute break because today is a 9-hour race. So we got to hear that revelation in real time this morning, which is a real treat for us all. But we've got bigger fish to fry here in Louisiana, oftentimes crawfish and shrimp. My pizza
Neither of those are fish.
Shrimp on it. That's not true. They're shellfish. They mollusks? I don't know. I'm not a biologist. Anyway, my pizza last night had shrimp on it. Allegedly, the cheese sauce that formed the base for the pizza also had crawfish in it.
Wait, sounds good.
Yes, it did feel a little bit like eating pineapple, like kind
what?
of, a front to God situation. Just one of those things that,
what?
Why are you putting shrimp on a pizza? But I decided to do it because it felt like I was buying into a stereotype, and actually it wasn't bad.
Well, Brendan, I'm glad that you didn't just go to a burger joint whilst in New Orleans. I didn't expect you to be adventurous, but choosing a crawfish pizza really kind of moves you up there on the culinary scale.
Well, I mean, if you're here, right, you might as well find things that are here.
When in
Absolutely.
Rome.
When in Rome, exactly.
Did you go back to that bar that smelled of cigarettes?
I didn't go anywhere. No,
you had the pizza delivered. Ah.
I did. Yeah.
No night on the town. No night on Bourbon Street.
Well, DriversEye Live powered by DoorDash. Other food delivery services are available.
I'm loving this battle between 89X Motorsports with their Camaro trying to hound the 82 Random Vandals BMW.
Yeah, we really haven't talked about Random Vandals yet as an entrant in the World Racing League. We've seen them a handful of times before, but they'll be here for the full season this year, including that, well, it's a Continental sponsored and branded effort. Excuse me. Sorry, that number 82 is fully wrapped in the Continental colors. And they'll be here for the full season long. Random Vandals, that name's been around a lot.
Absolutely.
Right? They're semi-professional series, SRO. Have we seen them in Pilot Challenge before?
I believe...
yeah, I'd have to go back and look, actually. Now I'm not sure.
I know that Calvin Fish has said their name, but I don't know if that was for SRO or...
in any case, you take a team that typically runs those, when we say higher level series, drop them into, a performance balanced or a weight, a naturally performance balanced formula like we have here. And they are running 7th and 9th. Right? I mean, if anybody's got experience running GT4 cars at a reasonably high level, it is Random Vandals Racing. And yet they find themselves in the mid-pack of GTO at the moment. That's not a knock on Random Vandals, but it is a statement on the strength of the front of this GTO field.
Yeah, I'd also point out they're probably used to running slicks, whereas these tires will take a bit more of a learning curve. I'm really enjoying seeing 94 Motorsports, the number 3 car, running the GP1. We got a Corvette back, baby.
So we knew that we had lost one of the 9.4 cars last year at Road Atlanta. Right? It looked as that car was being loaded up on a flatbed, like that was probably the last time we were going to see that particular Lexus IS 300. And if you can't run 2 Lexus IS 300s, why bother running one? Right? I don't know that was the case, but we knew they have this GTU class winning, by the way, GTU Sebico NP01, having taken the class win against all odds last year at Road America during the Saturday race. One of my favorite GTU races of the season. But they've kept that car, and instead of running the GP3 car, they've purchased this Corvette from somewhere. Oh, I thought we were going to go 3 wide in the S's. Sorry. Lead battle rages on as they lap the number 170 Thunder Bunny Racing Porsche Cayman down into turn number 13. Anyway, they picked up this GP1 Corvette. Not at all a car I would have expected the 94 Motorsports camp to enter, but the GP1 class is better for it. I'm sure 94 Motorsports is better for it, and I'm really excited to have... they are regular entrants. It's not like they just pop in and out of the series. Right? The 9.4 is here almost every weekend. And to have a Corvette back in the series regularly is fantastic. Very, very excited for that. This recovery effort, as we've seen on the screen, continues down at turn number 4. It started out with a tilt bed. They've now sent a wrecker, a hook, to join them. I'm intrigued by what's going on down here. It's a really long pickup effort.
I wonder if the wrecker couldn't get the ramp low enough to push that BMW up onto it, because it looks like they have some regular ramps as well as the platform being lowered.
So, here's the thing: is the wrecker there assisting, or is it elsewhere? Because we saw it.
It's there. If you look at the feed there, they've just flattened out the flatbed, pulled it away, and put the wrecker up to it.
Okay, because I'm wondering the 84 from 94 Motorsports is missing? That is
Yeah.
their GPU car or GTU car. I don't know if you can see if it's on pit lane. But it has been missing for a bit now.
It was stopped, reported as stopped in the race control log.
It turned 4, which I believe is where this ACP car is it not?
It is. There's only one. Oh, no, it's further up the track. So it's not in one of our cameras, but as I look out way into the distance to driver's right in the braking zone for turn 4 sits that flashing LED sort of periscope mount. The signature light on the GTU chassis. So we've actually got 2 cars, both down there at turn 4. The BMW Recovery is requiring at least 3 vehicles at the moment. And yeah, here we go. We've picked it up on the 85 onboard. This is on the way into turn 3. Zach really knows his NOLA Motorsports Park layout. And as we look to our right-hand side, there sits the 94 Motorsports. Ooh, that's on track as well.
Yeah.
I'm actually a little surprised they've let this go. I'm pleased they have, and we've stayed green, which is good. But I am a little bit surprised that they're just sort of letting this play out with that car stationary on track. And as long as everybody plays ball and is smart and safe around stopped cars and emergency vehicles, and I presume they will continue to do so.
Yeah, I think they've shown in the past, as long as that's the case, as long as drivers are being cautious around safety vehicles, no passing under yellow, that sort of thing, they'll just recover the vehicles while still running an overall green flag. It's once we start having that issues where it's like, all right, we need to do full course yellow because for whatever reason, we're not playing good on track.
Right.
Well, it should be easier to play nice on track, too, with 37 cars versus the 50, 60 sometimes we see.
Sure.
A little bit more space for marshals to get into what would be an unsafe position when there's a lot less traffic around.
So, in looking at the weather and track conditions, we've definitely got a dry line at the moment. You can see it in particular, like we said earlier, from these high shots, right? The long run down into turn number 1, the high angles at 13 through 16. So I think our racing line is still largely clear, but if you have to go offline for any reason, it is certainly a little bit damp and potentially a little bit slick, even with the treaded tires that the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, requires. What that means, potentially, is if we continue to get rain and meaningful rain, this may start to come back in the GTO car's favor in terms of the overall battle. And to that point, we've actually started to see a little bit of pace come out of the 58 and the 59. Now, some of that may be traffic affected with those GTU cars, or yellow flag affected, as we have worked on this turn 4 recovery situation for the better part of 15 minutes now. But if we start to get real moisture put into the track, the potential is there that we lose a little bit of pace out of the GTU cars relative to the GTO cars, which are heavier, which are likely to be able to put more, more pressure, right? Lean a little bit harder on the tires as the track gets damp and maintain a higher level of grip. We saw it, didn't we, it was mid-Ohio in the snow.
Yeah.
From memory, those heavier cars, particularly in the changeable conditions, if you were on the right tire, by that I mean the right brand of tire, you were really, really quick relative to the 1 or 2 front-wheel drive cars, except for the front-wheel drive cars we had in the field, right? If you were just a GT4 car, they were much, much quicker than the lightweight cars were, the rear-wheel drive lightweight cars in particular, in those changeable conditions. So keep an eye on this. Because even though the GTU cars have been really, really quick to get things started today, I'm not sure that's going to last. And there's a really good chance we get a decent overall battle, never mind our GTU and GTO class battles.
Speaking of good battle, GP1, we have a new leader from a couple laps ago. Birmingham Road and Race got around the Choice Racing 522.
Yeah, pace come out of those cars as well, into the 2 minutes now. Again, probably slightly traffic and yellow flag dependent, also probably slightly weather dependent. Moorhead Speedworks still sits in third. MMR, the number 125, back and forth, and then a pair of overnight cars in GP1 starting this weekend, this season.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind that battle for, I want to say, 7th or 8th in GP1 between that 9.4 Corvette and the overnight Motorsports Porsche Boxster. They are neck and neck this past lap.
On board with the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing, and look at the top right corner of your screen, a good shot of that periscope light mount that you see on the number 4 Capstone Motorsports Sebico NP01. They've worked their way past the 9.4, I'm sorry, it was the Team ACP BMW being recovered to the pit lane, and now head down the front straightaway into turn number 1. If you're new to the World Racing League, you're looking at an entry list and you see BMW M3 next to Screaming Goat Racing, you would be correct. If you are wondering why it doesn't sound like a BMW, it's because it's not a BMW engine. It's very much a Chevrolet LS engine. Debuted last year at, I think it was Daytona, the 14 hours in June, and some real teething troubles with that car, actually. Getting the right engine in it. I think they put a piston through the block at Daytona, had some more issues at a couple of races towards the end of the season, and then they got to Coda, and that car was a rocket ship. It was great on fuel, still an H pattern, so it was making really good mileage. They were able to save fuel a little bit more easily than you might otherwise in a sequential gearbox car. They've really started to find their feet with that LS BMW, listed as a diesel, kind of humorously on Motorsport Reg, but that's just a nod to their fuel mileage. Yeah. But looking for good things out of the Screaming Goat number 29 again this weekend. Currently 7th in GTO. I'm sorry, 7th overall, 5th in GTO. Defending its overall position from that number 4 Capstone Motorsports NP01.
Coming across the line, 318 Voodoo Garage NOLA has taken the lead in GP3 from Roberts Motorsports.
Taking it back, as a matter of fact, JT, because that was the car that spun through the grass down at turn 10.
Yes.
Turn 11, and gave up the lead in doing so. Interestingly enough, it took the class lead even as the number 109 from Roberts Motorsports was setting its fastest lap of the race. So Roberts Motorsports going quicker, but not quicker enough.
Yeah, because Rob Skillian was able to do a 201.7 or 201.8, I believe. Whereas Roberts, they've been doing that 203 flat, and so now they finally got underneath that, but it's just not enough at this point.
And it is early, but it's a really promising start for that RX-8. Those cars, famously terrible engine reliability. However, it doesn't need to go 30,000 miles. It needs to go, a season where we might do 15, maybe, if we're lucky. 10 to 15,000 miles in a GP3 car. So, it's nice to see a rotary-powered car in the field. It's great to see an RX-8. It's even better that it's competitive with the Miatas and the MX-5s that we've got.
Up in GP2, it seems Moorhead has run into trouble. They've gone missing with their 160 BMW 330. A little bit further up ahead, Reptilian has got around Valdez Motorsports for third in class. They're still relatively close together, though, with the number 200 GTO in between them.
Yeah, 160, I think, just ended up in the pit lane. I don't have any notes about it being off track. A spin from the number 4 down at turn 3. So that was the capstone car that had been chasing the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW. Excuse me, we saw it just out the rear shot of the number 29. And I could challenge Zach to try and pull up the number 29's onboard as a replay in a browser if he was feeling so inclined. But I won't force that upon him because I know that these browser inputs are a little finicky. So we'll leave that to him if he wants to give it a shot. And in the meantime, turn our attention to what we've got going on track actively at the moment. It'd be about a lap ago, Zach.
Yeah, it's interesting because the MP01's relatively lightweight. And so when you start to get relatively slick conditions...
It's turn 3, Zach, so if you cut now, or now-ish. There we go. Oh, the stinger. Look in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. That periscope mount light on the number 4 heads down into turn number 3. Gets on the power and wiggles a little bit into 4. And nothing there. So we've not gone back far enough. According to the timing, and according to the race control log there, we should be in good shape. And yeah, nothing doing there from the number 4. Not sure if we're too early or too late on this one. Anyway, we've got a good battle for 3rd in GTU at the moment. Capstone and Racer Motors have just come through the turn 4 camera nose to tail. Yeah.
Racer Motors taking advantage of the brief oops from Capstone.
Yes.
I see a RX-8 coming down pit road, red one. I can't tell if that's a pace car RX-8 or if that's the RX-8 from Voodoo.
Back in the GTO field up front, looks like there's still a 1.4 second gap between the 909 and the 123. That's pretty close racing through the first hour here at NOLA. The GTR number 99 only 6 seconds back of the leader. So the GTO field not getting quite spread out until you get down to 6th place. So you've got the Screaming Goat just holding on with 30 seconds back. The Thunder Bunny 111, I believe that's the Supra, with 12 seconds back. So the top 5 there, still very much in and around each other. A lot of time left to see how that all plays out.
So having now returned to a yellow-free track for the first time in what feels like about a half an hour, actually probably is about half an hour, with the various recoveries we had of the Team ACP car and the 9.4 GTU car, the pace has come back to the GTU field, the Stratus 58 and 59 in particular, lapping down in the 146s, while the GTO, Aston Martin, and Mercedes are right up there in the 150s. So the gap is continuing to go out, and even 58 to 59, that margin's gone out from a second or a second and a half out to now nearly 13.
All that traffic.
Oh, yeah. They've just come by the front straightaway here, and 8 pairs of brake lights go on at the same time on the way down into turn number 1. I think we've got... Is that GTR 99 with Random Vandals? I think that those Random Vandals cars, or at least the number 28, gone a lap down, actually.
That seems about right to me,
Yeah.
from what I've been looking at.
And a lap down in GTO, not just relative to the GTU leaders, but that's very interesting. You'd prefer not to go a lap down this early.
I mean, it's a tricky track, right? I mean, to get the tires turned on to work correctly, Random Vandals had been using, different tire supplier in the past, and so now they've switched over to Continental, and I don't think they've run the Continentals here at NOLA. And if we remember last year, there was tons of tire issues on the first day because the surface is so kind of gritty and rough that it was ripping through the tires pretty quickly. So it doesn't kind of surprise me that a team using a new tire on a car they're pretty familiar with, but they haven't run WRL full time, as far as I'm aware. They've been doing one-offs here and there. Are trying to maybe have a little bit more conservative setup, knowing that people had a bunch of issues with the tires last year. So I think some of that could come down to it being, a new experience here at NOLA, and I would expect that they could have that dialed in tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, let's talk about tires and the tires.
And the tires.
Let's talk about tires here for a moment, because last time we were at NOLA Motorsports Park, last February, it was still round one, but that was basically all we talked about, right? Once it became clear that tire wear and degradation were going to be the storyline, it became the focal point of the weekend, right?
Absolutely.
It was and is an abrasive surface. Last year, it was very, very toasty. It was very sunny on the Saturday in particular. And you had I think some unknowns with various tire suppliers. You had unknowns with new cars having been built to go GTO racing in particular. And it wasn't the first time we had run at NOLA, but I think it was the first time we had a large grid at NOLA.
Yeah,
we had
absolutely.
Nearly 50 cars last year. We hop on board the 29 here. I think we finally caught the spin for the number 4, looking up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen in the rear view camera on the way into 3. Everybody gets on the power. The 4 gets on too much power, and round it goes. So no, sorry, I was watching a emergency vehicle enter track at midpoint of the start-finish straightaway. Anyway, the Ford, just too much power, no traction control in those cars, at least as far as I'm aware. I don't think that's been built into those cars from Sevico. And round it went down at turn number 3, even on a dry line. But more to the point of the tires. Last year, it was very much an unknown quantity here at NOLA. The track surface had degraded quite a bit and was really chewing through tires at a rate that nobody really expected. I think particularly to the Chill Out Motorsports MX-5 with the LS engine that I think was running non-kangs and just absolutely shredding tires every 2 hours. Right, showing cords. I mean, it was substantial.
Yeah, we got pictures from up and down the pit lane. We had people, coming up and talking to us about it.
Right. Well, you were here, right?
I was. Yeah, absolutely. And so it was a really rough. That first day was awful. The second day, it wasn't as hard on tires as people had thought, but people had already burned through their allocation that they had set for themselves, and so a lot of teams were scrambling trying to find anything black and round to put on their car towards the end of the second day, because they had used up the second day's tires on the first day. So even though the second day wasn't as hard on the tires, they had already worn through them quicker than they had wanted. So it ended up being kind of an interesting strategy wrinkle to kind of work in and keep track of there. As we're following the course car around the circuit here. Nice first-gen Nissan Titan there. But yeah, it was really interesting. I don't think we'll have those same issues. It sounds like they've repaved portions of the track, which
some of it
should make it a little bit better. It's a little bit cooler today, it looks like, in addition to having some rain. That should help keep the tires a little bit cooler as well. So I don't think we'll see the same level of problem, but it's still going to be a higher degradation track than a lot of the other places we go.
So I was told this isn't, off a news article or anything. I was told they repaved from the turn 15, 16 area down to turn 1. So they had originally done some grinding last year to kind of get the bumps in the braking zone sorted out. In particular, the bikes were pretty unhappy with it. And they've repaved that section of the track. What I don't know is if the really high load sections of the track have been repaved. I'm thinking particularly 5, 6, and 7, right down around the southwest corner of the track, and the S's in particular. Now, I don't know if they were having surface issues, but if it was an abrasive track in general, it looks to me like it's likely to have stayed that way. And it's cooler, so that is also working in everybody's favor. It's not sunny, right? We're dealing with the rain here.
The cooler, I always go back to the Audi TT-RS that won that last year at Thunder Hill, where when it's 20 degrees outside, or 25, or whatever it was that weekend, you can make even a front-wheel drive car's tires last. You know, it's the heat, both the ambient and the track surface, you know, really play into that a lot. And so if it stays cool here, I really don't think it'll end up being an issue. But that was another instance that I can think of where the weather really had an impact on the tire specifically. But if the temperature stays cool, I hope that we won't have any premature wear issues, just for the sake of the teams trying to track down tires. I know there's a million tire shops between the airport and the bridge.
Yes, there are.
I'm not certain that any of them stock the tires that we would be desired, at least. No,
probably not a lot of 200 tread wear floating around that area of New Orleans.
No, probably not. But you know, it can be difficult. I wonder if somebody like Overnight Motorsports, you know, maybe they're stocking a few M4 tires just in case. I mean, I understand that their garage is pretty close to the track here, being a local team. That's what I'd be doing, is I'd have plenty of M4 tires on hand for sale if I was in the Overnight Motorsports camp.
For sale. That's an even better idea. Yeah.
I was trying to think there, like Overnight Motorsports and M4 tires. Huh.
That's it is interesting, and particularly if we're going to get rain later. If during the dry hours we are still kind of eating up tires and tread a little bit, that tread is not insignificant when it starts to rain. I mean, yes, these are DOT tires and treaded tires, sometimes in name only.
Wink, wink, yeah.
But when things start to happen here, and we do expect them to happen sometime this afternoon, never mind these passing showers, but a real steady rain to set in eventually, that could matter. So let's keep an eye on this. It's not a storyline yet, and I don't know that any of us really know if it's going to be a storyline throughout the day today for our 9-hour Saturday Enduro. But there is a chance that this is going to come back and we're going to have to start talking about it again. The GTO class leaders head out of the S's into the turn 13 braking zone. Automatic still leading the NFC Motorsports number 123 Mercedes AMG GT4 as the JNR Honda Civic grinds to a halt exiting it's turn 10. It's the cut between 9 and 10. So that car had made it an hour before having issues. And I think that Civic was a pretty well-sorted car by the end of last year. Kind of had most of these issues ironed out, but just as we arrive at the conclusion of hour number 1 and 31 laps of racing, that car has come to a halt down at what is essentially the beginning of the third sector of the lap.
That's going to promote Valdez Motorsports to second and Rapscallion to third.
Yeah, also a note in GP3, we hadn't talked about this, but I did see the Voodoo Garage NOLA RX-8 exiting the pits. I thought maybe it was just an initial pit stop at about 55 minutes. It wasn't. It was a 9-minute lap and a long stop from what was the class-leading GP3 RX-8. Now finds themselves 3 laps behind your GP3 class leader. Looks like they're preparing to send a wrecker from the front straightaway down to the stricken number, is it 78 or 178 this weekend? Is 178 from JNR. So GP2 in some strife at the moment. We've lost the JNR car now. We've already lost the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks.
And the 313 Cipri Motorsports BMW. That has been missing for about 5 minutes now. Can't tell if it's on pit lane because of the timing loop.
Sorry, which car is this, JT?
313.
Oh, the Cipri car. Yeah. Yeah, so the pit lane here obviously is the full length of the pit lane exists before the start-finish line. So it's tough to tell. I say it's tough to tell if a car's gone missing. It's really not, because we can see basically the whole track from where we are here. Ooh, slow BMW.
You can.
Oh, is that the Cypriot car? I think it might be.
It's either that or the 44 PC, which has been having problems.
No, it's not PC, because it's not that color. This is just white with black bumpers. Stopped on the way out of 12, now gets going again on the way into 13, and then dies again. Skeptical that this car is going to make it home. I think it's the 313. Let's take a look at the race control log.
I believe.
It's the 98 is the number that we're being given now.
Huh.
That is...
Interesting. That should be Birmingham Road and Race, the leader in
you're
GP1.
right. Yes. Well, that is a significant development.
That isn't...
I still haven't added binoculars to the list of things I need to start bringing to WRL races. Otherwise, I would have had that answer. But that is your GP1 class leader. And as I just said, that is a not insignificant development. That car had been really quick building its way up or climbing its way up from the bottom end of the top 5 up to that GP1 class lead. And it's handed the class lead now to Choice Racing and Moorhead Speedworks, separated by 20 seconds. But I don't, with GP1 in particular, yes, it's early. I don't know that this is a recoverable issue. I think there's enough depth and enough pace and consistency in GP1 across the board that if you lose 3 or 4 laps early on like this, I don't know if that's coming back. Worth noting as well, the rain definitely starting to pick up a little bit here in Avondale. 99 GTR exits the pits. Look at, you can see it on the onboards here. Pick one. Yeah, there we go. The number 46 from Ginger Racing. Wipers are not on, but you can see how much water is running up, even at slow speed.
Full course yellow?
Yes. So, I have some thoughts here. I know that we've got 2 cars to recover. I wonder if, as the track has gotten damper, if we are now less inclined to do hot poles. And this is just all right, let's get everybody under control. Let's settle things down and get ourselves, an appropriate time and place to recover these 2 cars, because they're not going to be able to do both at the same time. Unfortunately, this has happened in the middle of a round of GTO pit stops.
Yes, it has.
GTR has come and gone. Thunder Bunny has come and gone. ACP, I think, is in and out with the 52. We know the 909 is in. They've gone missing on timing and scoring. Oh, we've got another car stopped. It's the 469 at turn 5.
That's gonna be Rapskillion in GP2.
I wonder if they've made it to the wall there. Zach points out that there are tire tracks leading to the Armco there. Oh, Zach says he saw it. Yeah, that car will have been in the wall there at turn 5, and it does still say. Well, now it says impact for 89. So we've got four things going on right now. So let's take a breather here. Let's take a second. It's an hour and 6 minutes complete in our first race of 2023 in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. I'll allow Zach to start preparing some our first advertising break of the season for us when he has a moment. But we're now in a situation where everything has happened at the conclusion of the first hour. We're recovering cars from turn 10 and turn 13, and ostensibly turn 5 as well. We've had a car go off at turn 5. That's the number. Oh, that was the Camaro. That 89 is the 89X Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
That's been in the in the Armco down at turn 5, and has now ground to a halt as we see. Oh, well. Nope. It's the video that's halting, not the car. Oh, that car is not well. We might actually be able to get that in a replay as well, since they do have their onboard. If the feed is going to play ball for us. Anyway, that car is now basically stopped at the exit of turn 9. You see it on our trackside camera there. And while all this has happened, the rain and the wind have definitely picked up. And almost certainly contributed to at least the impact for that number 89. And it's required us to go to our first full course yellow of the day and of the season. Producer Zach Johnson juggling a couple of things at the moment. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, and Ryan West, commentary team for today. Here is the onboard from the number 89X Motorsports Camaro in replay. So this is on the way into turn number 1 on what should be the incident lap here. It's a little bit of a spotty onboard, but it may give us an idea of what went down at the exit of turn 5. Cell signal challenged here. But let's see what we get here. Wipers on. You can see moisture on the windshield and on the track. A little bit wide there at 4. On the brakes into 5. A little wide. A painted curb. Yep. Ugh. Yeah, you could just see it get up on the painted curb. Really aggressively serrated exit curb there at the exit of 5. And Ryan, I mean, you saw what I saw there, even in slideshow format.
Absolutely. And it's just something to think about with, you've got a big torque. I believe it's a 6.2 in the Camaro. Lots of power, lots of torque. You start to get a little bit less grip because of the rain. Versus, a lot of these other GTO cars are factory-built GT4 cars. So they've got, advanced traction control and ABS and stuff like that. And that Camaro, I guarantee it's a handful to drive in the rain. So that's, you never want to see that. But if there's any car here that wouldn't like the rain, I would put my money on that one. And unfortunately, we've just seen the result of that. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it was a huge hit. So I don't think that car will be written off. But it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see that car again for the rest of the day. They're going to want to take a look under there and make sure we haven't broken any radiators or oil coolers, things of that nature.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the advantages of having these long endurance races is it presents an opportunity to use the day to get repaired and recovered and potentially even shake the car down if you do have intentions of getting back out on track for the second race. A red Miata has just attempted to pass the PC Racing, I think it was the PC Racing BMW coming out of the pits, taking its time getting up to speed in the rain, and then jammed on the brakes and locked them up in the process. So, all interesting things. It might have been the choice car, and I'm going to wildly speculate because I want one of them to change their paint schemes for us. Those cars look so similar at any angle that isn't directly side-on. It is ridiculous.
Well, you just go to the store, get some blue duct tape, and go to town.
No, it can't be blue.
Part of it
Those
can.
cars are already blue.
Oh, that's right.
Red duct tape. Red, we're going bright red. Choice Racing can handle bright red. We're going bright red. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, we've completed an hour and 10 minutes of the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. 35 laps are complete, and we find ourselves under double yellow for the first time this season. Lights remain on the safety car. We will take a break here on DriversEye Live and return to, hopefully, a green flag from NOLA Motorsports Park. We will be back in a moment.
Do better.
I need to start watching the feed a little bit more. We're not. But we are.
Focus, guys. We're in a race
RPA?
to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company. Brendan Kazmarek, joined by Ryan West and JT Tammy. Zach Johnson on production for us this weekend. We are 36 laps in, an hour and 13 minutes for a 9-hour enduro. First race of the year. We have another stopped car at turn 4. It's the 84 again. It's the 9.4 Motorsports GTU Sebaco MB-01, which had previously been recovered from like 100 yards further upstream. Not that long ago. Now, lights are out on the safety... they've thought better of it. There we go. Good catch. They were out on the safety car coming through 9 and 10, and as that car was being called into race control as being stopped at the exit of 4, the lights have come back on the safety car. So...
safety first year. Always nice.
Oh yeah, right move made there. No reason to go send EVs out with a hot track going back to green. But we'll go recover this NP01 again, and it'll allow the field to close back up a little bit. We did have a few stragglers having completed that round of pit stops. Winners and losers. I believe the 123 may come out a big winner here, and I say that because even though they're fundamentally at the tail end of the pacing order, I think they've picked up a lap. I think because they didn't pit under green, they were able to get a lap on the 909, the 99, the 111, all cars that they were sort of in the same grouping with at the front of the GTO field, and picked up the lap under green, came in under yellow, and now sit a full lap ahead, or 99% of a lap ahead of... They do.
They have a lap on automatic.
And you know what? I mean, this is part of multi-class endurance racing. This is the fault of absolutely nobody. And to be honest, it's not necessarily even a tragic or bad thing. These things will come and go over the course of a race. However, we now have GTU as the lead, essentially the lead class today anyway, right? NOLA, this track is lending itself to a really strong GTU showing, even at the same power to weight. And because we're now picking up on a full course yellow, we're picking up GTU leaders instead of the GTO leader. I think it's now kind of putting GTO in this boat where the pit stop cycles are just at the mercy of chance when a full course yellow comes out. We see it in production classes sometimes because they are not being picked up by the safety car, right? The overall leader is going to get picked up by the safety car. Sometimes on a pit stop rotation, you can have a car lose a lap or gain a lap relative to its class competitors, just in the nature of endurance racing. And I think this is the first time we've really seen it affect GTO like this. Now, there's, like we said, long way to go. This can very, very much come the other way. But having now completed the first cycle of pit stops for our season, we've had a big shakeup at the front, and it's left that 123 Mercedes AMG pretty clearly out in front now. That AMG, not exactly a known quantity in WRL. We we have plenty of BMW M4 GT4s. We've got the ACP cars here. We've got the Random Vandal cars here. We saw a lot more of them last season. And while we thought they were generally well-sorted GT4 cars, when it came to running them at a lower power-to-weight number than they were designed for, and in, say, more dynamic conditions than maybe they were designed for, those cars started to struggle over the course of the season with problems I don't think anybody really saw coming. So let's keep an eye on this number 123, for reliability's sake. We know the pace is there. That car's been really consistent, at least over the first stint here, in the hands of the right drivers. But let's see exactly how things shake out a little later on. We've got 7.5 hours left to go here. The car being driven this weekend by Bill Kane, Matt Blakesley, Lanny Toops, and Aaron Povaledo.
Somebody just went off. Or is that pit out? Or pit out?
Pit entry.
Right there.
Pit in,
okay,
yeah.
got it. Okay.
That's one of the AOA. Actually,
If it is, it's the 85, because the 55 is just going to pass me here.
I don't know the color, so it's either going to be AOA or Valdez Motorsports.
Birmingham Road and Race exits the pits.
Excellent. Maybe they just went dry?
I mean, it took them... they've lost 16 minutes in that whole cycle. Now, some of that was being stranded on track. Some of that was coming back to the pits. But you're right, JT. There is a chance that... I mean, it would have been early, right? 55 minutes for a GP1 car should be easy.
Are we seeing the 59 Stratus on pit road? Because they have been tumbling down the order here.
No, So they did pit, came out, tripped the timing beam as a car at pit exit, and then have disappeared. They did one additional lap under full course yellow, and then it looks like they... I can't see pit lane. Ryan will sympathize with this, having been here before.
Yeah, you can't see much of the pit lane from that vantage point.
The row of stalls themselves are blocked by the canopies and the easy ups.
Right.
You can see like the last 3 stalls, and unfortunately, the 89X was one of them. So the one car I was going to be able to see in pit lane is now behind the wall with crash damage.
But do you have to bump the flagger guy every time you want to leave the commentary booth?
They're not here this weekend. There are
there
some.
So you're already ahead of the game there.
Correct. There are some. The ladies operating the race control log are sat next to the door here, but
okay,
it's okay. Lights are on the safety car at the moment, while the 84 is recovered into pit entry. And as I say that, lights go off on the safety car. So well timed. The number 111 Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra GT4, just a fun thing to say, is at the front of the pacing order. Currently sits 5th, he says, unsure of himself, in GTO. The better part of 2 laps down now as a result of that 123 going longer on fuel under green and then catching the yellow at the right time. So some work to be done by the 111 and that crew from Thunder Bunny. The 59 exits the pit lane after a long stop.
And then it looked like 9.4s just entered under the tow rope.
Yep. So we now have a clear track again, and we can go racing at NOLA Motorsports Park for the first time in probably a good 20 minutes or so. The green flag waves at start-finish. Thunder Bunny leads the number 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates, and the 909 from Automatic Racing. Second in GTO. The overall race leader is tucked in there somewhere. It is still the number 58 from Stratus Racing, the NP01, also your GTU class leader. And it puts your overall lead margin between the GTU and GTO leaders at just 6.5 seconds. With some traffic to be worked through for sure. So on one hand, this has closed up the overall lead battle pretty substantially. But it's also drawn out these class margins massively. And as JT mentioned earlier, that number 59 from Stratus Racing, the Sebico NP01 with a long stop under full course yellow, about 10 minutes. That was a 10.5 minute lap. Is now back out on track, but has lost a lot of time in GTU, and it's meant that Racer Motors has slotted into second, a lap off the number 58, or most of a lap off the 58, and then the number 4 from Capstone Motorsports back in P3. GP1 still being led by Choice Racing from the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. We'll want to find out here if those cars are actually on the same lap. I know how we can do this. That's what Joseph's timing software is for. Let's pull that up now that we have everything sorted out. It is not on the same lap, as far as we can tell. So as we complete our first lap back to green, it'll be lap number 40 for Stratus and NFC Motorsports. You know what? It's done the same thing in GP1 here. Moorhead is just ahead of that number 522 from Choice Racing. They're nose to tail on track, but in backwards order. That 147 is defending to stay on the lead lap, and the 522 has picked up, again, really substantially here as a result of the full course yellow. Wipers still on down the front straightaway. Out my window here. But it is definitely lightening up out to the west, which is where the bulk of this weather has been coming from, south and west. So while it is actively raining here, I think there's a good chance that...
Well, the bulk of the storm was to the north. It looked like we were just always going to be on the edge of it anyway.
And that's going to continue to happen today. But even this little band that came through this morning has... looks like it's now kind of moved through, and at the very least, the rain will start to slow down here in a little bit. Although I look in the little retention pond here, down to my left, and it's still coming down. Question about it. Stop car at the exit of turn 6.
I'm thinking that might be the Roberts Motorsports.
It's the 109. Good catch.
Yeah, and that's the leader in GP3.
Yeah, that is. It's down at the exit of 6, between 6 and 7. So it's just past our turn 5 camera at the exit of the next right-hander. It's like a long triple apex corner that loops you back around to the northeast and sort of heads you for home at NOLA Motorsports Park. But it looks like it's just pulled off to drivers left, exiting 6. And they are waving yellow here, and they're going to have to go recover that car again, or not again, but now recover another car. Let's see if we can do this one as a hot pole. Only one yellow flag in the hands of the starter, and they don't appear to be following around the overall race leader, who I think has just come into the pits. Oh no, your race leader's slow on the front straightaway. He's not come into the pits. The NFC Motorsports car clicked through in the overall race lead, and I had wondered if maybe we had lost the number 58 into the pit lane. It's not the case. It was absolutely not up to pace down the front straightaway. Now, this isn't of massive consequence in the GTU class, but it has changed your overall race leader. It's now promoted the Mercedes-AMG GT4 of NFC Motorsports to that race lead, a 2:11.5 last time from the Stratus car. So was it an off with a recovery down at 16? Or is this a real problem for this number 58? I fear it's the latter, but we're going to find out. Oh, they're standing up the safety car. See what our next step is here. There it is, double yellow again.
Okay.
So, hour and 26 minutes gone, and after just 3 or 4 laps of green flag racing, we go back to double yellow to go recover the number 109 down at turn number 6.
Man, AOA racing 1-2 in GP3 right now.
Yeah, it's not a particularly strong entry in GP3. We've got the 4 cars here this weekend, not quite up to bonus points for that class. But the little issue from the 318 earlier, the big issue from the 109 now, has meant that AOA, which has had its fair share of its own reliability problems over the years.
I mean, even at the start of the race, we had the 85 in on pit road with its setup.
True. So, I mean, some of these lighter production classes can wind up being a... can wind up being a last man standing, and as has just been mentioned to us,
well, you can see right
slow.
here.
The 85 would slow there entering turn number 3. So this has worked out, I think, better than even maybe Automatic Racing, GTR 99 et al. Could have expected. We've picked up the overall race leader, but all of those cars that were on the tail end of the lead lap because of how the pit stop cycle shook out the first time around are now essentially going to be given that time back. Right, allowed to close up to the tail end of the field, whatever, 30, 32 cars we've got on track at the moment. And instead of being, time-wise, 1 minute and 45 or so off of the race leaders, are now going to be, just the length of the field behind.
The ebb has now flowed, as it were.
Indeed. I was expecting this to, be a hour 4 discussion, not a 15 minutes later discussion. But
correct. Yeah, absolutely.
The race will be better for it. The 909 and the 99 are together on the front straightaway, and as they head into turn number 1, have still half of a lap or so to go to catch the back of the field. But when they get there, like I said, their margin's going to be something like 30 seconds instead of being 1 minute and 30 seconds. So GTU more or less on a level playing field here. I also wonder if you're those cars, if you don't pit here. If you're at the tail end of the field anyway, you're already basically halfway through another fuel. Well, time-wise, you're halfway through another fuel run. We've only done a handful of laps. They've mostly been under full course caution.
So we're going to be getting a replay here in a moment of, I believe, the 29 coming to a stop.
Oh,
29 is Screaming Goat, 4th in GTO.
Yeah, so I didn't realize this car had stopped. Interesting.
Oh boy.
So this is twice now we've had a car stop while we were already under full course yellow.
I mean, to be fair, if you have to stop your car under full course yellow, is the best time to do it.
Sure, absolutely. And it's race 1 of the season, right? I'm sure there are, some issues to be worked out, but it's not been a terribly long off season. So it's not like we've had a whole lot of time here where you can make major changes to your car. I mean, 6 weeks ago, we were racing at Circuit of the Americas to end 2022. And 2 of those weeks were, over the holidays, Christmas and New Year's, in case you weren't aware of what the holidays are. But it's meant that there's not a whole lot of time if you're going to develop a new program or make a major change to your car. And I don't anticipate these being, teething issues per se. There's not a whole lot of new programs out there. I had mentioned I wondered if you were one of the cars at the tail end of the field, or tail end of the pacing order, if you wouldn't pit under the full course yellow. They haven't, or at least the 909 hasn't. GTR may have, but the 123 did.
I mean, they definitely had the safety margin to do so.
Well, yes, but they are now basically, they'll still be in the lead here, the GTU lead in particular, but they're only 2 cars ahead of Automatic. So I wasn't expecting this, but I suppose if you were going to be able to, and you were confident you could get in and out of the pit lane without giving up the class lead, then you might as well take advantage of that. And that's exactly what's happened here. NFC in and out. I think, like I said, I think GTR 99 has pitted out of 3rd in GTO. Shouts to Racer Motors, by the way. The number 6, Sebico NP01, has, through all of this, remained on the lead lap in GTU. So with the Stratus 58 out in front, having made 1 stop to this point, Racer Motors having also stopped under the full course yellow, it's still a pretty even fight, all things considered, between the very rapid 58 and the marginally less rapid, but still very much in contention, number 6 from Racer Motors.
Nice to see them starting off the season strong here at NOLA.
Yeah, so we didn't see too much of them at the end of last season, and GTU only participates in select events in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. In fact, have their own championship. So we don't get to see a lot of Racer Motors, but when we do, it is arguably one of the most interesting and entertaining classes. Right? Not always wheel-to-wheel, not always super close margins, but the variability that you get in terms of reliability and pace leads to some pretty unique outcomes and developments throughout these races, and I think this is one of them. This is good on Racer Motors, and really kind of puts a little bit of pressure on that 58. I mean, the start of this race, the 58 and the 59 were just running away overall and in class, and this has kind of brought everybody back together, and it forces them to be a little bit more honest, and certainly takes away their safety margin if they do have any potential reliability issues.
And the 58 and the 59, of course, I think it's fair to say are favorites for the GTU championship here. So if Racer Motors can pull out a 2nd place or a 1st place here, that gives them a decent shot at, being competitive as we go through the year. I would expect that Stratus Racing will go to all of the GTU events. If Racer Motors does that as well, it'll be a really nice feather to have in your cap to have taken away a good finish here as we look at the weather situation.
Sorry.
No, totally fine. Looks like it's starting to clear up. I got all congested as you did that too, so that was great.
It's starting to fill in a little, south and west of where we are here, which we'll see what that means. It's still, pretty widely scattered showers, but as we've mentioned a couple times, we are still expecting a steadier rain to set in a little later on this afternoon.
Right.
We'll get a more up-to-date description of our weather here. Yeah, right around the checkered flag, actually.
Just in time for Brendan to go get the equipment.
Hey.
As is tradition.
As is tradition. Man, if I had $1.
You'd have like $10.
That's true. So we jump on board with the 85 from AOA Racing down in the pit lane left side on the jacks. Lights remain on the safety car with the number 29 under tow through the S's.
Going to pay real close attention here once we get restarted in GP1. Battle for 3rd between the 125 MMR Ford Mustang, that gorgeous bright orange and black Mustang, and then the 191 Overnight Motorsports Boxster I believe there's a GTO car separating them right now out on track, but once that gets clear, they will be definitely having a good dogfight. Same at the very back of GP1 in the battle for 8th. We'll have PC Racing and Birmingham Road and Race, who are back out. Also separated by only a couple seconds. Oh boy.
The AOA cars going into the paddock. I saw Brendan's rental car there briefly off to the right.
Fun fact, if Brendan can go ahead and enter his rental car in GP3, he has a shot.
He does. That's a quick car that he's got as well.
Unfortunately, GP3, the only one not really running into issues is the 55 AOA, who is leading the class. We saw the 109 Roberts Motorsports Mazda get towed into pit road there. 318 Voodoo Garage is back out. A couple laps down now. And then the 85 is now in the paddock.
And I do wonder how much of that comes back down to it's such a quick turnaround from the end of the season. You know, has AOA been able to do a full refresh on both of these cars? I know usually we see them here with, 4 or 5 cars showing up on the hauler. But if these are basically the same cars that have just been refreshed since COTA, as far as just maybe some new fluids here and there, but they haven't been fully gone through, it would sort of make sense. Typically a GP3 team, you're going to run a little bit lower budget. I know AOA is, a commercial concern, so they probably have a little bit more money than most GP3 teams would. But, it's still time and it's still effort to try and, get a car turned around. JT, do you think you could get a racing MX-5 turned around in effectively 3-4 weeks?
No, I'm very busy. I could not do that.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you weren't, even if it was your job, I think it might be difficult to source parts and get them fully gone through for a new season.
I don't know about sourcing parts, and a lot of NC parts are quite easy to come by these days. And I assume, being AOA, they would definitely have a decent stock themselves at the shop.
That's fair.
But no, I mean, sometimes a lot of these parts can go quite a while, especially on these older Cup cars.
Right. Well, I mean, part of my question is do you need a new motor for the new season? Do you run the same one? How much do you go through and redo for a refresh for a new season, I guess would be my question. If there's any team managers listening out there, if they could give me an answer on that, that'd be lovely. I would assume that you would do the engine, transmission, and differential. But getting those, obviously NC suspension parts a little bit easier. And I suppose NC engines are probably easier to come by too. But for just about anything else, if you have to take an engine to get rebuilt, that's not something that happens in the matter of a day, usually.
Gents.
As we go back to green here.
Yes. Indeed we have. Green flag waves over the number 44 PC Racing BMW. And a pack of 6 very angry cars is tailed up by the overall race leading number 58 Stratus Racing, who only has about 9 seconds in hand over the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. So he's going to be held up in traffic through the first half to 3/4 of this lap. And I think this has the potential to really close up our overall lead battle here. Never mind allowing the number 6 from Racer Motors to catch up in GTU onto the back of its class leader as well. I stepped outside briefly. I can tell you 2 things. One, it's very chilly outside. It's breezy. It's still spitting rain a little bit, not aggressively, but enough. There's not much temperature in anything, and obviously no sunlight as well, fully overcast. The other thing I can tell you is that the 89X Camaro is actively being repaired.
Excellent.
They are working feverishly on the left front of that car where it took the bulk of the impact down to the exit of turn 5, and it looks like that car is going to have the effort put into it to try and get it, if not back out today, certainly ready to go again tomorrow. GP1 at the moment being led by Choice Racing from the number 147. No, it's not. That move has happened on track. Oh,
yes.
Yep.
So we thought that they had a big pit advantage. That is not the case. They came across the line, 2/10 separating first and second in GP1.
They're nose to tail. Those two cars are absolutely right together. I thought the Moorhead car had gone through it. It may have briefly, but now... Oh, no. It's the MMR car. So that MMR car is just a lap down. Yep. So that's the dynamic there. So 2 orange and black cars off in the distance. One is Moorhead, one is MMR. If you see them in shot, the first orange and black car is going to be the MMR Ford Mustang. It is a Mustang, right? Yes.
Yep.
That is just a lap down to that number 522 Choice Racing BMW. The second yellow, black, and orange car is the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. And that is the car that's 2 seconds off of that class-leading Choice Racing entry. So, confusing, but if you pick the cars out in shot, you've got the top 3 all under a blanket there, just in a slightly jumbled order. Good battle anyway between the 522 and the 147, having gone back to green now up at the front of that GP1 field. And the pace advantage anyway, still with that number 522, at least for the moment. Jumping on board the 909 from Automatic Racing. Just tremendous traffic between turns 3 and 4 here. The number 28 passed on the left by an ECP BMW, being passed on the right by an Automatic Aston Martin. They're all going to come up on the number 170 from Thunder Bunny Racing and being headed up by the GTR 99 BMW. Just a couple of car lengths up the road. 909 shows the nose at turn 5, thinks better of it, makes the move stick into turn number 6. Runs it out to the exit curb. And now sets its sights on that GTR 99 BMW. That is a pass, or that pass that the 99 made on the Aston Martin is a pass for position. So that happened, they were a 10th and a half apart at the start-finish line. That's now gone out substantially more than that. And as I just try and make sense of this, that is the second place battle in GTO. So there goes GTR, there goes Automatic Racing. And a quick thought about Automatic Racing. Think back to Circuit of the Americas. The 909 was pretty desperately uncompetitive, at least at various points during the day. The 908, which they had entered as a second car, bright yellow car, was very, very competitive. Regularly top 3, top 5. And it's nice to see the 909 rounding back into form this weekend. The car's been quick. It's quick yesterday, quick this morning, even in the changeable weather. And we're, sitting there second in GTO, third in GTO now behind the 99 is good to see.
I'm interested to see if that was possibly a newer chassis and maybe the 909 drivers just switch over to that one for that race. I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, it's definitely still got the same wrap as the 909 had from last year. And you say newer chassis, emphasis on newer.
Exactly.
It's still a 2014 car.
Yes.
Previous generation, that car has multiple Pilot Challenge seasons under it. It's now got multiple WRL seasons under it as well. And it's still competitive, so, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But also, at the end of last season, there was a chance that it was a little bit broke. But they've got it back in form now, like we said, and really nice to see for the boys down at Automatic. No Pro Sport this weekend, so they are the only Aston Martin representative. But if you stay a little patient, dear viewer and follower of the World Racing League, we've got some current-gen Aston Martin GT4s on the way. Later on this season, I need to look at the entry list for Road Atlanta, but I'm fairly certain that we're going to see TLM USA back in the GTO field with, I believe, a pair of Aston Martin GT4s, the current gen, 2021 chassis. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm I would like to keep the V8s, the normally aspirated V8s, at least as long as we can with Pro Sport and automatic. Certainly are one of the best sounding cars in the field, if not one of the most iconic looking cars in the field. Vantage grille that was on the DBR9s, the Vantages, and that generation of cars, pretty defining of an entire era of motorsport, at least for me. So I'd like to see those chassis, but it is really, really nice to see some current GT4 machinery entering the fray. Random Vandals has a Gen 2 M4 down in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, I believe they got that probably for their SRO exploits. My understanding was that as with any new race car, that the availability on the first year is limited to the upper rung series. But it wouldn't surprise me to see them next year, having gotten a few more of those, running it in WRL. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Get a little season under your belt, get a little bit more spares availability for that car.
Yeah. Hi to Mark Martin, watching at home. We had surmised earlier that he might be doing so. Nice to see you in the chat, Mark, and hoping for good things for W2W this season. Shame to not have you here. I'd certainly like to, but glad you're still taking an interest. Richard Falco asked, do we know why Choice Racing is in GP1 versus GTO last year? We don't know the why. It's a car they have had. It is an ex-GTO chassis. It built the M3 up to run in GTO in 2021, and it did so fairly well for a little while before they went GT4 racing with the M4. Change for second in GTO on the brakes into turn number 1. You see it there at the exit of turn 2 here in just a moment. That'll be the Aston Martin from Automatic Racing past GTR number 99. BMW, there they are, just on corner exit there. Light blue Aston, dark blue BMW, and move made. As far as I know, it is a generally detuned GTO car. I'm not sure what engine they've got in it at the moment. But maybe I'll take a trip down there and ask. Find out what the situation is at Choice Racing. Happy to see them in GP1 anyway.
It's almost certainly the M3 motor, Brendan.
I buy that. I don't know exactly what the configuration of the car was in GTO because we only saw it for a handful of races in 21.
Right.
Before they went customer GT4 racing. So get an update on that a little bit later today. Anyway, it's nice to see and certainly adds to the depth we've got in GP1 at the moment. We look forward to Barber, because of course Road Atlanta in February is a GT only affair. More come on that later on this weekend. But the race at Barber, 22 GTO cars, 23 GP1 cars. So I think one of the first times that we've been covering, since we've been covering the WRL, that we're going to have a largest class made up of production cars. This weekend, even 14 GTO cars, 9 GP1 cars, so we're close. But to have a full field of cars for Barber, and that many GP1 cars, many, many years ago at Thunderhill, the old E1 class was described to me as being a knife fight in a phone booth. And I love that phrase, and I think it really characterizes that top production class and what we've got the potential to see throughout 2023. There are just so many well-prepped cars that are really pushing each other. You think of Moorhead Speedworks and PC Racing as some of the standard bearers in general production racing in the World Racing League, that to have Choice Racing as part of that now, and Will Choice in particular as a driver, being at the top and just pushing that class even a step further than it was is awesome. Really, really exciting. Even now, the margin stands at 11.7 seconds in favor of that number 522 from Choice Racing. Moorhead Speedworks in second. MMR, another, it's the Ford Mustang, but another entry that's just really pushing that GP1 class along. And nice to see them be consistent and consistently competitive this weekend. Not the only Mustang we're going to see in the field this year. GP1 I can't strictly speak to, but if we've still got Brad McCall in the chat, I noticed something, Brad, on the Barber entry list.
There's also occasionally Core Motorsports as well, right?
Core, yeah, for sure, right?
Core
yeah.
runs the 4.6, yep.
Yep. So a little bit of an increased presence from Ford, who, I mean, let's be honest. They mentioned WRL by name at the launch of the most recent line of Mustang racing products, right? They built a specification of Ford Mustang to go power to weight racing, 9-to-1, right? That car is ready to go for GTO racing in the World Racing League. And I mean, Brad would be able to speak a little bit more to the preparation of that car, because I assume it's now public knowledge, being that it's on an entry list. But I'm fascinated by Ford having a little bit more of a presence here, even if it's not a factory presence. It is still an opportunity for Ford to sell some cars, especially as they expand their factory racing program into GT3 racing. Certainly, we think that car is bound for Le Mans in 2024. As a customer car, they've got the new generation of GT4 car coming, which this WRL car is based off of. And I think it's exciting where, maybe we don't have the numbers, particularly here at NOLA. We've certainly got the variety, and maybe a variety we didn't see through most of last season. That's going to expand into the races where we do get full grades, right? Barber is going to be one of them. We've got 40 Grand Touring cars for Road Atlanta, which is, by all accounts, a full grid of Grand Touring cars. And, not just having the Caymans and the M4s, but now adding, Ford Mustangs to the list, adding the Mercedes-AMG GT4 to the list. We've got the Audi R8, that has been in and out of WRL racing over the last 2 seasons or so. I think is entered for Road Atlanta. We've got the Supra GT4, right? The hands of Hitman, and now the hands of Thunder Bunny as well. It's just, it really feels like we're finding new strengths, not just in numbers, but in depth and interest and ways for teams to go racing in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty.
I think internationally, it's a great time for GT4 racing overall,
sure.
Of which GTO is, I think it's fair to say, a part of that.
Yeah, we don't have to go podcast mode now.
Of course,
I wouldn't mind if we did. Look, I think GT4 racing is where GT3 was in sort of 2009, 2010.
Yeah,
right. Which was about the time that it started to leap into the international sphere. Audi took the R8 to the Nürburgring 24 Hours for the first time. We had a factory GT3 presence in international motorsports for the first time, and for better or worse, it kicked off a spending and development war that really, changed the face of what international motorsports looks like. International endurance and sports car racing has looked like, to the point that we've now killed off GTE by doing this. Right? It has become, what GTE was, which took over from GT1, which took over from prototype type GT1, and there's this long lineage of this happening in sports car racing, and GTE racing going by the wayside has opened the doors for GT3 to now just lean into being, largely. It's largely customer racing, but with a factory presence, without question. The the Intercontinental GT Challenge, IGTC, is exactly that. And it's opened the door for GT4 to be that next more affordable but still very high performance step. These GT4 cars internationally are doing lap times around places like Spa that GT3 cars were doing in their infancy.
Absolutely. And I think one of the cool things that has happened, with this uptick in GT4 is I remember it wasn't very long ago that during the Continental Tire Sports Car Series Challenge thing that Grand Am used to run, that there was discussion that when the new Camaro GT4 came out, it was incredibly expensive. And it was really set up because they wanted Stevenson to run it and not really anybody else. They didn't really want to build a bunch of them. I think Ford was the same way for a while, where they didn't really want to build a bunch of Boss 302s or later the Shelby GT 350s. But now with, you know, the uptick in GT4 racing, I think manufacturers are starting to realize, like, hey, we can make money at this. This doesn't have to be a expensive passion project, and, you know, we really don't want to support, you know, 15 cars, and we don't have enough spares, and we'll just price it really, really expensive so nobody else can do it. And now I think the economies of scale have caught up, certainly spearheaded by, appears to be BMW and Porsche, to where this is now just another facet, effectively, of their sales process, where, you know, yeah, we can sell these for a little bit, you know, less money than we were before, a competitive spares package, and then people are going to burn through stuff. People are going to hit stuff. And so because it's a money maker now, because they sell so many, we're able to get the prices down to where more teams are able to buy in and do this kind of thing. I think that's been really cool. Joseph and I talked a lot at COTA about how it sucks that, you know, it's harder and harder to build a home-built car and have somewhere to race it. There was a car actually on Bring a Trailer last week, I believe, that was an ex-Continental Tire car. I think it was Tyler McQuarrie's Porsche Boxster. But because of the way that it was built, because it was back before they were doing GT4 and Continental Tire, there isn't really anywhere to race it right now. So at least as GT4 becomes more and more popular, it seems like it's becoming more and more attainable for, you know, people like the Choice family, for example. You know, that they don't have to have some huge factory backing or a big sponsorship deal, that they can go out there and buy a competitive world-class machine that you can race anywhere. And then subsequently, if you do want to get rid of it, there's a ready-made market for it. You don't have to build a custom car anymore. And so I think that as this goes on, as Ford brings in the Mustang, as the new GT4 M4 becomes more available, as they keep building more 718 Cayman GT4 cars, that the used market will start to adjust to account for that. And these M4s that we see here will be a little bit more affordable, I think.
I'll come back to that in just a second. I just wanted to note the 85 AOA car that we were briefly on board with is back on track. They pulled out of the paddock and back onto the circuit. So good things there for AOA racing. The number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW has been pushed into the paddock by a not very interested group of crew members. So I don't think we're not in hurry up mode down there at ACP, which is not a great sign for that number 2. We also had the number 6 Racer Motors NP01 into the pit lane. Now, it's gone salmon on Race Hero, and my sense of time is a mess at the moment. So it's actually just coming out of the pit lane across start finish now and puts in a 5:41.7 lap. So it's a longish stop for that number 6, but driver changes aren't the easiest in those NP01s. Cramped quarters inside the cockpit of those cars. And it looks like they're going to retain... Sorry, they're going to fall to 3rd in GTU, just ahead of the Stratus number 59. And actually, there's a chance that it's already changed hands. They came out just ahead of the 59, and by the time they got to the braking zone for turns 1 and 2, it's actually allowed the 59 to come through. So even with the time loss for that number 59 Stratus NP01, they've now vaulted into 3rd, and this pit stop has cost the Racer Motors number 6 a podium spot, at least for the time being. So returning to that GT4 conversation, I think we find ourselves a little bit in the sweet spot when it comes to that used car market that you mentioned, Ryan, which I think is a really good point, because we're fundamentally in between generations, right? And we get this every so often where homologation for SRO class cars opens up. It's the way it's structured, which is fine. But you get these new generations of cars that come out every 4 to 5 years. And as the new M4 is released, you're going to get another flood, because there's already a lot of them out there, of these 2018, 19, and 20 era M4 GT4s, right? And we saw, like I mentioned earlier, Random Vandals has the newest gen of BMWs with the big, front grille sitting down in the paddock. And those GT4 cars are going to go somewhere. Sometimes it's in the hands of collectors, and vintage racers. it can also be into hands like we have here. The Caymans, same thing. There's new generations of Caymans that are already on the market. And even as that's happening, you have organizations like Toyota and Ford that are building up customer markets and platforms and support structures to allow customers to buy these cars new and to go racing with them. Right, Hitman Racing showed up at COTA with a Toyota Super GT4 for the first time, and with it came the Toyota Racing trailer. And it was parked in the back of the COTA paddock, and it was there not just as support for Hitman, but as an opportunity for people to find out what Toyota can offer if you're going to go customer racing, whether it's in a fully televised, produced, promoted IMSA series or SRO series, or we're here in the World Racing League where things are a little bit more affordable and you are about the track time and driving high performance race cars. Aston Martin, I'm sure, is doing the same thing with TLM USA. Right? Those are current gen Aston Martins, maybe 2 years old, and yes, maybe, used cars, but you're still going to have to source parts and get support from somewhere.
Right.
And to me, that is, I think it's the first time that we're seeing it happen in a series like this. I mean, DriverSeye Live this is our third full season with the World Racing League now. And I think this is the first time we're seeing what the GT4 and the professionally manufacturer-built car market is like, and how that trickles down into what is still fundamentally amateur racing. And, even for as much as we talk about, or are talking about, the GT4 market and what it is at the moment and what it means for us here, it's happening against a backdrop of home-built cars, some in GTO, many, many more in a very healthy GP1 class, and a GP2 and 3 class that are still going to be well supported through the rest of the season. I mean, this isn't just, expensive race cars or fast race cars are affordable now. Let's everybody go get super fast race cars. There's still some really exciting things happening elsewhere in WRL. And, as we kick off a 13 race calendar, all of which will be here live on DriverSeye Live, this is that first step and is reflective of what international GT racing is like in 2023. And we here at World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, get to have that as part of our experience here as well. On board the number 46 from Ginger Racing. This is the, and M3 down in GP1, following what appears to be the number 75. It's a great feed from Ginger Racing. Not sure what hardware they're using, but it looks really nice.
Yeah.
I think we're down to more or less a fully dry track now. I mean, even at track level here on board that number 46, really not much moisture to speak of. Zach's just excited to pull up the weather radar again. But it does look it does look like we're starting to clear out a little bit here to the south and west. So we actually might get some. I mean, it's been dry. The track has been, from a grip and challenge level perspective, been fundamentally dry all morning. But I think we might not have to worry about this for a little while. Which would be a good thing.
The Moorhead Speedworks GP2 cars back out on track.
Yeah, it came out, and I briefly thought to myself, I didn't think Matt Connolly Motorsports was here. It's just a plain silver BMW it's a 330 CI. Chad Moorhead's going to come at me again for calling it an M3. But I caught myself this time, so it's okay. It's nice to see that car here, Moorhead, with the second car. It appears to be much closer to like a spec E46 build than what that 147 is built out to be, but it's still built in GP1. They're still entered in GP1. No, GP2, sorry.
There you go.
Yep, GP2. Yeah, it is a GP2 car, and most of the spec E46s are. Interestingly, that car has the same driver lineup, +1, that the 147 does. So I'm a little curious as to what the purpose of that car is, whether it's a, hey, extra track time, if you want to run it, we can run it, or if it's a, we're going to try and split the entire race using what is basically the same driver lineup. Try and get an update on that.
Well, they posted in chat. It's a spec E46, just giving the driver extra seat time.
Nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured based on the way it was, put into the entry list. And nice to have more Head Speed Works participating. Given the Random Vandals number 28, the business through the S's here. I mean, that car is, I don't know if we have the onboard for that car, but you'll see it just tucked up behind that GT4 car. Absolutely, pace for, or with the GT4 pace through that long sequence of left and right hand corners. I think, gentlemen, as we complete hour number 2 at NOLA Motorsports Park, it's time to pay our bills again and go say hi to Hagerty Motorsports and Cooper and Sentinel and all of our friends that make what we do possible, certainly on a commercial level. DriversEye Live has the coverage from NOLA Motorsports Park, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, joined by JT Tammy and Ryan West. Zach Johnson on production, and Joseph Mudrock silently fixing all of our issues in the background. Incidentally, probably causing a few more for him to fix later on, but this is the way. Thanks for joining us. We've got 155 or so at last check, and a reasonably robust chat this morning. It's nice to have everybody along for the season opener for the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. By no means a full house entry list wise, but certainly a full house up here in race control and all the normal players and folks we like to see on down in the paddock as well. Race being led at the moment overall by the number 58 from Stratus Racing, Sebico NP01, one stop completed. This is the case for most of our race leaders at the moment. Leads the GTU class and the race overall from the number 123 NFC Motorsports, who is your GTO leader, about 31 seconds behind the number 58. And some of this may be traffic, but I'm also getting the sense that maybe Stratus is sort of managing the overall gap at the moment. You know, these NP01s can be a little fragile. And in fairness, while the apex curbs here are sort of high and not usable for a low-slung, stiffly built prototype, the exit curbs are very harshly serrated. And if we're ripping around, you know, a place like NOLA in a downforce car, you wonder if maybe it isn't better to just stay off those curbs, not to put the big vertical loads through the suspension, and just try and preserve the car as much as you can. And if you're going to hold the lead back to the GTO field when you've got 5 or 6 seconds a lap in hand, if you need it, it's not that much. It's probably 3 or 4 seconds. But anyway, if maybe you just don't play it safe, manage that gap since you've got the class lead anyway. And I'm wondering if that's where Stratus 58 is at the moment. In GTO, however, lead margins come down a little bit. 2.9 seconds from NFC Motorsports back to the 909 from Automatic Racing. They both completed 2 pit stops here, so we're back on even terms with the Mercedes and the Aston Martin, and a longer lap from the 123 in what is presumably some traffic. It's brought the gap down from just about 6 seconds down to 2.9. So it might be game on here in GTO, at least for a little bit. It's a further 25 seconds back to the 99 BMW from Team GTR. And Team ACP Tanger and Associates, the number 52 back in P4 in class. Capstone Motorsports is your second place GTU car. 5th place overall at the moment, and a little over a lap off of the class leading Stratus number 58. Resetting the general production classes, GP1 led by Choice Racing by 33 seconds from Moorhead Speedworks. You may recall when we went back to green that margin was not 33 seconds. It was something closer to 2. But such has been the consistency and the pace of the number 522 this morning that gap has gone right out. And then number 191 from Overnight Motorsports back there holding down 3rd in class. We've had some issues for that number 125, haven't we, JT? At least a pit stop.
Yeah, it was a longer pit stop, so that definitely dropped them down the order. They were running up in 3rd. We haven't seen the rest of the cars pit lately yet, so I'm going to keep an eye on that, see where it comes out in relation to the 191 from Overnight Motorsports.
Yeah, if we're picking out expected pit stops here, GP1 doesn't have tremendously reliable data at the moment, since most of those stops are made under full course yellow. But another 7 or 8 laps here, and we're going to start seeing the GTO leaders into the pits. Same goes for GTU. We're not terribly far off around the GTU pit stops there either. We jump on board the number 46 from Ginger Racing. BMW M3.
Yeah, Ginger has had some decent pace, running relatively consistent towards their fastest lap. Unfortunately, they had that issue right at the start, pitting on the opening lap. But they're just out there being consistent, staying out of trouble, and we should see them start to work their way back up the field in GP1 as the day goes on, as is the case with them. I believe our GP2 leaders on pit road, Stan's Racing MX-5, as is the 178 JNR Honda Civic. Good to see that Sebring Motorsports BMW is back out on track in GTO after coming to a halt earlier for our second full course yellow, I believe.
Sorry. Put forward some things to race control next door.
It's fine. I just get to watch the beautiful Corvette here from 94 Motorsports.
You were discussing GP2, I assume?
I wasn't.
Well, we'll finish up our reset here. You mentioned the 198 potentially.
I was, and the JNR Civic, yes, so I was.
Right. So Valdez Motorsports, the number 75, back up onto the lead lap. And depending on when the 198 exits the pit lane here, assuming it is in the pit lane, maybe a little battle on here for the GP2 class lead, where Scallion Motorsports is in third at the moment. It's put in its best lap of the race, a 2:01 flat. So, and if we had any remaining questions about track conditions, I think we should be largely in the clear there. GP3, AOA Racing, the number 55, leads from the 3:18 of Voodoo Garage NOLA by a little over 2 laps. The Voodoo Garage NOLA RX-8 has some pace, but has had some issues this morning. So just come by start finish here, bouncing off the rev limiter. So they are they've got some work to do, but I think they've got enough of a pace advantage if they want it, that they've got plenty of time left to actually take this back to the 55 on pace. So let's keep an eye on that. Number 85 AOA Racing sits in third, having lost now 6+ laps to that number 55. Stands Racing exits the pits in GP2, and looking for the number 75 from Valdez Motorsports to my right.
Should be a gray MX-5.
I don't see it just at the moment. Might kind of a bad angle if it's down the front straightaway. There it is. Just come by start finish now. Best lap of the race for itself on 1:59.7, and the margin is just a tick under 30 seconds. So no change then in GP2 as a result of that pit stop for Stands Racing, but it does close that margin up a little bit. Now Valdez, it hasn't been long since Valdez was in. Stands Racing pitted under the first full course yellow. Oh, we actually had 2 stops from Stands Racing.
What's
that about?
Not sure.
Interesting.
So that's a total of 3 stops for them so far.
Yeah, so one of those is unexpected. So they've actually just lost whatever safety margin they had built up. That's a much bigger margin than I think I was expecting. But good on them. And hopefully whatever clearly had some type of issue brought them into the pits. But they've got, ooh, what a smoke. Oh, that's car off and into the tires at turn. Nope, got it stopped.
Ooh, good save. That is one of the overnight Boxsters. I believe the 197. Because I'm not seeing a blue hardtop.
That was very interesting. I saw a little bit of smoke, and then all of a sudden the car just and pulls out in front of, I think, the number 75 from Valdez. Yeah, that car just took off to the right. Almost like he overcorrected, and then off it went.
Well, that's what happens when there's a lot of weight behind the driver, and you get squirrely.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tricky sequence. 8 and 9 on its own would be fine, right? The IndyCar layout here that they, designed when IndyCar came to town for its one and done affair. You unload from 9 is just a simple, right and left flick, and then set off down the straightaway. But the original design of the track is a long, winding series of S's that require you to keep the car loaded up all the way through 9 and then swing it back to the right for 10. And if you really try and haul the car onto the apex at 9, because it's such a long corner and you're coming in at speed, if you get that motion, that momentum at the rear of the car starting to swing around, it's really challenging to get it back. And I wonder if that's just what happened there. Like you said, all that mass at the back of the car started to swing around to the left, and by the time he went to correct it, it was always going to come hard back the other way.
Mm-hmm. So that was the 191 that had been third, so they have now ceded the position to the number 3 Corvette.
Nice. Good showing by the Corvette early here.
Yeah,
I mean, I say it's early. It's enough time that you can take advantage of little inconsistencies from other teams and cars, little mistakes, mechanical problems. But it's still, I mean, be 2 hours 21 in and onto the GP1 podium is great showing from 9.4.
Yeah, I mean, it's as pointed out in chat, the build was finished Friday morning.
Nice.
So as with new builds, you tend to have some teething problems, but we're not seeing that so far. So fingers crossed that they stay out of the pits and on track, and hopefully they'll get a really good result from it.
Yeah, I had missed that message actually. It's nice to see that's a new build. I was curious as to whether they had bought it from Braunschweig, was one of the C5. Oh, that's a C6, isn't it? But some of the other Corvette. I'm trying to remember who the other Corvette.
KBT.
KBT. Thank you. Couldn't remember that. I could see the car in my head. Blue and yellow, number 33. It is a C5. Is it?
It should be.
And I can't tell. Can't tell.
Doesn't AOA have one as well?
Ooh, they have
a
the
C7
in GTO. It is a C5, 2002 Chevy Corvette. So, potentially, there are 3 C5 GP1 cars floating around. Which, hey, guys.
Potentially, yeah. The others run GTO, but we're seeing the GP1 Corvette can work pretty decent.
Yeah, that's nice. NFC, having lost some time in traffic a couple of laps ago, now has their lead margin back to the 909. Just starting to extend out a little bit again. 153.6 last time for automatic, 151.7 from the Mercedes, and the margin is 8.5 seconds as a result. Your GP1 class leader, Choice Racing, up into the top 10 overall, up in 9th. Not quite as high as they've been during the day on pit stop rotation, but seems to be kind of where they've landed for the moment.
Thinking we have a Birmingham Road race on pit lane right now. Unfortunately, at the tail end of GP1. However, they have been running consistently very quick in class.
Sorry, did we mention the number 2 is back out from Team ACP, Tangerine Associates?
We have not. Excellent.
Yeah, that was the car that was being pushed not very quickly.
Yeah. So it goes quickly on track. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, when it's out there, and whatever they did to it, they've got it fixed. It just didn't look like they were very much in a hustle to do anything with it. Like it had some slightly more terminal issue, but nevertheless, that ACP Tangerine Associates crew has got things well sorted. Did anybody watch the Dubai 24 Hours out of interest?
No, I just watched bits of it. I don't think I understood what was going on though, with all the target times and head-on laps and all the other stuff.
I was curious if ACP had run the 24-hour series again earlier this year. One of the few very international representatives of the World Racing League and other forms of motorsports. I'll have to take a look. On board the 909 from Automatic Racing, the Aston Martin. Just come by me on the front straightaway here. So onboards have a little bit of a delay, which is a great opportunity to mention as we move forward into 2023. If you're watching from home or you're participating elsewhere, if you'd like to, a great way to help us improve our broadcast is to send us a direct RTMP link for your onboard feeds. We'll put together something a little more formal before Road Atlanta, but we're going to start prioritizing those direct links. They're much, much easier for us to manage. They're much, much more in sync with our trackside cameras and overall just a better quality of production, which is something we're always striving for. And while the onboards are, an invaluable part of what we do and how we follow races and how we share the World Racing League, a direct link streamed sent over to us would be a great way to really kind of help push things along for us. Feel free to get in touch with me directly or with us on Facebook, and we'll help you get set up with that. If you're on a Sentinel camera, the Sentinel Video Network will do that for you. It's free for the month of January. If you were to sign up over there, $12 a month after that. Our good friends over at Sentinel and Candelaria Racing Products are very easily set up to get you both an RTMP link and a direct push to whatever social media channels you desire. So get in touch with me, get in touch with James over at Candelaria Racing Products, and by all means, we'll get you set up there. It goes a long way towards making our broadcast look that much better and that much more put together. So, but enough about that. I looked at the. Go ahead.
I was just to say, I'm wondering if maybe there's a driver change for Stan's Racing in GP2. It's been a little bit off pace since it's come back out from that, what we assumed was an unscheduled stop. Valdez has gone by and taken the lead in the class and has already put 8.5 seconds gap.
So I would hope that it's a driver change and not a lingering issue from that unscheduled stop, or maybe that caused that unscheduled stop, right? You'd hope that everything is well with that car and it's just a new driver, adjusting to the car, the conditions, whatever it might be. Is it desperately off pace?
It's been
6. It's getting there.
6, 7, and 9. Yeah. It's getting quicker, but it's
to Valdez credit. They've also just put in their fastest lap of the session, 1:58.9. So
if you look at this last stint from Valdez, it's been relatively quick, mostly averaging around a 2-minute flat or so. You were saying before I so rudely interrupted.
I don't. No. I was done with that. I was just going to make an offhand comment about looking at the clocks thing we have in the corner of our multi-view screen here for us to commentate from, and saw that it was 11:30. I was like, wow, we're really doing well today. It's just rocketing by, and then I remembered that we're in Central Time and Zach is in Eastern Time, and it's only 10:30 and 2.5 hours in.
More East Coast
behind the
bias for
curtain. Sure. Well, I mean, not in Louisiana. Just means we'd be a little further along than we are. A little peek behind the curtain here. DriversEye Live, for those of you that have been watching our streams and following along from home or from the track, will know that we're covering some sprint racing this year as well with the SCCA Super Tour. This has meant that I went to Homestead to test our equipment and to do some development work with Zach and Joseph and get our production stuff squared away. The first weekend in January. I was at Sebring last weekend for the Super Tour event. I'm in New Orleans this weekend. It's 3 straight weekends at the racetrack for me. And while I love every weekend at the racetrack, this is the first time I've done this ever. Like, even from my marshalling days, I've never been away 3 weekends in a row covering racing. And so, I love it. Love every minute at the track. NOLA's been, it's a great facility, if nothing else. I don't go to the French Quarter when I'm here, but I am now. I'm putting this alongside, or after 2 other weekends at the racetrack, and it's just a moment of personal adjustment for me, and more of that to come later in the season. I think we're going to have a few more triple header type weekends coming up, so see how that goes. Ryan is going to be on site at Road Atlanta.
I am. I'm going to be there for the GTO Palooza. I'm excited.
Oh, it's GT Palooza because
GT Palooza. Well. Excuse me. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm going to be pumped. We're going to do a podcast beforehand. I've decided. I'm going to.
You solo?
I mean, I would prefer not to do it solo, but I want to run down the entry, man.
Sure.
We got stuff to talk about. We got things to things to see, things to say. You know,
I can participate. I'm going to be stuck at. Well, I'm going to be in Austin, but we could do something like that. That'd be fun.
Maybe we'll hear from some of the competitors. Maybe I'll hit the phones, get some interviews going. Start harassing some people for that.
Don't do that. Well, don't do that.
You have to. People. You have to. It's PR, dude. You just got to keep asking. You just got to keep going. So
look, if there's one event I'm disappointed to miss on the WRL schedule this year, it's that one. I'm a big multi-class guy. I'm a big, let traffic do what it's going to do, and Road Atlanta is a perfect place for that. For having traffic make a real difference in the outcome of races. It's part of the reason Petit Le Mans is as special as it is. However, if you're going to send a full field of Grand Touring cars or a full field of production cars like we'll have in July out anywhere and let them just do their thing in a single class type of environment or a single grouping or single category, GT versus GP, I think Road Atlanta is a great place to do it. It's a full field of cars. There's no worries about field splits. Your only traffic is, your in-class competitors, other than the GTUs. I think Road Atlanta is going to be a phenomenal weekend. I'm really excited to see what happens.
I'm excited to check out Atlanta, where I might have, in one universe, ended up having to live right now. So,
having to live. That's a nice way to put it.
I mean, I'd rather be on the West Coast. I think everybody knows that. There's, we don't have to dwell on that too much, but
I've often heard that Brazelton is the Willows of the East Coast.
Of the East Coast, I believe that.
People have said it's Chico without the college.
That would make it like every other town in Northern California, which is to say, completely uninteresting.
Yeah, so Willows. Glenn County, Georgia.
Glenn County, Georgia. Just outside Yolo County, Georgia.
Anyway, look, we can knock on Road Atlanta because everybody knows that it's a joke because Road Atlanta is awesome. Michelin Raceway.
Absolutely.
Atlanta, excuse me. Yeah, it's going to be a great race. I'm excited to see what the output is from the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. You're gonna have a good time.
I'm excited.
And then we get, as we said, we get to do the production thing in July at Road Atlanta. Split races for the first time. It's sort of a trial thing for the World Racing League. And I think it's a good opportunity. Oh no, MMR's into the paddock
again. Well, they came down pit lane last lap, unscheduled. They went back out, and now we just saw on the screen about 20 seconds ago them coming back down pit road again. So they're having a problem.
Good thing we said all those nice things about Ford earlier when they were doing well.
Absolutely.
Slow Stratus 59 in the S's.
Now that was the car that's already had issues today. Is that correct? Yeah, yes. The 58's the leader.
Yes, they both had issues, but yeah.
Yeah, 59 had the much more substantial issues. That car is dead stick and grinding to a halt out of 12 and into 13. I don't think it's going to make it to pit entry. Unless it can ride on the starter motor for another 200 to 300 yards, it's not making it there. Now, this is the first car we've had stopped on track since our last full course yellow. It's been a minute, and with the track being dry now, I wonder if they're going to be able to do this as a hot pull. I think you can just about see it on screen. It's a little small for me to tell, but it would be in behind the corner station there on the way into turn 13. Bright yellow NP01. Yeah, it's basically stopped now. It's actually stopped now. There you go. All right, so we'll keep an ear and eye out at the starter stand and race control, see if anything changes. They've got a safety truck ready to go from midway down the front straightaway. As a couple of cars exit the pit lane, the 82. It's the Continental Tire sponsored Random Vandals entry. And the number 6 from Racer Motors, who I think will have been in on
4th. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that was scheduled.
I don't think
unless
so.
They're running very short on fuel. That doesn't seem like they ought to have been in. Now, they're on the same lap as that 59, so as it turns out, they're actually going to pick up a spot this lap despite just coming out of the pits. But they're 4 laps in arrears of the class-leading number 58 from Stratus.
Well, if we had Scott Michaels with us, we could get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, Scott's having a rough go at Daytona at the moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, virtual Daytona, anyway.
Ooh.
He's got turn 1, lap 1.
Oh.
Yeah, not good. Double yellow. Safety car stands up. The double yellow is out at start finish. Although not just reflected on timing yet.
There we go.
There it is. And we are going to pick up... should be the pale blue number 58 from Stratus Racing. Although admittedly I don't see him on track at the moment. So they ought to be, if the 58, and it is into the pit lane, the 58 is in the pit lane, we'll be picking up the next car on track that was behind the 58 as the RX-8 goes for a spin at the exit of turn 11 into the mud, up the other side, and it's going to come to a stop just before the tire wall at turn 11. A long, lurid slide from that RX-8. We've got to pass under double yellow through the S's between one of the Porsche Boxsters. I don't think the field has quite caught up to our situation just yet. Oh, and that RX-8 is stuck. There's a big ditch full of mud at driver's right as you swing back into the left-hander at turn 11. You can see it just down and to the right there, and it made it all the way through to the other side of that. And as he pulled away from the spin, is trying to get up that hill, but there's so much mud down in that ditch that I think he's going to be stuck there trying to climb out of that hill. Or climb up that hill out of that little valley there.
Well, 200 tread wear tires is probably easier to get out of that ditch than it would be in any other racing car. So.
It's all relative because I think if he were to go right or left, it would probably give him an easier incline to work against. But I don't even know if he's going to have the traction to be able to do that. 58 exits the pit lane and completes lap number 77. In doing so, retains the overall race lead as we get what I think are going to be wholesale pit stops here from most of the GTO field. 4 is in and out as well from second in GTU. So our GTO class leader, NFC Motorsports, and second place, the Automatic Racing number 909, were under a second apart at start-finish. So they ought to be right together on track, and I don't think either of them have made it into the pits yet. Either they're both in or neither are in. GTR 99, I know for sure is in. Saw them enter the pit lane just as we were going to full course yellow, anticipating exactly this situation. 28 is in and out. 909 is on the way, and I have not seen a Mercedes AMG GT4 as yet. There is a chance for the first time in some hours, we're going to have a new GTO race leader. Indeed we do.
Excellent.
The 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin trips timing. And in doing so, takes the GTO Grand Touring over. Class lead on lap number 77. GTR 99 is going to come out ahead of the 123 as well. And, oh, man. So you'll see this here on the turn 1 camera. Well, we'll let somebody else decide. There was a very real chance that those 3 cars were going to be split by the safety car. When they crossed the beam at start-finish, the 99 GTR BMW was ahead of the safety car. The 123 was behind the safety car. Right? And as they accelerated out of the pit lane, they both ended up in front of the safety car but for about 10 seconds there, it looked as though the 123 was going to get caught in the safety car line, and the 99 was going to be ahead of the safety car line. To our benefit, they've kept them all together now. Right? So all 3 GTO class leaders are going to be right together on track, fresh pit stops, on the same cycle and rotation. So good news in GTO, assuming that the 123 is going to be able to stay on the lead lap. And I think it should. It didn't pass anybody on track. It was still very much in the pit exit lane. So left front tire's good. Is that what I heard?
Bad news for the number 3 Corvette. They have lost a lap for passing under yellow.
Oh. They had just gotten onto the GP1 podium as well.
Radio check, radio check.
Ginger struggling to get out of its box.
Yeah, that sounds... Well, wipers aren't going to help, man. Car sounds like it's running.
Come on, baby. Second gear, use second gear. I am. Go.
Shouting going on.
Letting the moment handle itself here.
Second gear. It is.
Yeah, he's refiring it on pit road. Bump starting it. He's in second gear by the sound of it.
Yeah. He's not having any luck. I think so. I'm watching it in real. This is obviously on a little bit of delay. I'm now watching it down in the pit lane, and they're still pushing it, just not like it's trying to be bump started. Second pit stop from the number 99. So that's very interesting. So what you're watching here is the number 46 troubleshooting its inability to get restarted down the pit lane here in real time. You're listening to it as well. Communication between crew and driver. Trying second gear, trying a second fuel pump. And just really not getting anywhere fast with it. And into the paddock it goes. So problems for the number 46 GP1 entered Ginger Racing BMW. That car sitting 5th in GP1 at the moment. The car's behind him having issues, but not going to fall terribly far, or sorry, doesn't have to go terribly far before it falls out of real contention in class there.
Fun fact, that was briefly a pass for position, I believe, on pit road between it and the pitted Corvette.
Ah, the food truck. That's right.
GTR 99 pit stop choice there is interesting.
Driver change?
I don't know. Part of me that wondered, tires?
Nah, surely not.
Well,
surely not.
yes.
It's 2 hours in. Come on.
It's
It
2
can't
hours
be tires.
Listen. Give me a second. It's
All
2
right.
hours and 45 minutes in. It's a little bit longer than normal. If you know you're going... Now, it is a 9-hour race instead of an 8-hour race, so it's not quite working in my favor. But if you know that you're going to have to change tires at some point today, if you know you can make it 5 hours or 6 hours on a set of tires, while you have this long full course yellow, why would you not get it done now? You might sacrifice some pace at the end, but, there is a chance here that Again, purely suspicion on my part, and just trying to figure out why you would pit twice under a full course yellow. But I'm wondering if that's the call here, especially on what is still a pretty abrasive circuit for most of the lap. There's also a chance here that we're delivering lunches to the corner workers. Is this something they did last year, Ryan?
It is.
Yeah, okay. It's something I don't think we've seen since our 25-hour days, but...
No, they do it a couple other places, too, not just here.
Yeah. No. And it makes sense. I mean, the corner stations are by and large in the infield, and there's just no access out there. So it has to be done this way. Also, one of the few... I mean, NOLA doesn't host endurance racing very much in general. I don't think it's a big part of what they do here. So the infrastructure is really set up to support, sprint racing, shorter days, well-defined lunch breaks, or at the very least session breaks.
Right.
This is not our reality here.
Well, until tomorrow, where we will have a break.
We will not.
Oh, we will not? Well, that's good. I thought we did.
No. So this is the first time I think we've seen this, and I'd like to talk to RJ about it a little bit. But I think this is the first time we've had such an early finish on a Sunday.
Okay.
Listening to the Ginger Racing chatter down in the paddock now. Well, they haven't pushed it into a stall, but they are still working on it. No, we've got an early finish on Sunday, 3 o'clock local. And they've set up this weekend's schedule as a 9 and 7 without the break. I assume specifically to get done earlier on Sunday. Now, some of that may be track requested. Maybe they need the paddock cleared out. Maybe it's to give folks an opportunity to get home on Sunday night. Coming back from this part of the country, a couple hours to get torn down and then catch a flight at 6 or 7 o'clock. All of those are potentially options. And to be honest with you, I wish I'd have known, because I could have gotten home Sunday night as well. But anyway, it's an interesting little change to the schedule here, not even for not having the quiet hour, as we often do on these 9-7 weekends instead of the 8 and 8 weekends. So a little unique. I wouldn't even call it a twist. Just a little change to the way we typically do things in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And we'll see how it pans out. It also kind of creates 2 separate races. I mean, the 8 and 8 obviously very much functions as 2 separate days and opportunity to come back if you have problems on the Saturday, do it again on Sunday. But now, I mean, you're talking about a difference of 2 full hours.
Right.
That's 1 to 2 full stints. And it doesn't necessarily make Sunday a sprint race. But, if you have a big fuel advantage that relies on getting that extra 1 or 2 stints in to cut out a pit stop or whatever the case might be, now you potentially do have 2 very different races playing out.
Right.
JNR number 178 exits the pit lane. Meanwhile, the worker lunch delivery truck is at turn 5 at the moment. So
might this be a good time for an ad or 2?
It might be. If Zach is prepared for an ad, we can...
oh, look at that. Cues it right up.
Pay some more bills. Yeah, he's a lot more prepared than we are for this kind of thing. We just play down to Zach's level. Anyway, let's take a quick break here on DriversEye Live. The World Racing League powered by Hagerty rolls on from NOLA Motorsports Park. We are just short of 3 hours in, well over 6 hours remaining in race 1 of 2023. We'll be back on DriversEye Live in just a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park. It's the World Racing League. It's the first round of 2023. Welcome, everybody. This is DriversEye Live, bringing you flag-to-flag coverage of the NOLA Motorsports Park 9+7, powered by Hagerty this weekend. My name is Ryan West. We've got JT Tammy on the West Coast. We've got Brendan on the East Coast, usually, but he's actually there in person. Not sure what he's off doing, probably getting some lunch. And then we've also got Zach Johnson at the controls, making sure that everything flows smoothly. Welcome. Happy to see you. Looks like the lights on the safety car are still on. I believe we're currently delivering worker lunch as part of a scheduled yellow, if you will. Making sure that all the people on the infield are able to have something to eat, with 6 hours and 6 minutes left to go here for day number 1. So we're 3 hours in. Once again, it's a 9+7 event this weekend, so 9 hours today, 7 hours on Sunday. The same amount of running, but as Brendan was talking about right before the break, just a little bit different format than usual. So people who can save some fuel are going to be able to take some advantages here today that they might not be able to tomorrow. Zach has pre-queued the weather, which I will introduce here as he moves it over to the screen, hopefully. We had a little bit of rain earlier, just a bit. It was enough to cause an issue for the 87. The Camaro ended up getting into the wall during the kind of bout of rain that we had, but it looks like it's starting to clear up here. It looks like there might be a little bit coming up from the southwest there, but we're missing most of the rain. As you can see, it's all moving to the north of us here. So hopefully some dry running left to go, at least for the teams. At least I personally love seeing it in the rain. If you want to make the racing more interesting, just add water, if you will. A little bit of discussion this year as well. We had talked about at the beginning of the broadcast. This race last year was incredibly hot, and they had just ground down the track. This track surface being a little bit on the older side was a little bit bumpy. And so they were actually doing grinding the day before on the track, which was tearing up the tires quite badly, and added an interesting strategy wrinkle. I don't think we're going to see those same problems here, but again, this track a little bit more abrasive than a lot of the tracks that we go to. Of course, bits of it have been repaved, and then you've also had a whole season's worth of running since that track grinding took place. So hopefully a little bit smoother on the team's wallets, if you will. JT, how you feeling so far? 6 hours to go, and then presumably a 3-hour stint for you behind the wheel of a GT3 car.
I'm doing good. I'm actually going to be in the BMW prototype.
Ah, I see. Okay, in the GTP.
Yeah, unfortunately, it sounds like about 20 minutes ago we got wrecked out of the lead, but we'll work our way back up.
Out of the lead?
Yeah, we apparently got pole for our league race, and we're leading for first hour and a half or so.
Looks like we have a driver change down at the AOA racing car. Of course, they usually run the MX-5 Miatas. No need to hurry under yellow. You're not losing as much time as you would usually, so just taking it nice and slow here. Looks like that guy's name is Ryan, going by his helmet. something Ryan Erd, Edward Howard, something like that. I bet if I pull up the entry list, I would actually be able to read that and know who that was.
Want to see AOA bring out their TCR sometime?
Oh yeah, they have the
that would be
RS3,
fantastic.
do they not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those TCR cars have fallen out of favor a little bit here, and I assume some of it is, well, I know some of it is the, chewing through front tires a little bit more. It's not ideal. That car would have lost some of its fuel advantage it had by being a little bit lighter and making a little bit less power, in seasons past. And the GT4 car was generally favored more heavily as a platform. I think we saw the end of last year, at least one team owner kind of heavily regret their decision to move away from TCR and towards GT4. But it would be nice to see some of those TCR cars keep a place here in the WRL paddock and on the entry list. I think we get one for Road Atlanta. Tooth Autosport, I think, has got an RS3 TCR. So
that'll be a bit in the deep end there. There's nowhere to hide. You can't make up time in traffic. It's just going to be straight, one-on-one fight up against the GT4 cars.
There we go. Random vandals on board. And a really
Excellent.
Nice, kind of unique perspective there. High cameras mounted a little higher up in the middle of the windshield. A nice view out of the front of the number 28. We've got one for the number 82 as well, but we're a little limited by how many of these YouTube links we can pull in a day or at any given time. So there's your 28. Got the 909 automatic on board queued up at the moment as well. Moorhead Speedworks. The number 147 is available for us at the moment. Of course, we saw the 85 AOA Racing on board a little earlier when we were doing our they were doing their driver change. No driver changes for us here.
None at all. Except for here in an hour. And then we will
is today your day?
Today is the day.
Yeah, okay. Let's just be in JT for a while then, Zach. I don't know if Joseph wants to step in. I don't know what Joseph's up to.
I think Joseph said he'd be willing to step in while I go watch some high level, the best basketball that the Northeast Metro has to offer.
I watched VCU and Richmond play last night, the Capital City Classic, Battle for Richmond.
Excellent.
It was a good game until about 15 minutes ago, and then it was not a good game.
That
news,
is unfortunate.
Gents. We are going back to green finally at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Outstanding.
The 2021 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season rolls on. Pace car is in, green flag waves, and we are back to racing. 3 hours almost on the dot through race one of the weekend. A third of the way through our business today. Plenty to come tomorrow. Field led at the moment by the number 58 from Stratus Racing, the Sebaco NP01, by 9 seconds from the GTO class leading 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. NFC Motorsports in second, just off the tail end of that Aston Martin. Third in GTO, fourth overall, the number 99 from GTR, the BMW M4. Team ACP Tangerine Associates a lap further back, but still fourth in class, fifth overall, second place in GTO at the moment. Your Capstone Motorsports number 4, Sebaco NP01. MMR back into the paddock, which makes a hard left-hand turn at the end of pit lane. That's currently 7th back in GP1. That class being led for the first time in a while by the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. And I wonder here if this is just super bad luck on pit stop rotation. JT, you may have been keeping an eye on this a little bit more closely than I was, but looks like the 522 pitted from the class lead just before the full course yellow came out, whereas the 147 was able to pit under the full course yellow, and whatever the rotation of the car that got picked up by the safety car or whatever that situation was, it's left that 147 with a decent advantage here. As I look through the S's.
Of course, last year, tears for the 147 with 7 laps to go. Having that car just not quite have the juice to finish the race. I don't remember what the problem actually was on that. I believe it was broken, but I'm not certain. But it was kind of towards the mid part of the lap. They had to pull off drivers left, and there ended up being a safety car at the end. They were in a pretty good position, as I recall. I believe they were leading last year.
We had all kinds of drama at the end of last year, didn't we?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Yeah, it broke down 15 minutes ago, but it still won the race.
That's right, because they were enough of a lap ahead.
Yes,
that it didn't matter.
They were far enough of a lead over Big Mission that they broke down turn 5, I think it was, out by the Gators.
Mm-hmm. Listen,
and had to wait.
I'm prepared to eat a hat on this one. Oh. No, well, yes, also that. I'm prepared to eat a hat on this one, but I don't know if we're going to see a 6 or 7 lap margin at any point in GP1 this year.
I don't think so either.
I don't think you're going to be able to afford to lose 15 minutes at the end of a race and still win a class. It's possible, but...
Well, again, last year was kind of a weird race with the tires and everything. There was a lot going on. Certainly doesn't look like that's going to be the case today.
Arguably the most unique race we had last year. And we had all kinds of weird things happen down the stretch, but when I think back to just races that don't play out like any other WRL race, this one truly stood out. And we had GTO and GTU kind of, very, very evenly matched. We had didn't somebody run out of fuel on the last lap?
I believe so.
609 maybe.
Yeah,
one of the round 3 cars. I mean, we had all the tire business. Just a really interesting race weekend overall. Just to put a period on things, by the way, I did hear back from RJ Till with World Racing League. Some of it was travel limitations, some of it to help shake up fuel strategies a little bit. So it's a broader, it wasn't driven by any one thing, this move to a 9 and 7 this weekend, but it is going to make its appearance at a few other events later in the season. Never mind our normal quiet hour races at Barber and Road Atlanta, but we are also going to have more of these 9 and 7s to shake things up a little bit and make it much more defined as 2 separate races, 2 very different races in the way these strategies play out. And a 3 o'clock finish at the end of the weekend never hurt anybody either. Anyway.
GTR now in second, getting around the NFC AMG.
Interesting. I think that may be the first time that NFC car's been passed on track today. They've made some passes, or they've been tucked in behind somebody, but once they were out in front, they were out in front. I don't know that they've been passed like that, just on track, really at any point. It was a 2-minute .1 lap as well.
Yeah. So if you take a look at the laps, it's possible that they had a driver change this last pit stop under yellow.
So I believe that, especially with 3 hours gone, it would make sense that you do a driver change there.
So, yeah, getting adjusted as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
To new conditions for them.
And then that'll move the ACP Tangerine Associates car. Let's see. We'll wait for timing to reset. I don't know how close that's going to be. They're still quite a ways behind, it looks like. So the top 3 in GTO very much checked out from the rest of the field, including the 52, the 111, the 28, and the 82. Mostly BMW there with a Supra, which is still a BMW. Breaking up the group there. And it does look like... Yeah, ACP is a full lap down on the rest of the field. So NFC, as long as they can stay consistent here, pretty good chance of holding on to third, as long as they can have some consistent pace for the rest of this driver's stint, maybe get another driver in there and start to try to take the battle back, because they're only 8.4 seconds behind the GTR right now. Maybe that gap swells a little bit. Maybe the GTR ends up with a little bit slower driver in to close it out. But still the top 3 very much anyone's game.
Last lap was a 55.6, so they're back on pace.
Right.
I think this GTR 99 is going to be embroiled in a battle for the class lead here in a couple of laps' time.
Yeah.
Well, and as we've seen before, in sprint racing, but as well as endurance racing, 2 cars battling at the front is going to usually mean that the third car catches up a little bit, because both of the cars up front are slowing each other down, trying to make passes, trying to make blocks, and they're not going to be on their optimal line, which, in theory, should let the NFC Motorsports car catch back up a little bit. I know that we have the onboard for the 909. We're still 4 seconds adrift, so probably not super useful yet, but hopefully we'll be able to catch that. Yeah, there we go. As we go on board.
Second camera there faces the driver rather than out the back of the car. Which,
right.
Wow, listen to that. It's so good. Static notwithstanding.
Absolutely.
But like you mentioned, it's 3.8 seconds and closing all the time. A little bit wide there at 6. Car accelerates awfully quickly down on the run here into turn number 8. And this is the S's portion of the track I was talking about. We saw the Boxster go off. We saw the RX-8 go off. These long corners and change of direction that can really upset the car if you're trying to push or hustle it. And by all accounts, take your time there through the latter half of that portion of the track, and then on the brakes into this 13 through 16 complex. Had a comment earlier, this is one of their favorite corner combinations in racing. Very interesting to hear as an opinion. I do like the big wide corner exit here. Just run it out over all the curbing. I mean, it's like 6 layers of painted curbs deep. They're all very aggressively serrated, and you can basically push it as far, as close to the pit wall as you want. And there's fundamentally no track limits there on corner exit, other than the wall.
And that is my favorite.
You don't get too much of in modern motorsports these days, anyway.
Right. It is my favorite vantage point at the track to watch the race from. Now, that's not saying a whole lot, given that most of the track is flat. But that it's awful nice standing up there. I took it in for a little while and watched the race, and you can kind of see that.
Oh, pass for the lead!
Complex.
We just cut away from the camera.
There it is.
This is happening. Zach Sammy's getting taken away. Slow car at turn 4, which is, I think, kind of why we were cutting away there. But Racer Motors is slow. Sorry, it's the number 6 that's slow there at the exit of turn 5.
Oof.
So they did have a report of drivetrain issues earlier. I'm wondering if this is what's happening again.
And the 99, I think, is going to check out here. They've got plenty of pace. It looks like they're just able to get off the corner a little bit better through most of that section. Let's see how it goes through the S's here. A little bit less stop, turn, and go. A little bit more trying to carry speed here. We'll see if the Aston Martin's a little bit better suited to that. And no, it looks like the M4's way better in the corners here. And I don't know if that's down to tire choice or driver or both.
I think there's potentially a couple of things there.
Yeah,
I think you're talking about a 2014-ish GT4 car versus a pretty modern GT4 car with, you know, stability control and all the electronics that we know those M4s have.
Absolutely.
I think that the Aston Martin's a little bit more of a brute force type car.
Absolutely. So let's see how they fare on the straight here. Maybe the Aston Martin will reel him in. I know there's a lot of frontal area on that BMW to try to push effectively a sedan through the air, and no, that is not the case. They've got the legs on the straight too, so that's unfortunate for the 909. Without something weird happening, I think it'll be difficult for the 909 to catch that car, just given the pace differential we're seeing on the onboard here. Now, that is going to move the NFC. Let's see. No, NFC's 11.6 seconds behind, so they have lost a little bit more time. The GTR 99 put in a 152. We had been seeing 54, 56s from that front group there, but they just put in a 152. Actually, the 909, their ultimate pace is 2 seconds quicker than the 99, so the Aston, so far at least, has a faster overall lap available to them, but again, that's going to be driver dependent, I'm sure. And the NFC Motorsports car just cannot hang on to the pace at the front of the field. So if this stays the way it does right now, I think the front of GTO ends up being pretty stable, at least for the rest of the stint here.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd add to that is that, these things often happen in cycles. And, we've got some quick drivers in the 99 and the 909 at the moment with, maybe a less quick driver in the 123. But eventually that's going to come the other way, right? You're going to put a quick driver back into the 123. More likely than not going to see, the pace change in one or both of those lead GTO cars. It's just the nature of endurance racing. So I wouldn't count the NFC car out here by any stretch. And, sometimes a single full course yellow can wipe out whatever disadvantage you thought you were working against. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's also keep an eye on the 52, also currently lapping faster than that number 123 Mercedes. It's fourth in GTO, fifth overall. So I think there's a decent margin to be caught up there. And if I look at Joseph's timing software, it can tell me exactly how far. It's 1 minute and 45.6 from the 52 up to the 123. So some work to be done, but it's not impossible. That by the end of these stints, a stint or two here for each of these drivers, that we could have a little battle on here for third in GTO. Also keep eyes on the battle for P6 here? P7 in GTO, excuse me. 82 versus 170. So it's the second Random Vandals car and the second Thunder Bunny car, Porsche Cayman. It's currently a 28-second gap, but it is starting to come down. 1.8 second difference in lap time last time around to the 170's advantage. So, like I said, eyes on that battle there. I think within the next 10 to 12 laps here, we might have something to talk about towards the bottom end of the top 10 in class. On board the 82 BMW we just talked about, this is very obviously the Continental Tire sponsored BMW M4 GT4, the black and yellow. I'm not going to sing that song.
Yeah, you know what it is. Actually, it's orange, so it's not even an accurate song to play for that car.
Is it? Wait, what?
Continental's orange.
It's not really, though. Is that orange? Do you call it orange?
No, it is orange. That's not I call it orange. It is orange. Dunlop is yellow.
Okay.
See the DriverSeye Live logo in the top right? That's yellow.
I had this discussion many, many years ago with somebody who tried to tell me that a shade of orange, darker than that, more orange than that, was in fact yellow.
Then that person is a fool. Yeah, that's orange. Look at it. It's orange. Look at it.
It's like marigold, which is a shade of yellow. Really? You call it? No way. Well, I don't know. From farther away, it looks a little bit orange. When you get up to it up close, it looks a little more yellow. It's just not vibrant. It's just, it's marigold. That famous Continental marigold.
According to Continental Tire's media guide, the colors are Continental Yellow, Continental Black, Continental Silver, and Continental White.
Get in.
As the primary corporate colors.
Get in.
Dang it. That's so not yellow.
Who's got it better than me?
I'm just saying, if you showed a picture of that car to a child and asked it what color it'd be, what's the child going to say?
Yellow.
That's Pantone 137C. It's going to be a 255-65-0.
Like a tax code.
Or in hex, it's going to be FFA 500. So if you want to custom make that. That's for print and electronic media. Oh, look at this.
If Continental were going to sponsor a NASCAR race, it would be the FFA 500.
So how close is it to Insignia Yellow?
Oof. Oh, I don't know. I used to know the color code for the Golden Gate Bridge, because I liked painting cars that color.
Now
on
that's
video games.
orange.
That is orange. It's international orange or something.
This is why your sense of orange and yellow is a disaster. Because you grew up thinking that the Golden Gate Bridge was golden, when in actuality it was orange.
No, it is orange. That's fine. I don't think that's not yellow. Anyway. DriversEye Live. These hallowed grounds.
Welcome to the DriversEye Live mid-race podcast from NOLA Motorsports Park. Ooh, off and on from the number 28. And I think if we still have their onboard queued up, we'll be able to catch this on something of a replay. Yeah, we
did
do.
Just get a pass here, of course.
So there's a couple of things happening. Let's hop on board the 28 here and just let this happen through the S's. Oh, that's odd.
That did not sound good. That was a thump.
Oh, there's throttle. Something's going bad there. They're going to pull into the grass here.
That's very odd. Yeah, he's on his way into the pit lane. We've got it on our trackside camera on our multi-view here. I can also see it out the window, just making the hard right-hand turn into the pit lane. The exit of 16. That was a very differential, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's still got power, but it was mid-corner, and all of a sudden, the car just sort of stopped accelerating and took on a trajectory of its own. My guess here is going to be diff. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, problems for the number 28 Random Vandals BMW M4. That'll be out of 6th in GTO. And the next
that'll let the corporate teammate come through.
Exactly, yeah. It's the team that pays the bill. No. That'll let that number 82 through. Probably also let the number 170 through in the process. The 52, I wanted to mention this earlier, is I think it's got a wiggle on here. It's really hounding the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, which is not, it's not a battle for position. They're a lap apart, but I think there's a decent chance it's actually being held up by the Aston Martin. And it's happening as it's chasing down to the tune of 4.5 seconds last time around, trying to chase down that number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG. So if I'm singling a car out in our 30 to 35 cars on track at the moment, I think it would be that number 52 as really kind of setting itself apart at the moment, both in terms of its absolute pace and the work it's doing to try and close the gap to the car it's chasing. Still a long way to go. The Mercedes is through turn 1 as the ACP BMW is out of turn 4. So there's definitely a margin there, and it's, the better part of a full lap, but it's going to continue to come down as long as the driver pairing is what it is in those two cars.
Good to see the Thunder Bunny Cayman really going pretty quick this stint.
Whoa, 52.7.
Yeah.
That's a great lap.
And earlier they got down to 52.9 as well.
Yeah, William Barnes, Kai Goddard, Tane Griffin, and David M. Smith, 4 drivers in that car. So not any immediately recognizable names, at least to the broader sports car fan. But that car's got some pace to it at the moment. In fact, I think it was the fastest car on check GTUs actually. Not the fastest car on track. Very much belongs to the Stratus 58, but certainly the fastest car in GTO last time around. And again, it's a car that's got some motivation. There. Oh, that's 28.
Going back out while the Moorhead GP2 comes on the pit lane.
See what happens here on corner exit. He's giving it beans here.
The full beans.
Full beans.
Joseph's a lot better at that.
Yeah, he'll be here eventually, maybe.
Excellent. In fact, this might not be a bad time to get Joseph rolling here.
I'm wondering if the 28 suffered a tire issue, because it got back out pretty quick.
So that was kind of my thought as well. I didn't hear tires. Like, usually you can hear a puncture in an onboard, right?
Yeah.
Whether the tire's flapping around or not, you can usually hear that change happen either in real time or on the crawl back to the pits. It didn't sound bad. It was just going slowly. Whatever the case is, it appears to be mostly back on pace. 111 is going to unlap itself from the NFC Motorsports Mercedes down here at turn 13, and in fact, it just has. Listen to that RX-8. Quick back run through the production classes. GP1 led at the moment by Moorhead Speedworks. As has been the case, I think, since the most recent full course yellow, leads from the number 522. Now, the 522 was most of a lap down, so it's been its task to try and close that margin down, and to some degree it's been successful. I think it's down to about a minute and a half between the 147 and the 522. So Choice Racing Car is very slowly getting back towards the class lead, but still plenty of time to be picked up there. 191 from Overnight Motorsports sits in third ahead of its teammate, the number 197 in P4. 94 Motorsports, the C5 Corvette back there in fifth. PC Racing, the number 44, down in sixth. The GP2 led by Valdez Motorsports, ahead of Rapscallion Motorsports, the number 469 in second. Stands Racing into and out of the pits again. I think. No, that was not scheduled. They've had.
You're correct.
Holy cow. 6 pit stops already for that Stands Racing car, and this third one was, I mean, not very long at all after their most recent. They've had 3 in pretty quick succession here.
Yeah, no, if you'll recall, they had issues when leading the class, and they have not been able to figure out what is, bothering that car right now.
GP3 led by AOA Racing first and second, 55 from 85. 8-lap margin already out in GP3. Voodoo Garage NOLA had some issues earlier on, and then the big spin during the full course yellow that left it stuck in the mud. It was a 25-second lap. 25-minute lap. Most of that was spent waiting for a tow out of the mud, and then presumably the pit stop to get everything cleared out. They are still third out of the 4 cars in class, but it's going to take some real help to try and get anywhere near those 2 AOA cars in front of the class. It's had a very large flock of birds take off from outside turn 8 and 9 and then scatter.
Excellent. So the number 2 has now done enough laps that the ACP Tangerine car has now got around the 89 and the 29 for 12th place in GTO.
I forgot we still had that Camaro, actually. So that car, when I last saw it downstairs, was finally up on all 4 jack stands. They've got all of the dirt and the mud that it carved out down at turn 5 and 6 cleared out, and they appeared to just be working on the suspension from basically from up above with the hood up, which again is where that car took most of the damage, punching the left front corner into the Armco down there at the exit of 5 and 6 to driver's right. I've not gone down for a status update.
What about a Stratus update?
Stratus update. Nicely done.
Thank you. I work hard.
They have that 58 car is absolutely cruised today.
Yeah, with the exception of them having that pit issue, I think they just ran it dry.
Other than the time that they weren't cruising, they've been cruising.
Some haze developing off in the distance again here. Mostly to due west. Oh, is it raining again? Or are those just artifacts on the... I think it's raining. It's definitely raining. Yeah, definitely raining again. So that's why it's looking slightly hazier. It's because there's stuff in the atmosphere, says the meteorologist.
It might even be water in the atmosphere.
It is. It is. You can... So actually, you can really see some... They're not sheets, but you can pick it up way off in the distance where all the fires were yesterday. If you were here physically at the track, you would have seen a number of plumes of smoke off in the distance. 52 Team ACP car taking a dive up the inside of the number 909 on the way into turn 13. They've been nose to tail now for, I mean, what feels like 20 laps. It's probably not, actually not far off that. But as the rain begins to fall again here at NOLA Motorsports Park, mostly on the west side of this circuit, hasn't quite made it to us here at start finish yet, at least based on what I can tell from the little creek that runs off to the left side here, or to my left side at start finish. Oh, backwards car there at...
Is that the 191?
First, what corner was that? And second, I didn't catch the car.
84 is being listed as spin continued in turn 1.
That'll be it, because that was on... that would have been on basically replay. We're about 30 to 40 seconds behind on those onboards. Look at the rain picking up down in that infield section of the track.
There.
Yeah, well, that'll be why, because it's rapidly getting damper. And whereas before this was a slow transition into, you know, a damp track offline, but a dry line, you know, on the racing line, it's now actually just getting wet quickly.
This changes everything again.
It doesn't change everything, but it does change a lot.
It's going to make things a bit sketchy right now.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of rain.
Yeah, it's taken 2 laps to have rooster tails out at the turn 7 and 8 edge of the track.
Yikes.
Look at the amount of water on the windshield on the number 909. We see it here in our onboard, basically just on our preview monitor. Really moving some water around with the windshield wipers. Still getting the power down fairly well in a straight line. It's not like he was fighting for traction as such. But we've very, very quickly gone from being more or less full dry, was full dry, to now being completely damp. And like you mentioned, some squirrely moments on the throttle, and drivers are going to have to be really, really vigilant, especially in these transition type conditions, to pick out exactly where the grip is and isn't. And
especially the S's, a lot of that's high commitment, and you're going to have to be careful. Big gaggle of cars there.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it should be noted, the 191 Overnight Motorsports that was in 3rd in GP1 has gone missing from timing for my end. If they came on pit road for a stop, that would have been unscheduled. So this has dropped them down to 5th in GP1 at the moment.
Yeah, if they did come into the pit lane, we wouldn't see it reflected on timing. And as long as there's no notes in the race control log that there's a stopped car on track, I think it's pretty safe to say they're either in the pits or in the paddock, despite having the sort of missing tag on Race Hero. We've very quickly gone out from lap times in the 150s to lap times in the 2 minutes to now lap times in the 210s. I mean, it's happened remarkably fast. Basically, in the span of 4 laps, we've lost 20 seconds a lap out of the track.
Of course, now the tire differences are going to start to come into play too. Now that we're having a lot more standing water out there, it's not just kind of a damp line or a damp not line.
13.
Yep, red and
the 197. Nope, MMR, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's MMR.
I don't think so.
Oh no, it's not the right shape. That's that Miata.
Yeah, is that the
469?
Okay, so Rapscallion.
Yep. That's why I didn't recognize it.
It didn't look like a Civic, but then again, it's a very far away
It's an MX-5 car off at turn 11. I think it's a Cipri car, the number 319. Cipri track conditions at turn 11. Yeah, sorry, I had to do it. Anyway, it's an off and on from the BMW. It didn't get far enough down in that sort of off-camber runoff to be stuck in the mud. It looks like it's going to recover itself here, and indeed it has. You see it just to the right side of the timing tower in our shot of the 13-15 complex, and is able to carry on its way. Still raining now, but not quite as heavily as it was when it first arrived. So we've got this initial sort of wave of water out of the way, and the visibility is picked back up a little bit, but the track is now thoroughly damp, and it is continuing to at least drizzle, if not a consistent light rain. And as we look at ways that this could potentially be changing the race, GTR and Stratus 58 have both really kept their pace up, still lapping below the 2-minute 10 barrier. Automatic Racing has dropped off a fair amount, as has the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. But the 52 kind of straddles those two cars in terms of pace. And instead of picking up 2 to 3 seconds a lap on the NFC Mercedes, the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW is now picking up 6 seconds a lap on the Mercedes. And so this battle for third in GTO now really set to condense here much more quickly than it would have if we were still running in full dry conditions. Kudos to really everybody on track here. We've seen some isolated spins and 4 offs as the Thunder Bunny 111 goes off, as I give everybody kudos, down at turn number 9 and rejoins. But by and large, everybody's played really well here. No contact. Nobody's punted anybody off. Nobody's driven above their heads here. It's just the challenges of driving on a very suddenly very wet track.
Yeah, it's been pretty clean for the most part. We've had a couple offs, a couple spins, but it's been quite nice. I think part of that's going to come down to the advantage of only having 36 starters, and then we've lost a few since the beginning of the race. So a lot fewer cars out there to hit or spin or try to stay out of the way in the wet. So I think it's kind of a best case scenario for the rain right now.
We actually had a 37th car come out when the number 12 finally came out on track.
Okay, so we did get to 37. Perfect.
Yes.
So we got a replay coming up here. We're on board the AOA car. Just watch that Corvette there. Yep. Big moment there.
Torque.
It's not so much the torque. It's also going to be the slip angle of the tire itself.
Yeah.
Especially once you introduce liquid into the situation, the more that the tire is flexing and kind of rotating, the less.
Oh, the 808 car went off as well.
Oh yeah,
they've spun.
Or the 9, or is that the 909?
Oh, sorry, the 909. My apologies. Yeah. Just see it
Sorry,
here.
is this real time or are we in replay mode with
This
that
is
909? Oh, and another long off from a Miata down at turn 11.
I have spoken too soon.
Yeah, I think this one's the Rapscallion car again. It's that change of direction between 10 and 11 that's really starting to catch some of these cars out. We saw it with, I'm fairly sure it's the 469 again. We just saw it with the 319 Cipri Motorsports car. We also saw the 111 off down at 10. Go ahead. Sorry. On board with the 909.
Here's the replay of that moment from the 909 here. And we're coming down up towards turn 1. It's going to be a big braking zone and to the right.
Wow.
And then on
Just
throttle,
snapped.
immediately snaps.
Yeah, there was no slide to catch there. That car just, it broke traction, and once it did, it was into the weeds. So that is, I mean, it's going to cost them a bunch of time, obviously, but really now is going to allow the 99 to extend the margin. The 123's had a long lap at 236.8. So they've had an off somewhere.
Still quicker than the automatic lap, though.
Yes. So what?
So they should have picked up
with the
10 or 15 seconds.
123 was a spinning continue at turn 4. So this margin back to the 52 now for third in class is 1 minute and 8. Automatic 249 was their spinning continue lap.
NFC, yeah, they've closed up that gap. They were at 50 seconds before.
Yeah.
They're now down to 23 off of second place there.
Yeah, so the second to third battle I hadn't really even considered, but they're spinning again. Is that the Scallion car again? No.
It's
too much red.
That's the RX-8, I believe.
Slow number 6 down the front straightaway. Now, that car, I don't know if we have that on board queued up yet. We did. It is the RX-8. It's number 318. Good catch. I hope there wasn't contact or anything there. Doesn't appear to have been, but it was a slow number 6 pulling away from a spun number 318 down at turn 15 and 16.
Brendan, has the rain stopped?
More or less, yes.
So now we just have to dry the track out, in theory.
Yeah, so, I mean, we don't have any standing water, which is good. The high-speed sections of the track, it actually should happen pretty quickly. I think we're going to disperse a lot of it, but I think there's no sunlight, and there's not a lot of heat. So I think it may take us a minute around most of the track to start to dry this out.
The new bits especially should be pretty slippery until they get dry as well.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's mostly a straight line, but I think that spin at 16 is, there's a chance that was down to having fresh pavement. On board the number 6, this was the slow car we saw pulling away from turn 16. On board the NP01, I think. The only one we've got here this weekend. In terms of onboards, that is. Ooh. Massive understeer through 15. So ginger on the throttle out of 16. There's the spun RX-8. Interesting. Because it looks like he's giving it throttle.
Yeah.
That was very interesting. It looked like he reached down and to his right for something. That was very, very odd.
Maybe that's like a brake bias adjustment down to the right, or?
Well, yeah, but I don't know why the car wouldn't have been accelerating, because it looked like he was occasionally feeding it full power, and it just wasn't accelerating.
Gotcha.
Something to keep an eye out for in GTO. There's about 10-second gap in closing between the 82 Random Vandals M4 GT4 and the 170 Thunder Bunny Porsche.
Yeah, we had talked about this probably 20 or 25 minutes ago, as sort of happening in parallel with the battle between NFC and ACP Tanager and Associates to number 52. That both of these were going to start coming together, and that's definitely the case here. The 82, if you're looking on RaceHero.io, it's split from the 170 by the GP1 leader, the number 522 from Choice Racing. It's not the case anymore. I think the 522s has had a half spin exiting the last corner. Yeah, it absolutely has. It's the car you see just pulling away to driver's right, about halfway down the front straightaway now. A little more slowly than the cars around it. It just looks like it got on the power a little bit too aggressively, exiting the final corner and kind of caught a half spin. But it means now that the 170 and the 82 are front to back on track and in the battle for 9th overall. 6.6 seconds is your margin there. On board the 909 from Automatic Racing, still very, very gingerly past the number 3 from 94 Motorsports. Oh, of note, the 99 has just lapped the 123. So, the 99's continued pace in these damp conditions, relative to the rest of the GTO field, has allowed it to put a full lap now on everybody except the 909 Aston Martin. We're now down to 2 cars on the lead lap in GTO. Now, for safety car splitting purposes, it really only is relevant to the number 58. But at least in class, if it were to come down to it, this is, I think, a significant moment in the race.
Absolutely. Now, we do still have 5 hours to go. And,
sure, yeah.
We thought the rain had mostly moved off, and then now it's, dumped. There's every chance that it'll do that again.
We only have one GP2 car on track at the moment. Sorry, that hasn't just been in. I guess Scallion, JNR, and Stans Racing would have just been out of the pits.
Yeah.
Based on what that's saying, so that makes sense to me.
Excellent.
Pit stops expected for most of your GTO frontrunners here within the next, say, 4 to 8 laps. We may get some of that, maybe a little bit longer than that, just because of the rain and how that changes your fuel usage, right? If you're spending less time at full throttle, you're not accelerating as aggressively out of corners, you're coasting a little bit more between corners, that is certainly going to decrease your fuel consumption, increase your fuel mileage. And this may end up being a longer stint than we might otherwise have seen. Is this the 52? Nope, sorry, it's the 2 from ACP is into and out of the pits.
They're about 50 laps down or so.
Yeah, so, well, it was still into and out of the pits. This one looks to have been a little bit routine. But if you recall, that car was being pushed with no urgency whatsoever down the pit lane into the paddock within, I think it was within the first hour of the race.
It was.
The rain here has spiced things up a little bit. 3 hours and 46 minutes down. Oh no. Radar image unavailable. That's not good. It's, changed things a little. We had some intrigue and chaos there for about 10 or 15 minutes while drivers got a sense of where the grip was and wasn't and how hard they could push the car in these conditions. And now the track's going to start to come back the other way.
Absolutely.
If you're not a regular with World Racing League, we don't change tires here necessarily when it starts to rain. You can go with a more treaded tire, but we run 200 tread wear DOT tires, which means, at least theoretically, you have meaningful tread on the tires, and you can handle these sorts of changeable conditions. Now, there will come a point eventually, depending on your manufacturer and the amount of water on track, where it could be beneficial to throw a proper set of treaded tires on and really try and get after it. But we're not, at least I don't think we're not headed for that point today.
No. And we very rarely see the rain last long enough for that to be worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're talking about 2 basically additional pit stops. Because you have to stop once to put them on and then stop again to take them off. If you need to take them off. And so you're going to lose, 2-3 minutes trying to do that? And I don't think you're going to save 3 minutes on track. Even if it's 10 seconds a lap faster, that's a lot of laps you got to have under the rain for that to work out to be in your favor.
Well, if it's extremely slick out there, you could argue that the safety aspect of it is better long term, especially if the other cars are sliding around quite a bit more. There's a bit more of a risk of going off or making contact with a wall when you're on, a slicker compound.
Yeah,
Right.
so I mean, when you compare it to professional racing, professional sports car drivers, you don't have so much variability in lap time, in safety, in mistakes being made, right? I think when you sort of readjust for what is, still amateur motorsports, that is something worth taking into account. It's okay if I stay on the wrong tire too long, especially if the, in air quotes, wrong tire actually is still not a very bad tire to be on. It changes the calculus of how long it takes you to move to a rain tire or back to a less aggressively treaded tire.
It's just like F1, for viewers who aren't super intimate with endurance racing, but they've watched F1. These cars roll around with basically the equivalent of an intermediate at all times, more or less. And we've seen how rare it is that an F1 car, for example, switches to that full wet tire. They always talk about trying to get off of it as fast as they can, because the moment that it's not completely wet, you're at a huge disadvantage. So having these tires, the 200 treadwear street-style compounds and tread, means that it'll handle a lot of the rain a lot of the time. The one time in recent memory that I can think where the rain tire might have come in handy, the race was red flagged because the timing equipment had not been working correctly because of the rain as well. So, you really don't see that very often.
I think we saw, and this might have just been anecdotal, but I feel like we saw a little bit more than our fair share of wet weather racing last year. And I'm careful not to say rain racing, because it wasn't always rain.
The snow race, mid-snow Ohio.
Nicely done. That is, I don't know that I've ever been more miserable at a racetrack than I was at Mid-Ohio last year on Saturday. The broadcast
room
equipment didn't have heat. Old Clay from WRL was nice enough to bring me a little space heater, but it just kind of took the edge off. It never really fully warmed it up. It's the kind of cold that when you do finally warm back up and get your body to a reasonable temperature, like your whole body just throbs. It was really quite an experience. Never mind the stuff we saw on track, setting cameras up with an inch of snow off in the grass, some snow actually on track. And then the racing we saw as a result of that, GP2 cars leading the race overall. We had a Hyundai Veloster leading the field for a while. Not a TCR, just a straight up street, race prep or race tuned Hyundai Veloster. That was some extraordinary things that I've never seen before in motorsports, or experienced
Is that why you're sending
as a
me to
person
Ohio?
before. Is that what?
Is that why you're sending me to Ohio?
Well, no, I'm sending you to Ohio so you don't have to go to VIR.
Okay, got it.
Ooh, across the line, 82 just have a couple tenths over the 170. That's the battle in GTO.
Yes, that's finally come together, nose to tail now. There wasn't anything to choose between them previously, but now that is the battle taking place before our very eyes. That'll be down at turn 4 here in a second, Zach, if we can pick that up.
Or 6th in GTO.
See him enter stage left. There goes Thunder Bunny. And in a second, question mark?
No, Thunder Bunny is trailing, so.
There goes the 82 and the 522. So actually it was the 170 taking a look to the outside on the way out of turn number 4, and with that being kind of a preferred rain line, I think there's a chance that move's done. There's the 170, there's the 82. So pass made. Around the outside of turn 4, got the better traction, did the number 170 Thunder Bunny came in, and was able to get the move done on the Continental-sponsored BMW M4 GT4 from Random Vandals Racing. Continental is not a tire we see very often in the World Racing League. I know, one of our teams last year, the Hammer Motorsports, not participating in 2023, was on Continentals for most of the season. But as much as we don't have a tire war in the World Racing League, I think you do have manufacturers that are interested in developing a proper 200 treadwear racing tire, right? And where Cooper has clearly put a lot of money into developing a tire and selling a tire, for that matter, that we can all run on. Yokohama's got a tire. Hankook has a good 200 treadwear tire. It's very obvious to me now that there are other tire manufacturers that have an interest in developing a product that customers can go and use, to the point that now we're seeing a fully branded effort from Continental Tire with that number 82 and Random Vandals Racing. So it's not just, hey, here's a set of tires, or here's a contract for tires for the season, but it's a full sponsorship. And even if maybe those tires aren't quite up to spec at the moment, it's not a stagnant sort of thing. I'm sure, as we've seen with Cooper, they had tires that were not great in these type of conditions at all. And I don't think anybody pretended that they were. They were really, really brutal at Mid-Ohio about 2 years ago, but those tires have changed and been developed.
And remember,
now are a much, much more consistent product than they were, because they've been put through their paces in these types of scenarios.
And remember who Continental owns that's relevant to North American road racing, and that would be Hoosier. So they have in-house talent that's capable of making a competitive racing tire.
That is true. I forgot that they were corporately married. I was really excited looking down at the timer, thinking that we were at halfway, 5 minutes away from halfway, and I almost said it out loud. I took the breath in, and then I stopped, and I got sad.
It's not halfway. It's halfway adjacent.
It's halfway adjacent through the first of 25 races, individual race sessions this year.
Right.
So I really shouldn't have been excited at all.
Just put one foot in front of the other. Just keep on keeping on.
Some wheel spin there at the exit of turn 3. Sounded like maybe the Corvette. Whatever it was a V8, but you could hear it in our our turn 2 camera. I think what it was actually picking up was the exit of 3. Because that wall kind of backs up to the other side of the track, I think the microphone was actually picking up a car accelerating, the Corvette particularly accelerating out of turn 3, which is an interesting phenomenon. Not really seeing the increase in pace that I thought we might. We sort of had these tiers of lap times, right? 150 to 2 minute, 2 minute to 210, 210 plus. And I thought we might break out of the 210 plus into the 2 minute flat bracket within a few laps of it stopping raining. But 58 and 99 have been there since it began raining. And it really hasn't started to happen for the rest of the field yet.
There's just too much.
Go ahead.
There's just too much water around. I mean, I would imagine that it's humid there as well. And so you can't very well push the water off if there's water next to it. It rained a lot there, and there's no sun there to help dry it out. And so we don't have 50 cars banging around. We have, 35 or so.
Yeah.
Battle for third in GTO. 52 and 123.
Oh,
123
wow,
had a 4 off.
Really quickly.
You can see it right there on your screen. You would have just seen the ACP car looking, approaching, I believe that's turn 3.
Oh, yeah, we'll pick it up here at turn 4. There goes the 58, which is your overall race leader. And then into shot comes, I think, the 52.
That's done.
Man, that 123 is... I mean, it looks like a handful. Some of that could be, just driver not feeling super confident in the wet. It could be the car not being set up for the wet, but man, that they were the other way around a third of a lap ago, and that margin's probably 3 seconds now, 2 to 3 seconds. We knew it was going to come together quickly, but not only has it, have they gotten nose to tail quickly, but now it's really stretched itself out. And props to whoever is at the wheel of that number 52.
Absolutely.
Drivers listed are Nathan Bird, Terry Borcheller, and Nicholas Shanny. So, Bird's quick. If you told me it was Borcheller, I also really wouldn't be surprised.
I figured he'd be at Daytona this weekend.
Next weekend, perhaps?
Well, they have the Roar this weekend.
No, I know. I'm thinking if he were going to be coaching or whatever the case might be there, that maybe that would be for next weekend.
I just figured he'd be running in the MPC
next weekend. This weekend's VP.
Yeah, but MPC is there this weekend.
Oh, for testing, sure. Yeah, that might be true. I don't know if Terry does much racing these days. I mean, he's obviously racing here, but I think his pro time may be limited to largely coaching now. Sure, KSB will tell me I'm wrong, but you don't see the name too much anymore. He sort of flourished in the Celine days, the Daytona prototype days with Doran, and that was basically it for a little while anyway. On board the 909 Automatic Racing, this is your second place car. Now that we've disposed of the third place GTO battle, I think we're going to start to have at least a chase for second in GTO. 909's last lap was a 2:15.8. 52 was a 2:10.3. So 5 seconds last time around. The margin is just a tick over 30 seconds.
Fight on.
There's a couple of fights on at the moment. We're about to have a GP1. Sorry. Who have I just seen come through? No, sorry, it's not as close as I thought it was. I thought the 147 and 522 were closer than they are. The 522 is still lapping very quickly.
Well, before we go too far down that road, Brendan, I would just like to say, real quick here, good afternoon, Joseph.
Hello? Oh, he is prepared for this. Joseph Mudrak joins
Friend
us
of Kaczmarek.
in the DriversEye Live booth. Thanks for joining us, Joseph.
Anytime.
Yeah.
But not anytime, because obviously not for the first 4 hours of the race.
Sure. No. I get it. I gotta be honest, I wasn't expecting you. I thought we were going to be me and JT here for a little while Ryan went and watched some basketball.
And I'm here tonight.
His daughter's basketball, to be clear. Ryan's not leaving us to go watch college basketball or something.
Dude,
It's a legitimate obligation,
right
and
now.
quite right obligation.
He might be on his phone. but I
Children's
doubt it.
basketball. CBS Sports.
Basketball Eye Live, where we just throw a bunch of GoPros live or Yee's live streaming attached to somebody's head.
Are we on board?
Ref cam, but for players.
On board the 14, going for the layup.
Oh, I like this idea. I really like this idea. This is terrible.
I mean, the cameras are small
idea
enough
we've
at this
had
point.
in at least days.
The thing is, the cameras are small enough that you can put them inside. Have you been watching the MotoGP? They did this last year, where they put a
Joseph's
camera.
been here for 45 seconds. Is the already brought up MotoGP?
Yeah. No, so they were doing this thing with, I think it was Alicia Spargaro, where they would put, or maybe Pecca Bagnaia, where they were putting a little camera inside their leathers. Now, obviously, they're padded and cushioned and all that, but there's no reason you couldn't do that with shoulder pads on a football field.
I think the next great improve. Oh, the 123 is going for a spin at turn 9. Long 270 more or less. There it is. Rolls into the grass
For a while.
Oh yeah. Well, everything's happening very slowly. I mean, the lap times aren't super slow. We're right at about the 210 bracket for the majority of the GTO field, but anything that is not traveling forwards is just it takes a long time for the spin to actually rotate around. They carry on for 50 yards. Down the length of the track.
As you know,
happening very slowly.
As you know, that turns into that goes from rolling resistance to coefficient of static friction. So you will just go and go and go, especially when things are slick.
And go he did.
Back underway, I think. Cleared the scene of the accident.
It has, yeah. He's carried on. He's already lost the position to 52, so I don't think he's going to lose any places as a direct result of that. 2 laps in hand over the number 111 from Thunder Muddy, but the 123's kind of been going through it here since it started raining. I'm happy to mention we've actually got some dry patches starting to form down the front straightaway here. This is the freshest pavement and also the highest speed portion of the track, so probably where we'd expect to see a dry line forming first. The interesting thing to me is it just hasn't really resulted in a meaningful reduction in lap time just yet. Sure, some of that is traffic driven as well, but I'd still be expecting, these top GTO cars, 99 notwithstanding, to be down below the 210 number, and they really just haven't been. Still do have rooster tails through the S's, so that'll be a big part of it. You hear how little throttle the 147 is using through the S's.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that, I saw the rain come down about a half hour before Ryan took off, and I kind of thought it was going to be here for a little bit more of a swamp here in New Orleans, but it seems to have dried up quite a bit already.
It was briefly quite damp, but it stopped fairly quickly. It hasn't dried out as quickly as you might have expected. If it were March instead of January, it may have gone back to a dry track fairly quickly. But we're chilly enough and damp enough in the air here that it's not really happened that way.
Yeah, and Ryan had also brought up some of the tire dynamics in that the tire brands will have had different strengths and weaknesses in the dry and the wet, and because it has transitioned to damp so quickly, damp and or dry, depending on where you're looking, we really haven't had time to really watch that play out. I think it's shuffled things up just a little bit, but seeing that 4 hours into the race as the 84 comes into the pits under our nose, it's basically kind of shifted gaps around maybe on the order of a lap or so at most, but because things have kind of filtered out, it really hasn't had a major effect. The only real, have we lost? I know we had cars go off track. Did we lose any to the rain?
No, we haven't really lost anybody. Like full stop.
Yeah, it when you've got a relatively sparse entry, it helps when that entire field is fairly stout in terms of reliability.
Ooh, coming across the line here, PC Racing has unlapped themselves in GP1 from the 94 Motorsports Corvette. It has been consistently running a good 5-6 seconds quicker each lap. So over the next hour or so, they're gonna start to reel in the Corvette to try to take fourth in GP1.
Yeah, some of the quickest cars on track actually down in GP1 at the moment. Choice Racing lapping in the 212s. Did Overnight do a 159? Are they still on track, that 191? No, they're not.
No, they're about to get passed by the Mustang.
Oh,
So-
he is circulating again.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
125 is back out.
So that will bring the Mustang up to 6th in GP1.
I wonder if some of this not really being able to drop the pace now that we've started to dry out is an issue of getting temperature into the tires. And even though the track is drying out, it's still 54 degrees here and no sunlight. So even though, yes, you're starting to see dry patches on the track, you're not really generating any more heat in the tires just yet. And it's, maybe a little less damp than it was 15 minutes ago. It's not really resulted in an overall increase in grip.
We've just had a change for position in the podium spots in GTO, Brendan.
Oh boy.
Is that a pit from the 52?
Oh, yes, we have. Very.
Yeah, no, I think JT's got it. I think that's the 52 coming in for their next pit stop. Yeah, we've got a Miata, I believe, smoking coming around the final corner.
Looks like the 85 from AOA.
No call yet in race control, but you see in those shots, it's still smoking going down drivers right across start finish.
Coming to a stop here just past the start finish line.
That's what I get for talking about reliability.
We've also had the 170 into the pits, which was a position that changed hands a couple of laps ago as well in GTO.
So that's, to state the obvious, the fastest part of the racetrack. Are they going to try to do a hot pull here?
It's not just that. It's your GP3 class leader.
Oh, that's the 55?
It's the 55.
Oh.
The yellow one.
Which will eventually elevate its team car.
The 55 was the one that was not having problems today in GP3.
Right. Much like Stratus, the problems had been pretty largely confined to one car. Right, 59 took most of the heat instead of the 58. 85 has been taking most of the heat for AOA, as opposed to the 55. The car's still smoking just a little bit.
There's nothing in the rules that says you can distribute mechanical problems across the team.
Nothing that says you can't.
I suppose that's right. So that car.
So
now
interestingly,
I'm
earlier
guessing, Brendan, that there's a standing yellow or a waving yellow at start finish.
there is. I'm actually surprised it's waving because that car is on track or off track, but so it is. Earlier today when we had spots of rain, not really anything even like this, they had stopped doing hot poles. Now we also had multiple incidents going on, so there's a chance that it was just a combination of factors. And now that we're back to single incident, even though it's wet, we may still do this under green, but remains to be seen.
Yeah,
what they're doing is sending EVs. What they're doing is sending EVs from where they normally sit at midway down the front straightaway back to pit out, so they don't have to backtrack. And of course we go full course yellow, and the 55 continues on its own.
This
astounding.
is
Astounding. This feels very IMSA. But in fairness, we waited a long time to
Have they actually scrambled the safety car yet? Because they could just send it green.
It's not out on track. Safety car is not on track.
If I'm them, I just send it green at this point.
Yeah, it's been done before, right? Full course yellow, let everybody, the flags go up, no passing anywhere, and just put the green flags back out.
It's still got a decent amount of smoke. That's not rain spray. That is coming out of the car.
It looks like it's getting up to pace anyways, so it should be able to get back to pit road under its own power if that's its goal.
There are no flags out at the corner stations.
Yeah, I was gonna say it seemed like everyone was basically at a pace.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure the flags ever got fully deployed, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I think we were anticipating double yellow, but I didn't really see the double yellows go out anywhere while that was happening, unless I missed it in looking around. But I think we've actually gotten away with this without it being full double yellows. And if you're listening 2 doors down from me, just change the Race Hero the Orbit's flag status, please, and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Glad you said it, not me.
Oh, they listen. They frequently listen.
On what frequency?
Kenneth? 55. The good news here is that even though it's been smoking a little bit, it doesn't look like it's been dropping anything.
And here that goes.
Yeah, this is the yellow NC Miata MX-5. Sorry, that's on its way through the S's. Out comes the number 125 from pit lane exit. NFC, having been one of the slower cars in GTO through this portion of the race, has suddenly dropped its time to a 2:07.9. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go try and sort out this full course
Yellow flag.
Yeah.
Intrepid commentator / race director.
It's gonna be fun when he gets issued a warning.
Yeah. This is it looks substantially bluer than our track sides do, but this is live. This is the Random Vandals 82 coming in for its pit stop. We saw them on the bottom of your screen on the way into pit lane. GTR99 has taken the lead at this point, which tells me that the 58 for Stratus have they pitted?
Yeah, they should be on pit lane right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, so that is in pit stop rotation. Everyone's been able to extend their stints by a substantial margin here with the wet weather. So it's not just a change in pace, it's the the reason that you need to reduce that pace. So you're on throttle less often, so you're burning less fuel. So the 99 is extending its stints by a full 7 laps as we go green on timing, which means Brendan has done his job.
It may be alive. Thank you for your sacrifice.
Look at this Gaglev up ahead of the 147 from Moorhead. Leading their class in GP1 at the moment. They've got 3 cars. At least one of which is slower class car.
I think that's the 197.
I assume we've called the overall race leader into and out of the pits.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Brendan, I am a consummate professional.
I am not.
Is this car... Is that car in trouble or just its natural pace? That seemed like that might have been in trouble.
Yeah, so that was down at turn 2.
Oh, the 111 has spun and continued at turn 13.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the other direction.
That would not be that car.
No, I don't see anybody stopped or slow in the turn 2-3 area of the track. Now, that would have been on a delay, so I guess there's a chance that a car just went off and was recovering, but there's nobody that would suggest strife.
As the
that portion of the track.
Brendan, I don't know what your vantage point is of pit lane, but have you seen the 55 come through?
I did see it come I saw it come into the paddock.
Okay.
So
in about 24 minutes' time, the number 85 will overtake that car.
Yes. Passed by teammate.
Speaking of cars in the paddock, one that's just left is the 198 for Stans Racing after about 58 minutes.
And that was, for a time earlier this morning, your GP2 class leader. And pretty decidedly so.
Well, they're only about an hour behind the GP2 leader. So
I mean, in
there
a
are
class
4.5 of those left. Yeah.
Listen, if it's taken them 4.5 hours to lose an hour, they can gain it all back, for sure. Choice Racing...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to mention, I think Choice Racing has been... no, I know they've been into and out of the pits. And now roughly 2 laps down to the class-leading number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks.
99 should be in the pits now.
That'll be your GTO class leader. Indeed they are.
And I've also got the 909 is dropping
yes
123, which means they must be in.
I would assume so, yeah. And as I've mentioned earlier,
99 exiting.
We've got the whole length of the pit lane prior to the timing beam. So if you are in the pit lanes, you'll show as quote unquote missing before you'll show in the pits, and then the pit marker on Race Hero will be the out lap as opposed to the in the pits lap. So
yes, the 99 is in the lane.
Here comes the 909 out of the pits. Trip start finish. Picked up about 30 seconds or so 35 seconds on the number 99 in terms of length of pit stop. Slow 522 down the front straightaway. I think that car is coasting. Ooh. I think the second place car in GP1 is dead stick down the front straight.
And that shouldn't be a fuel issue. That's something else.
Is he going to make the turn at turn 1 here? He's not. He's straight on into the shortcut on the front straightaway.
Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah. To your point, JT, the reason you know it's not a fuel issue is because they pitted a single lap ago. So that is...
So looks like he's going to keep going.
I kind of wonder if maybe they've got a loose fitting wheel. Because I don't know why you would continue.
Yeah,
Nothing in that sounded terrible.
It's hard to tell right now, but I mean, I figured if it's something you'd want to try to reset, you'd want to stop the car and then try to keep going, unless you felt like you have to keep it going, otherwise you won't be able to get it going again.
Yeah, I don't. Did that car have? It's not been noted for anything other than, I assume they're about to note it for missing turns 1 through 4. But other than that, so that car doesn't have any lights on, taillights or headlights, which is not, I guess, unusual based on what we've got at the moment. But it did lead me to briefly question whether or not that car had power. It certainly appears to be under some type of motive power, and it's not stopped. It is maintaining. It's maintaining whatever pace it does have, just not at all full pace.
As predicted, noted for slow through the cut through. What turns 1 through 4, the 522. But no further information about that car being stopped.
So just to put a bow on this, this was your GP1 class leader for some time this morning, then second in GP1. But, you know, basically going toe-to-toe with the Moorhead Speedworks BMW, and now, even with the 3-lap margin to the number 197, is certainly going to be into the pit lane with
and there it is.
Some type of undisclosed problem. Yeah, you see it just to the right of your screen. We'll move right to left across the camera here in the pit entry lane.
Yeah, now the thing that's interesting about that car is it's registering to, and I can't decide if I think this is a timing glitch. No, it is a timing glitch because they've done it multiple times with that transponder. Have tripped the pit loop the lap after they pitted also. But it's a reasonable lap time, so that they haven't come back in.
111's back out of the pits, by the way. The Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra.
We've got a car stopped at 8, according to race control.
Indeed, we do.
It's been listed as the sister AOA car.
It is definitely a dark blue or black car, so I would buy that.
When it rains, as they say,
cars stop.
It AOAs.
I don't know what I thought I was setting you two up for, but it wasn't any of that. Still very ginger on the power. We might be a little off sync with audio on this onboard, but we definitely are. Okay.
Very interesting.
It happens.
That I've seen. Yeah, I don't see it very often though. It's also the first combination of hardware I've seen before. A V-Box output with a Sentinel encoder.
I believe
maybe leading to some of
this. I believe the 6 has just come back in your third place in GTU. 2 laps after exiting the pits.
That'll be the Racer Motors car. They haven't had exactly a trouble-free run. Especially of late.
And that is going to now elevate the 59 up into third in GTU.
Yeah, good run for Capstone. I didn't really mention them other than just in passing, but they've been pretty solidly second in GTU, top 10 overall, and not really terribly far off the pace of the Stratus 58, never mind the GTU cars that surround it. EV lights are on at the sort of pit out entrance road, or the EV access road, which someday might be the turnoff for a south course at NOLA Motorsports Park, but I gather plans have basically stalled for that. And now safety truck waits for a gap. I think it's found one. Nope, it's been Taken up by a car exiting pit lane. But I think that'll be the one to go check in with the number 85 AOA Mazda MX-5 down at turn 8.
Have we noted the 197 coming into stop?
I haven't.
Okay, that'll be out of third, and obviously both they and the number 3 are in position to overhaul the 522, assuming that that is an issue that can't be quickly resolved.
Safety truck has entered the track down at turn 1, and I wonder if it'll make the right-hand turn between 2 and 3 here. And take the shortcut.
There's that car stopped.
Yeah,
run into that. That's a fast old place to be stopped.
It is. It's fortunately before the apex and a part of the track that if you're on, you've probably got bigger problems anyway. It's still not a great place to be, but I think in terms of, if you're putting a car somewhere to wait for recovery, that's kind of an okay spot. Until they need to get going, in which case you've got to be really, really careful.
Yeah, I suppose
with
it is
how
a place
you do
where
it close to turn 8 apex.
I suppose it's a place where it's unlikely that that's anyone following the racing line is going to be.
Yes.
Rain's down.
I was
coming down
just
again.
going to say, as we're saying this, it's just started to rain again here, at least at start finish, and you can hear it bouncing off the camera.
This should be just a quick little pop-up. We've just seen a radar display on our multi-view. This shouldn't last very long, but it is going to bring the possibility of a little bit of chaos here. Steam coming out of the front of the 147.
The only thing I'll say here is it's not like we're going from full dry to sudden chaos, full wet. We've been in these interim changing conditions now for the better part of an hour.
Yes.
And if anything, you're just taking a little bit of the grip you've slowly gained back away. They're going to send what looks like a wrecker out to go pick up this 85.
And it's not a flatbed, so it's not something that's going to prevent it from being towed
Now
back.
they're sending out a flatbed to go.
Well,
so
you can't win them all.
So we saw this earlier in the very first stanza of the race. They had to go pick up one of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs. They sent out a tilt bed for it initially, then couldn't get the car on the tilt bed, so they sent a wrecker.
Look at the visual off of that camera. I don't know if it's the camera itself fogging up or if it's actually coming down that hard.
So it really doesn't look like it's coming down all that hard. It really doesn't. But it also doesn't look like it's the camera fogging, so I can't really parse that one.
So the more vehicles attend to that 85, the less I love it being there. And I wonder if that's gonna change. If there's any reason this might turn into a larger yellow.
Part of the issue is that to get cars, anything moved away from the front of. Rephrase this. To pull that car away from where it is means you're going to have to put a vehicle in front of it. And if you're putting vehicles in front of it, you're getting closer and closer to the apex, which, as you say, is less ideal. Right? It's still safe, and everybody's playing ball, right? And we say this time and time again. As long as everybody does what's expected, gives room to the emergency vehicles, is not passing, is actively slowing down in yellow flag and recovery zones, then this can proceed safely.
Can I just say, can somebody ask Paul Sparta what brand of Rain-X they use at Random Vandals? Because I want whatever's on that windshield.
The first time we've mentioned Paul Sparta by name today.
He seems like a good guy. Never met him.
I don't think we have. They started as a team in a different endurance racing series before they moved on to SRO. And that is why I remember Paul Sparta, but I don't think we ever actually met him in doing that.
Now, if you remember, the SCCA on iRacing had a virtual runoffs. It was kind of a sibling event to the real thing, and I raced against our boy Paul in the GT4.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun.
Did you beat him?
I don't remember, actually. I think he disconnected.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think he had connection issues. Which now, Zach doing production is not allowed to talk about internet issues. Particularly when it comes to iRacing broadcasts. Because those never happen.
Of course not.
Gentlemen,
Brendan.
we've crested halfway at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It's really more of a trough. It's a water-filled trough at this point.
We're going to get stuck in the mud. We're going to try and climb out the other side of this one, and we are going to be so deep in the mud. 4 hours, 32 minutes gone, 129 laps complete from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana. Almost as if we had planned it. Our boy Zach has queued up a series of advertisements for your entertainment and our commercial obligation. We will be back with you on DriversEye Live in a few moments' time from NOLA. And with that, the second half of the Saturday Enduro for the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, where the weather is lake effect, but the ocean, according to our boy Joseph Mudrak. Still battling a little bit of a rain shower here at the moment. We've lost whatever pace we had in the track, or at least what had started to come back to us, well above the 210 barrier now. Even for the race leading Stratus number 58, NP01 leads GTU and overall. And as we roll on with the first race of the 2023 season, changeable weather has been the name of the game really for the last hour and a half. It just hasn't really ever settled into a place where we've had consistent grip or consistent conditions, atmospheric conditions, really for a while. And just as soon as we had started to lose a little bit of visibility and traction and pick up the rain, it's actually started to slow down again down here at start finish. So
particularly for the 85.
Yes, that car's been loaded up onto the flatbed, as you see in that.
There's going to be a couple of cars,
deposited in the
just
paddock with its.
one that's going to get caught out here by being. Is that the...
Oh, sorry. There's a car stopped at turn 9, guys. It would be to the right of our camera shot, down at turn 9. You can actually, you might even be able to see the tire tracks. I thought it was the 123. I wasn't going to say it because I wasn't sure, but from really far away.
Yeah, that's your second place in GTO. It's coming back out onto the track.
Well, not anymore. I was going to lead us back in with a mention of that battle for second, but I chose something else instead. And it was going to be close this lap, regardless of everybody staying on or off track. But yeah, 123 going off has given second in GTO to the 52.
I'm gonna find, because we may have an onboard from the 52 that was right behind it, and so I might do some digging for us and see if I can find what's happened here.
Zach. No, the fit. Is that car into the pits? The 123 is into the pits.
You might take that.
That'll be on cue, actually.
Yeah, it is just coming. You might do that just as a precaution, going through the mud like that.
No, I think
it also looks like it was due. Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't been in 40-something laps. Almost 40 laps.
That's a huge stint. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Most cars have been extending by 10 laps or so. To extend by 17, that's a huge amount of fuel saved.
Yeah, we did have that long full course yellow at the start of this, which then obviously fed into a lot of wet running. So I guess it's not terribly surprising. The downside to this is that everybody else has basically already pitted, and you've lost a pretty substantial amount of time already. So it's not like you had this advantage that you're now giving back to a pit stop. You were already, the NFC car was already kind of at a disadvantage, and is now going to lose even more time as a result of having to make this stop, to the point that I think there's a chance they get passed by the 111 here. It's not a sure thing, but that 111 was in just a handful of laps ago, and to be even on pit stops, there's a chance that 123 slips back to 4th in class. Sorry, 5th in class. It's interesting how, with a fairly simple change of machinery, that we, go from that 123 NFC car being it was a GP1 team, if memory serves, correct?
Sorry, who was this? I'm looking at
the NFC Motorsports. They were Porsche Cayman.
That's right.
But not like a GT4 Cayman, just a Porsche Cayman.
It depends, because I think they ran in a couple classes. So NFC was GP1.
Yeah.
This race last year.
Yeah. So it was the one. I remember the car.
123.
Wanted
yeah.
To make sure it was GP1. I wasn't talking out of.
Okay.
Somewhere that wasn't my mouth. But it's amazing how you step up into GTO, you go out and you make a GT4 prep car, WRL ready. You go out and bring a Mercedes into WRL for the first time, and immediately my expectation was that car should be at the front of the field all the time. Brand new GT4, well, brand new to WRL GT4. It's been super competitive all weekend. It was driven really, really well first thing this morning. It was driven really well yesterday. Started right at the front of the field. And now that they've slipped back to 5th, I'm like, well, this is kind of a disappointment. And I'm sure to some degree it might be a disappointment, but this is that car's debut. This is the first time that car has run a GTO race in the WRL. Right? And now they're having rain thrown at it. They're having all these changeable conditions. This is the deepest, of course it's the deepest the Mercedes has gone in a WRL race. It's the first time one's been run. Right? The expectations I set for it, sort of subconsciously, crazy high.
Yes.
And even now it's still in the top 5 in class, right? It's done 4.5 hours of racing on 3 pit stops. One of them was a short fill. So basically 2 stops. Right?
a really interesting spin for that 123. Actually, I found the video for it. We'll hopefully be able to pull it up for you. It's on the. It's happened right in front of the team ACP number 52, obviously, because that's who they were battling with.
And it up now.
Yeah.
Anyway, just put a point on that 123. It's this. Even if you finish 5th. It's not a bad finish. It's not a bad race, but immediately we expected them to be on the pace. And, yeah, it's
well, I mean, they qualified
early days. Sure. But, I mean, over a 9-hour span. It's still very, very early days.
99 passes the GX class leader. No?
I got the reference.
Yes.
GX. Weren't they Mazda 6s?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to call me out on that, though.
I was thinking through it, trying to get the joke. I guess it was the same chassis, right? I think it was still the Riley chassis, wasn't it?
Well, they're
what
class did the RX-8s run in then?
GT. But they were tube frame, and I'm pretty sure the Mazda 6 with the diesel engine was the same tube frame chassis. I'm pretty sure. What we're doing here is we're killing time until Zach has the spin from that 123 queued up in the 52's onboard replay.
He's looking.
Yeah, it's a good old onboard too. So maybe we'll be able to bring it into rotation at some point.
Yeah.
Oh.
There it goes. We just got to it.
Rewind just a little bit, Zach, because the Team BTR car is right there as well.
Yeah, so that was the other thing that I think I had missed, at least, was that the leader in GTO is kind of right in amongst that, actually kind of splitting up that.
Oh yeah. So this is down at turn 5 here. So we're picking this up now
on replay.
The 52. Yeah, exactly. 99. Oh, sorry. I think we've just had a spin from one of the other ACP cars. More on that in a moment. Out of turn 7, tucked up behind the number 99 from Team GTR, and just up ahead.
Cars ahead.
It just slides away. It's almost like in iRacing when you have overheated the heck out of your rear tires, and you turn in and the back just washes out. It is very similar to that look,
but it very much should not be that. It's almost as though, to me, you know, we know that they were in the pits as soon as they recovered from that spin. To me, it's almost as though they were making adjustments for things that needed to be made before they came into the in for their stop and switched off stability control. That's kind of how it reads to me.
Yeah. I don't know enough about... Oh, it's going to do it again. The same thing in the left-hander at turn 14.
There it is.
Exactly the same thing. Oof. Now that one's
that's a bad spot. That's gonna
the apex.
Force off track.
And now it's got to go into the mud to get recovered. And I think it'll get out of... Yeah, it will. Very interesting. It's the same rotation where it gets basically to the apex with the back already starting to step away, and there's just not enough grip left at the rear to catch it.
Yeah, it's almost like driving it it's almost like driving it expecting a dry weather slip angle, and it just can't take it.
I mean, the other side of this is if you've cooked the rear tires for one reason or another, whether it's an abrasive track surface or you've been sliding the car around under acceleration because that's how it's fast or whatever, that in these types of conditions, if you don't have the car set up properly or you're driving it too aggressively, or sometimes just because, that the grip is not going to be there when you go to turn in. And the car is just going to slide away at the rear.
I don't imagine it's latent heat in the tires because they were
No.
kind of hanging out in the mud for a while, and also they're ostensibly road tires. They shouldn't be picking up nearly as much energy as a racing slick would, particularly not in these conditions.
Yeah, my point wasn't that was what I thought was happening. It was just that same look. As a king of overheating tires in sim racing,
Yeah, of course.
it's a life I live. My cross to bear. It just had that look to it in trying to describe it to,
Had that vibe to
a
it.
viewer. Yeah. But definitely not how it was actually going down. In any case, the ACP car we saw spun down at turn 10 and 11 was in fact the number 2. That has carried on its way. The 59 went for a spin before we got down all of this. The 84 from 94 Motorsports is going to be docked a lap for a pass under yellow. And that's really all I've got for the moment. Stan's racing back out of the pit lane.
Yes, it's a good reminder to check the race control log because I'd switched off of it to find that spin.
Yeah.
And I couldn't help but notice that on our timing monitor, there's an awful lot of red and orange and yellow, and not an awful lot of green. So it's really this feels a little bit like a survival phase of the race rather than anyone really kind of going for it.
If you're in GP3, absolutely. But a lot of this could also be just the timing. Look for pit exit,
that's a good
that sort of
point.
thing.
So I'll add one other little consideration here for that, and like you mentioned, a lot of it is pit in, pit out, time loss. We know this is a mostly abrasive surface. We know what it did to tires last year, and yes, it's raining, and yes, it is much cooler than it was last year. But if everybody came away from that weekend thinking we are going to change tires during this race because they will not last, then maybe as you get to halfway, you decide this is when we're going to change tires. You also look at how slowly everybody is going out on course relative to a tri-track and realize that, okay, even if we're not under full course yellow, if we know we're going to change tires, we're at halfway and we're lapping 30 seconds a lap slower than we would otherwise be lapping.
I want to bring our collective attention to. I don't know. We're making a lot of assumptions, or not assumptions, I guess. We're making guesses about how this track behaves in the rain, and I would compel you to take a look at the GT4 America race from last year, where it also rained, and that was. We're doing better in this race than they did in that race. This is a tricky track when it gets moisture on it. So
yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
Can I do a little bit of housekeeping?
Absolutely.
So we have crested halfway. We're now coming up to the 5-hour mark. 4 hours remaining. Those of you who typically watch on Facebook will know that we can't stream all 8 hours together on Facebook. We've got to split it up into parts. Now is a good time to do that. So if you're with us on Facebook, we'll end part 1 here. Part 2 will be reposted in a couple of moments' time. If you're with us on YouTube, everything will carry on exactly as it has for the entirety of the morning. So Joseph and JT are going to carry you through that. I am going to take care of the Facebook streaming side of things and rejoin you in a moment.
The number 3 has pitted out of second place in GP1. That'll be your 9 for Motorsports number 3. That will at least temporarily elevate. No, that might be legitimate because 197 for overnight isn't going to be due for another 30 laps or so.
Yeah, no, the 3 was running quite long. The overnight car is quicker on pace. As is, or I should say, as was the 44 PC Racing that's currently in 4th. It unlapped itself about a half hour ago from the number 3 car.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. That Moorhead 147 is only going to be extending their pace advantage here over the 44 was the car that I was kind of curious about, because those two were the strongest last year here at NOLA. But the gap at this point from the 147 back to the 44 is nearly 15 minutes at this point.
Yeah, the 44 had problems early on, and having to work their way back up.
Yeah, and I don't think they've really got the pace to close up on the 147. They may be able to make up some ground. Well, they should in fact make up some ground on at least the 3 based on their pace, as well as the 197. So we may well see a Moorhead PC 1-2 once again, just with a substantial gap in between them by the end of this. The Corvette coming out of pit lane.
Sorry, guys. There's
an engine note.
There's a spun car down at turn 4. It looks like the 9-4 NP01.
Yes, that's right. That threw me for a loop, because actually 4 minutes prior, the number 6, another one of the GTU entries also went off at turn 4. And I thought that was the incident we were drawing attention to.
Also threw the 84 for a loop as well.
Is the 85 back out on track? Or is that still in the paddock?
I haven't seen it come back out.
It looks like they've just lost second to the 318 for Voodoo Garage NOLA. Who actually has just pitted.
Yeah, they're on their outlap at this point. Pretty confident Mazda will win GP3. They have a good shot at GP2.
Do you still think there are more Mazdas racing on any given weekend than any other mark? Do you think that ad still holds true?
I'm not sure. Probably.
It feels plausible, although BMW 3 Series are making a real run for it at this point.
Oh yeah, they've always been quite strong in this form of racing.
What are we expecting in GP2? How did the pace comparisons look? I'm seeing the 75 has actually lost a ton of pace since their pit stop. That must be a new driver getting used to conditions.
Yeah, I would agree.
But other than that, we'll see how that shakes out. But the 469 was for Rapscallion was still losing a bit of time on that 75 for most of that last stint. Number 3, overtaken by the number 44 for PC Racing. I believe that's happened on track? Question mark?
Yes. So that's the Corvette coming out of pit lane and the 44 catching it.
And that may well be a driver change as well. So being handed the keys to a Corvette in these conditions, I personally, and actually in one of our screens we've seen it get a little loose coming out of turn, was that 4? So they'll be taking a little bit of time to get a handle on that. 522 for Choice Racing is still falling down the order.
Yeah.
So the next car that will be looking to overhaul them will be the 125 for MMR. Overnight for 191, another car that's had issues early, but back out there and making some progress.
Nice. Yeah, no, they were running quite strong earlier. When they had whatever problem it was, they were running third at the time, leading the 197.
Yeah, I've got them on my monitor as basically on the lap. They must have just come out. Is that right? Yeah, about 10 minutes ago they came back out, having lost about an hour and 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slow exit out of that final corner. I don't know that that's been noted. Is it the one? It's the 123 again. Really having trouble with the rear of that car at the moment. Listed as a spin and continue under our noses. Meanwhile, the 58 for Stratus has a, in addition to its 6 lap gap over second place in GTU for that capstone number 4, it's also got at least a lap and change. I don't know if it's quite got 2 full laps over the 99 in GTO. So it's looking like it could be GTU's day to shine once again. But as Brendan alluded to earlier, that's a class that they're lighter weight cars. They're a little, I don't know if you'd call them underpowered, but they're so lightweight that if the engines come out of Miata still, don't they? But they're 2 liters now. Is that right, or 2.5 liter?
I'm not sure what the newest ones from Sevico are using. But they were previously, out of the MX-5s.
So, a car that could easily share a powertrain with a GP2 or GP3 entry, but has got the body, the chassis of a lower rung prototype, basically, sitting in GTU. Those cars are not necessarily the most robust, you could say. They're really intended for, or were intended originally for sprint racing, and have been kind of pulled dragging and screaming into the endurance racing era that we've started to see in the amateur scene. So there's no guarantee that the 58 will win overall or its class, even at this point, as the 84 is slow coming out of turn 2. I believe that's just come out of the pits. It's really taken some doing by Sevico to build that car up to a spec where it can run 8 hours at a time, or in the case of Daytona, 14 hours at a time without suffering too many major mechanicals.
Ooh, just saw 85 had come back out on track and has re-entered pit lane.
Yeah, for a brief and shining moment, we had every GP3 entry circulating. Got other than the blocker, as Chad Moore had referred to it tongue-in-cheek, we've got everybody circulating in GP2. honestly, it has been genuinely impressive, the number of, or the percentage rather, of entries that we've got still circulating. There's that 55 has just gone missing for me. You said that's pulled into the paddock?
The 85
excuse me.
had
Okay.
come down a pit lane about 20-30 seconds ago.
Interesting. So I wonder if that's back-to-back issues for the AOA GP3 entries.
Did we mention the bonus little spin for the 123 a couple of laps ago?
We did. Zach caught it before we did, actually.
Yeah. Standing in the next room. Saw that happen. Same as the last two. Just looked very, very similar. We also had a stop and then a continue for the 84.
Yeah, it's coming out of turn 3. We've got a note. JT, this is going to be relevant to the point that you were just making.
Yeah.
We have an incident under investigation between the 85 for AOA and the 82 for random vandals. That happened down at turn 13, which is an interesting place to make contact.
So we would have an onboard for that 82. 13 is the kind of corner where if somebody goes up the inside, as long as you stay out wide, it's fine. But there's an opportunity there where maybe if somebody's not seen, or somebody drifts too wide on the exit there to make some contact.
I will take a look at that and see if I can't find it. Do we know that we had an onboard for the 123?
No. We've had some great onboard camera participation this weekend, to the point that I haven't really been able to keep up with it. Get that one posted.
Oh, I will do. I love the audio in that car. It's so good.
It's so good. It is so good. It's so low, but there's like a little transmission one in the background. I know we had one yesterday, but I hadn't seen one put up today for it.
Slow car taking the shortcut in. I think
We've got a car stopped here.
Stopping now,
right
yeah.
in front of us.
Yeah, I think it's the 109 based on what was listed in race control, or in the race control log. It is. It was listed as slow at turn 13 and now has come to a stop.
Okay,
109.
I thought that it's one. Okay.
It is a Bright Red Miata, so.
Yeah, it'll be the Roberts Motorsports GP3 entry. Currently fourth of the 4 cars in GP3. In some ways off the back, so they've been kind of working through it today. That car is on the, if you like, the access road to driver's left in the horseshoe portion there at turn 13 and 14.
I like that that onboards have just kind of been trickling in.
They have. We started off, I thought it was going to look a little bleak this morning. And Zach didn't mind, because if we only had 4, then, you know, it's less for him to have to mess with, especially if they're all on, if they're all YouTube links. But now, as we've gone through, we've gotten more and more of them, and it's hard to pick which ones to follow. If you enjoy having your onboard featured, and you are a team owner, if you're running Sentinel camera especially, consider subscribing to the Sentinel Video Network. It'll provide you an RTMP link and will also allow you to forward to social media. Spin down at turn 12 is the... I'm sorry, spin at 16 is the... Yeah, I was going to say the 2. I'll have that confirmed here momentarily.
Is that possible bodywork just off the curbing there on exit? Or is that the reflection in the water? I can't tell.
It's the 52. That car's been in the wall.
Yeah, yeah. Note of impact by race control.
Yeah, that car's got heavy left side damage, left front damage in particular. The suspension appears to largely be straight, but it's very, very slow down the front straightaway.
That's gone into the concrete. That's it. Oh, yeah. That's huge.
It's a good whack to driver's left there.
Oh, no, I take that back. I take that back. It hasn't gone into the concrete. It's gone into the tires and come back around.
Bounce back.
Oh, such a lazy accident. Just in terms of how long it took to get to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the name of everything that's happened today. It takes... the 59 Stratus car is slow at turn 4.
What did I say? Oh, no, that's the... Wait, hold on. Okay, no, it's the 58 that's leading. It's not the 59.
No, 59, it's the yellow car. The all-yellow NP01 is slow, or was slow, down at the exit of 4. It's a little bit better back up to pace now. The 52 has taken the shortcut between 1 and 4. They've also sent... It looks like they've sent an EV to go maybe trail that car, or I don't know if they thought it was going to come to a stop, but anyways, it's moving very, very slowly now into the second half of the lap on the way into turn number 8.
Wow, it's so interesting. I mean, I don't feel like we've had any spits of rain or anything. It's almost like a mental fatigue situation out there. I guess that said, we probably have had a decent number of these entries. We've talked about the possibility that they've changed drivers, and now they're getting used to what parts of the track are slick and where you can still push.
It's your slow number 52 there in the middle. It's kind of middle left of your shot there. Took the shortcut through the second part of the S's. Oh no, sorry, it didn't actually. It's on the track. But anyway, that car is bound for the pit lane without question, and it's already cost, or is about to cost itself the second place in GTO and the overall podium.
That car is still stopped, and that's not the 52, but the car that is stationary.
The Miata.
Oh yeah. 52 comes around the access road and realizes there's a car already there.
Do we have an ID for that yet? It was a 109. Okay. Yeah. So this impact will have, for the 52, will have at least done the left side panels, and it may well have knocked out some toe.
Ooh, 123 is in and out.
I think we're queuing up the replay here for. I don't know if we're quite ready for it yet, but we're queuing up the replay for this 52. The reason that car has come into the lane, giving up second place already to the 909 in GTO, and I suspect it'll lose several more spots.
I'm intrigued by this pit stop for the 123 because it definitely wasn't due in.
Now here's this replay. This is not live. This is the replay for the 52.
Oh, is that car already?
It's a little loose.
It's already got a problem, I think.
It's dancing.
Absolutely fighting it on the way through the S's there.
And we'll stick with this.
It cuts ahead there.
Ooh,
that's a big hit.
You hear that? You hear the audio. You're right. That car was limping a little bit.
Yeah. Whatever happened
to see if I can identify.
Whatever put that car in the wall, I don't believe was driver error. I'm a little surprised he carried on and tried to identify it or diagnose it on track, especially given the conditions. But it really didn't look like that car was fully under control for at least the half lap or so before that happened.
It definitely looked on the looser side, but it looks like they were just trying to go wide there and decide to use the escape road that was completely drenched, and it just sucked them off into the tire wall.
Nice.
Brendan, I think I disagree looking at the replay. I think he's just gone offline a little bit in a few places, and has
interesting
gotten some moisture on the tires. I think he's just kind of it's almost like he's having an accident for a full lap.
Well, that's kind of what I meant. Like, to go that long looking like the car shouldn't be circulating I can't imagine he's driven the whole stint that way.
No, I do kind of wonder if maybe it's a slow puncture situation. Maybe I could maybe see something like that. What were the lap times looking for that car? That might be some relevant information, huh? They're pretty fast.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't mechanical failure, then maybe that has something to do with it.
I think what you're saying is a car just going quickly in these conditions, it's going to move around quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a simple mistake, I guess. And once you get off onto that painted part of the track, I don't know if that's being used as a drag strip, but that's kind of what the look of it is. Once it gets off into that area, there's just no grip out there, and it just, as Martin Brundle would say, straight to the scene of the accident.
It looks like the driver was purposely trying to avoid the painted rumble strip there, because he realized he was drifting wide or something, and he tried to stay on that access road right there, slow it down.
Oh, you know what?
But because it's so wet,
that
it is so slick right there, because that's where all the marble gets thrown off onto, and you can see it's still quite wet there. And he was just trying to keep turning it, and when he wanted to go straight, it was still drifting left, and he nicked the tire walls there, and that's what was the impact there, was just brushing it enough that it just grabbed the rest of the car.
So if we have Formula One viewers or enthusiasts, there was a wet race at Hockenheim, I think maybe 2018, where there were like 4 or 5 cars that went off to the actual drag strip that Hockenheim has.
It reminds me of the exact. I agree. That's exactly.
Yeah, and so that is polished asphalt almost. There is nothing for the water to seep into, so it just sits across the top of the pavement. And I think JT's assessment is correct. He looked like he was trying to avoid the paint, right, on the serrated curb, which oddly would have given him at least some amount of grip.
Well, maybe. No one's going over there, so
it could have very well spun him as well.
But anyway, so he aimed for the pavement on the backside of the paint, which is that very similar, polished, smooth asphalt, and it is ice, man. It looks like, when you look at it from the trackside camera, it looks like ice. And I think it's that exact same scenario. You get out there, there's no grip, and the car is just going to go in whatever direction it's been pointed. It happened at Formula One at Hockenheim 4 years ago. Same thing happened. Cars end up in the tire wall. And
if it's not going to save a car with 2,000 pounds of downforce, it's not going to save you.
For sure. Yep. And look, I mean, driver error might put you there, but you've got to make a split-second decision to try and save the car once you're already offline. And if you don't know that there's no grip out there, because how would you? Nobody races out there. Then you take your chances, and did it not work out.
As soon as you make a mistake, you're in uncharted waters.
Yeah. Yeah, so real shame for the 52. Ironically, they were so far ahead of the bulk of the GTO field that they're actually still 4th in class at the moment, 5th overall, but they're going to start losing these positions more rapidly now over the next 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah, and they're
incident, by the way,
they're about to lose. The next position they're about to lose is actually going to be to the 123, ironically.
Another incident we got away with out of full course yellow from, which is impressive as well.
Yeah, I meant to look at it again, but it also almost felt like one of those accidents where if the tire wall hadn't been there, it might have made it out all right.
I would
agree. It was so close.
Yeah, judging by the trajectory of the car, I think had it been a little bit further on, it would have been fine.
Yeah. Really unlucky. From start to finish, maybe the worst luck you could have asked for.
The noise of that impact is going to stick with me for a little while.
It's a thud. I mean, it is
really solid thump.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, the car was not well, but it was healthy enough to get back to the pits under its own powers. So, fair play for making the effort to get it home. The 89X has been worked on this entire time, by the way. Since its
Excellent.
incident down at turn 5 and 6, they have not stopped working on that car, at least every time I've gone outside, which, I've been out 3 or 4 times now, and they're still just feverishly working at the front end, and in particular the front left of that car.
Good. Hopefully they can get it out for some laps later today to make sure that everything is fixed, that there's no somewhat hidden damage, so that they can have a fresh start for tomorrow.
And it is a fresh start tomorrow. I know many of our viewers are regulars in the World Racing League, but for those that are not, 2 races a weekend with WRL for all but one event this year. This weekend it's a 9-hour race on Saturday, 7-hour race on Sunday.
A sprint.
Exactly. Right? We're going to get to 3.5 hours, and I'm going to get to share my excitement that we made it to halfway.
Have we noted the 469 taking the lead in GP2?
We have not. We've been a little preoccupied.
Well, that's just happened. And I think it might have happened because the 75 is...
off
the pace of that car is shocking at the moment.
Well, I mean, it is starting to improve. These last couple laps have been significantly better than what they had been previously. So the Valdez Motorsports car is starting to find that pace, but unfortunately the Rapscallion has been just absolutely flying compared to it.
Yeah, now you'd expect that that's a particular driver. Actually, you can pretty much guarantee that's a particular driver based off of the lap time history there. So potentially that swings back around on the next driver change, but only time will tell.
A couple of changes to watch out for if you're following along with live timing. 6th, 7th, and 8th overall is NFC Motorsports, Moorhead Speedworks, or GP1 class leader, and then the number 170 from Thunder Bunny Racing. And as things stand, the 170 is catching the 147 for an overall position. The 147 is catching the 123 for an overall position. But the effect there is that the 170 is catching the 123 for a GTO position. Right? So 4 seconds a lap, at least the last time around it was 4 seconds. And the margin is about 13. So we've got this battle on for, 5th in GTO. That also has the GP1 class leader sandwiched in between it, in between them, for an overall position. A 12 Team ACP car has got some pace as well. Just absolutely blew by the number 170 on the way into turn 13. Our way through the shot here.
Yeah, next car on that on the list for that number 12 is going to be their team car, still in the paddock, and I'm not sure there's going to be a ton of work done on that car.
So reference for the 12's pace, it I think is the only car under 2 minutes right now.
In the field, yeah, not just in GTO, in the entire field.
Yeah. Yeah, we do now, and I thank you for mentioning this. We have some sustained lap times now in the mid 2 minutes, which I think is the first time we've been to this point in some time. I mean, we've had the very quickest cars, lapping very rapidly, but we were stuck. We got a waving yellow at 13. It's a spun overnight Cayman Boxster.
What color?
No
Red.
idea yet.
So most likely the 191 should have a blue hardtop.
It's tough to tell from this angle. I'll be able to let you know here in a second. It does have a blue hardtop. So there you go. Nicely done, JT. It's at pulling away from 16 there down the front straightaway. Also, fair play to the driver of the 111 Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra GT4. 2-minute 1 last time around. And other than the aforementioned number 12 and the 2 race leaders,
I'd like to
one
bring
of your fastest cars on track.
I'd like to bring our collective attention to the lap times of the number 59 sitting in third in GTU.
Oh my. 156.6. Yeah, I mean, look, that Stratus car is...
No one's surprised that has pace.
No, it's out of it in terms of the battle for the overall win. I mean, if its teammate keeps going the way it is, it's not in position for class or overall for sure, but it is in with an outside chance of a top 10 overall. And if the Capstone car, who, by the way, I think we're just kind of casually glossing over, sitting there in fifth overall, if they lose any more time, then 59 is in with a chance for a second place class in finishing class. But nevertheless, that Capstone car, man, I've been just passing over it for the last probably 20 minutes because it's not going, impressively quickly. 2 minutes 6.5 last time around, but it hasn't done anything wrong.
No, it's
been doing laps.
Yeah, it's been holding station, staying consistent. It just hasn't really been in a fight anywhere right now. Which is honestly probably the best thing you could do right now.
Yeah.
Just very quietly go about your race.
It's interesting in GTO too that really it's going to be 4 cars at this point that are out of it are GTO mainstays. They're not really part of this part of a rotating cast. I guess most of GTO is series regulars this weekend, but Goats and the 52 being out relatively early in the weekend. Hopefully all of those cars will be repairable, but you never really know, especially with the shunt like the 52 had. On board here with the 123 for NOLA Motorsports in the Mercedes AMG GT4.
Sounds so good.
It's a very good sounding car. I think you'd get fewer complaints about the number of GT4s in WRL if they all sounded like this. Maybe not if they all sounded like this, but if they all had the same kind of grunt to them. Like if you had an AMG spec series, I think you might go insane. What would you have to weigh a Gen 2 supercar to get it to run in GTO?
Oh, a lot. I mean, you could restrict it. Then you take the new modifier for non-production based chassis.
I guess that's the question I mean to ask: is what engine would you? No, because you'd lose the
No, you just put one of the crate motors in it, like the tube frame Trans Am chassis that was, I guess, written off at VIR last year.
Yeah,
in Chandler's school car.
Yeah, that's true.
You just throw an LS crate motor in it and be done. Yeah, well, you may have to ballast it up a little bit, but I mean,
you're assuming it's a Holden. It sounds like.
Well, I mean, does Ford make an engine built for this purpose?
You could do the
tuned to a specific number.
You could do the Brumos thing and pull an engine out of an SUV.
That is, listen, I'm not here to pontificate Daytona prototype opinions.
Yeah.
That did a significant number for my interest in that class. Taking the flat six engine out of Daytona prototypes and basically making it a one engine configuration, one engine note class was lame.
Okay. No, that's a reasonable, that's a take.
That car, the Cayenne engine sounded just like the Dynan BMW, sounded just like the Lexus, they all sounded the same.
Oh, that reminds me of that one team in the ALMS. I can't remember their name, but they were always a bit of a joke. with a Radical SR9.
Vandersteer.
No, not Vandersteer.
No.
Just somebody
Oh,
else.
Look at this. Split the difference down the front straightaway.
I'm trying to remember their name, but they always ran a bright green with like rainbow colors on it.
Oh, yeah.
They swapped it a diesel Touareg engine. I can't remember their name. I think Ian Dawson was a part of the.
Ian Dawson. Yeah, it was definitely Ian Dawson.
He had a couple random programs like that never really happened. I think he was also formed with the D3 Plus Transformers a couple of years ago.
Yeah, the other team that never showed up.
No, they finally did an LMP3 and they did one race at Watkins Glen.
This number 55 has had a whale of a time with overnight cars on this lap. Passing the 191, which by the way is a GP1 class car, coming around the turn 5-6 complex, and then being kind of nudged out the way by the number 200 overnight car on its in lap for good measure.
Looks like the Mustang is in the pits for MMR.
But anyway, I want to throw out the concept of, you know, we really only ever see teams go to LS swaps, right? And I think if you've got a mart or a brand that you like that doesn't have an easy LS equivalent, I feel like the SUV engine is kind of that for a lot of manufacturers. The SUV or the full-size truck engine.
It was Libra Racing, by the way. Libra Racing and Project Libra.
That ran that Radical?
Yeah.
As I furiously Google Project Libra.
There was apparently they ran a Volkswagen diesel engine. It was a V10 diesel that weighed, according to this Daily Sports Car article, the engine itself weighed 500 kilograms.
Yeah, that's the Touareg diesel engine.
That is unbelievable.
That's what, like 1,200 pounds?
It's 1,200 pounds.
They tried to run it at Laguna Seca.
That is unbelievable.
At that point, the car is just an engine delivery vehicle.
There is a world in which I would love to see something like that in GTU here, right? And I get that this isn't necessarily the platform for experimentation. It's just basically to get to a number and have a competitive car. But if somebody wanted to do something really goofy and creative, you could do that with a Radical or with an NP01.
No, I'm glad you mentioned doing dumb things, because I think a class that's a little undersubscribed is a perfect place to do that.
I would love a class that's just specifically for dumb, illogical, mismatched Frankenstein cars.
It's called GX. We just talked about this.
Could we take like a D Sports racer with a Rotax engine in it, like a 100 horsepower Rotax engine, and just see what happens?
Does it have a windshield?
Oh, good point. I guess it would have to be closed cockpit, huh?
Let's K-swap a 911.
Now you're going to upset people. I mean, wasn't it years ago, the 25 hour, that somebody put a Toyota Atlantic engine in the back of a Spec Racer Ford?
Brendan, if we sit on an onboard that's pointing towards the southwest, we might have some more weather moving in.
We are pointing towards the southwest here on board the number 123. And oddly enough, that's the brightest it's looked all day, towards the south.
And that's where it's going. That's where the weather's going. Where we're pointing now. And then we're going to swing back around. Thanks to the NFC Motorsports weather cam.
We actually might be in the clear here for a little while.
Okay.
It does say that likely to have some pop-up showers like we've had for most of the morning.
It is really, I mean, I feel bad
it's
for
just so
any,
random as to how and where they pop up. Like there's just
I feel bad for any team that is operating under any kind of arrive and drive model and has got customers, and because you don't necessarily want to throw them out in variable conditions like that. You kind of want to give them a reasonably sedate experience, especially if they're new to the car.
Or the driver
don't have the opportunity to do that today.
Or the driver that shows up and says, "Listen, I'm not comfortable in the rain. I don't want to be at the wheel. You know, if it's raining, just bring me in and we'll put somebody else in the car. I have no problems with that." Right? Now what? If you're embroiled in something, some kind of battle, like now you've got to pull your driver off the track because it suddenly started to spit with rain, or more heavily than spit with rain. You're right. That's tough. And we had this discussion last year at this race about, the arrive and drive model and seat rental model, which a lot of teams do rely on, and what that means for strategy as a whole. Now you throw that in with when drivers may or may not be comfortable. We don't do night racing here, but they're even in levels above what we're doing here at WRL. There are drivers that aren't comfortable racing at night.
I will say, we were talking about grip offline, and we are starting to see on our multi-view, we're starting to see a few more cars kind of take to that painted runoff at the exit of turn 16. So I do think that is increasingly a viable place to take the car if you need to. It's not where I would prefer to, rather be up here than down in the cockpit trying to decide whether or not I want to take to the curbs. But
I think the dry line now includes that curb, at least partially.
Yeah. But you do still see, at the same time, you still see a lot of cars actively avoiding it. So it's really, I think it's you're just dipping your toe every lap, and did this send me wide? Did this send me wide? With the reminder, by the way, this isn't sprint racing. You're driving somebody else's car, so it's you're not going to take the same risk that you might in a different situation.
There is a chance here we get down into the 140s again with the Stratus number 58. NP01, your overall race leader, 151.8 last time around.
Yeah, this is going to be, the other thing about this is now it's going to get into a condition where, assuming this rain stays away, we're getting into a condition where you've got a very dry line, 3 NP01s in one shot. You've got a very dry line. That was 60% of the GTU field in that shot.
Some would say this is a prototype series. No.
Oh, don't know. Is that all?
No, clearly not. Clearly not.
Sterling Marlin in the bright yellow number 4 has gone off.
The pride of Rochester, New York.
It's not Sterling Marlin.
Oh, no, I meant the Kodak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, Sterling Marlin is not from upstate New York. I don't know where he's from, but it's not the Northeast.
Anyway, I'll get to Wikipedia where Sterling Marlin's from.
I'm doing it now.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
But you see in some of these shots a very
Columbia, Tennessee.
That makes sense. Okay,
we can change that.
We have a dry line, but it's not necessarily the entire corner. Sorry, I thought I saw rain. It's not necessarily the entire corner. So if you do have to go offline to pass on the car, you're going to, particularly on the straightaways, you're going to pick up some more moisture on your tires, and you just kind of hope that they've got enough heat in them that it's going to wick away that moisture before you get to the corner, before you actually have to put load into the tires.
Sorry, I've gone down a rabbit hole, the Sterling Marlin rabbit hole here. He has his son Stedman Marlin, obviously, right? Do you
Excellent.
know? Do you know what Stedman's son's name is?
Steadfast?
Gilded?
No, Sterling.
Sterling?
Sterlin. Stirlin. So it's not quite his dad's name.
But it's just what everyone called his dad.
Sterling, Stedman, Sterling. This is more than I've ever talked about Sterling Marlin.
It's going to
In
be
one
really interesting.
I don't want to look to my right because I don't want to know that people in race control are listening to this. Just staring at me.
It's going to be. It's going to be
the Simpsons meme
strange
where
when
Homer is
hiding
sitting
in the bush.
car. No, the one where he's sitting in the car with a smile and everybody has an angry face looking at him. Like your joke just killed an entire conversation. That's what I picture is happening to my right.
So does this mean like the long arc of these things? Does this mean that Ward Burton is eventually going to have a grandson named Wad Button?
It's entirely possible. It turns out Sterling Marlin's middle name is Burton. So we've now brought the whole thing full circle. And we can be done.
Nice little bow on that.
All right, looks like the Thunder Bunny Porsche. Thunder Bunny Porsche came in, is coming to the pits and is back out.
Yeah, it's let the number 28 Random Vandals BMW back through.
Who is this?
And 82.
Who's coming through pit lane slow?
Is it possibly the 313?
Nope. It's either. I think that's either going to be Choice or PC.
Okay.
I guess it could. No, I think either Choice or PC.
Okay.
Well, let's see. PC might be doing. Let me check the Joseph software.
Yeah.
Is it time to
That's
come
going
up
to be.
with
It's going to be a little rough with these conditions because.
Yeah, it's been hard to follow just because there's so much going on.
Well, it's just in terms of stint lengths, everything's going to be out of whack now because now we're getting close to race levels of fuel burn, whereas we had been in this wet weather condition for quite a while.
So they'll be coming in sooner than predicted.
Potentially.
I don't think
it might
Choice,
be.
by the way. I don't think Choice is circulating.
No, it looks like it's PC. It's gone salmon, which means it's most likely pit lane.
That'll be it then. They're still third in GP1?
Yes. So they definitely have a shot, considering the amount of time left in the race. I think they definitely have a good chance at getting into second.
And you know what amazes me? How much or how far the gap has gone out in GP1. I'm actually genuinely shocked we're looking at a 6-lap lead margin.
Yeah, didn't somebody earlier say, well, we're not going to see one of... Oh, that was in GP2, wasn't it? Okay.
No, I think I said it about GP1.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you said GP2.
I don't think I would have said that because and look, not necessarily about here, but as we get later into the season where we've got 15 or 20 GP1 cars,
yeah.
I think it's less likely that we're going to see something like this. But, I also believe that all of these cars are, reasonably well prepared, sort of as good as production cars are going to get here. Also, they are still production cars, so reserve the right for things to go wrong.
Keep a eye on
the 44.
It is almost certainly the 44 into the pits.
Okay. I thought we were hedging and saying it might be the Choice.
No, they're not. I had said that initially, but they're not circulating at the moment. They had come into the pits and then stopped. It is the 44. Just tripping start finish now.
So keep an eye on the 28. It is the Random Vandals GT4 BMW. It is catching its teammate car for 5th in GTO.
And the 85 has just retaken second over the Voodoo Garage 318. Which I don't know if we were expecting that.
Didn't Voodoo just pit?
No. Unless by just you mean 18 laps ago.
I think it's pitting now.
Oh, it is pitting now. You're right.
Because
it's early.
it's not very long in terms of its stint lengths. It's only been doing like 20 laps.
Okay. All right. I think I'm getting caught out by my own. I'm not listening to my own caveat about stint lengths. I think it's a problem.
That Random Vandals situation between 82 and 28, by the way, I was intrigued because I thought the 28 was the quicker of the two cars.
That the 82 does that.
Well, I just meant in general. It is still surprising, but the 28 had just pitted. I guess when I say quicker, I meant further up.
Yeah.
But the 28's just pitted. The 82 is going to be due in here and not terribly long. So eventually it will go the way of the green Random Vandals car as opposed to the Continental Yellow Random Vandals car.
And by just pitted, it's 20 laps ago.
Oh, I was looking at laps until pit. It still says 25. I really did. 28 pitted 20 laps ago?
Lap 136.
Oh my gosh.
But you're right. It is dead in the middle of the stint.
Yeah. Whereas the 82, anyway, point being there, the 82 is coming to the end of a stint, and eventually that's going to come back the other way. And towards Thunder Bunny as well, who I think was kind of in a battle with the 82, although the Thunder Bunny car has not been up to pace. They're just out of the pits. 2:14.4. I guess that makes some sense.
Yeah, because they had pit from 7th.
Right. We've cracked the 150 barrier, courtesy of the number 58 race leading Stratus 58 NP01.
Then a 46.8 as it comes across the line.
That's quick.
Yeah, it's a shame that they won't. They might have enough time to haul in the 4, maybe.
No, this is a 58.
Oh, it's a 58. Excuse me.
Yeah, the 58. No, the race leader is just absolutely cruising. The 59's doing. I mean, it's okay. 152.6 is still.
They did a 48 last lap. So
yeah. Okay.
It's quick.
Yeah.
It's interesting. This is obviously not how it works, but it kind of reads like the 58 pushes for a lap, or the 59 pushes for a lap, goes 2 seconds quicker than the team car, and then the team car hears about it and says, "Oh, the 59 is just done this lap time," which maybe there is a little bit of that information feeding back and forth, saying, "Well, we can get to this pace, we can get to." We can do this corner at this speed now, that sort of thing. But it is funny. The 59 has almost peakier performance than the 58 does. The 58 is almost metronomic at this point. I think we should be good in terms of weather for the remainder of the race. So it should really only continue to dry out based off of forecast that I'm looking at the moment.
Yeah, again, it's really hard to predict these things when the weather is as spotty and as sort of pop-up driven as it is.
Yeah, I could see maybe a brief shower by the end, but nothing.
Yeah.
Unless it really dumps, I don't see it being a rooster tail generator anytime soon.
82 is in and out. That was the Random Vandals car we were expecting. The 111 Thunder Bunny Supra is in from third as well. Don't think they're in danger of losing any positions as a result of this stop. The 123 from NFC Motorsports has lost enough time that I think they're going to be okay on rotation here.
Now, did we just mention the 82 having pitted?
Yes, literally just did. Yeah.
So yes, that's what I thought. So the 12 has inherited 6th for now, but is going to be due in very shortly, I think.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to keep an eye on lap times here for the number 82. I thought it was going to be close with where the 170 cycled out. That's the Thunder Bunny Racing Cayman. But the Cayman has lost so much time on its first few laps out of the pits, getting tires up to temperature, presumably, or getting a driver comfortable, that the margin was still like 41.9 seconds. It'll be interesting to see if there's a similar phase for the 82 or if they're going to be right back on pace. Certainly, as I look out the window through turn 12 and 13, they're very much back up to pace.
The 58 rather, is, I believe,
out
in the lane?
It's out.
They're out now, okay.
Yep. Yeah, as you started speaking, it pulled out of its pit stall here at the end of pit lane. Quick stop, 3:35.8.
Shout out to the entire series at the moment, because we have not had a note posted to the race control log for about 25 minutes now. I mean, everyone has done a remarkable job of keeping it clean.
Once you get past the really challenging phase of the race where it's raining or conditions are changeable and you're trying to sort out where all the grip is, that actually when it dries out everything gets really, really easy by comparison and people just start to cruise.
Yeah, I had the thought earlier listening in on you guys that it's a wild phenomenon that in this, was it the Supra coming in? Or a Supra coming in? Or is it just something that looked like...
Shouldn't be. 111 was in... They just came out.
Okay. But it is curious. This is one of those weird series where people actually drive better in the rain than they do in the dry.
Joseph, I'm not convinced... that actually might be the 170.
Okay.
It's hard to tell because I'm looking through about 4 panes of glass to see it, but there is definitely almost certainly a GTO car in the pit lane. It's really hard to tell who it was.
That 44 is circulating again. I don't know if we called that out.
Didn't, but had it lost substantial time?
It pitted. We were kind of concerned that it might have been coming into the lane a little slowly, but it seems like it's had a normal stop, back out into the fray in 4th.
It was the 170 into the pit lane. The one you thought was the Supra is actually the Thunder Bunny Cayman, and that is off schedule as far as I can tell. Yeah, very early.
If you talk about consistency often enough, eventually it will come around and bite you. So the 12 should be in the lane now. I think we saw them coming through pit in the shot. 170 back out, I believe we're seeing on the other view.
Very odd. It was like a 20-second stop. Not a little more than that, but not much. 12 is in.
Could it be something as simple as like loose belts, something like that?
So that was my thought too. I wonder if belts came undone or something to that effect. Window net, maybe. I don't know if they run a window net. I think they do. It's the triangular one, maybe. Anyway, 12 is back out as well.
That will have handed 6 back over to the 82 for the moment.
Yeah, so that was, I was kind of waiting. Actually, it's costed another position because the 12 has gone through as well.
Oh, that's actually the 12 is the car that I was referring to, that they've now lost.
Oh, sorry.
The 82.
Right, the 170 is, I guess, a lap behind the 12. Oh, I see. So the 12 fell behind the 82. It wasn't.
Correct.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah. It dropped.
Basically, and the 82 had pitted recently, so they've just kind of they've swapped and come back again.
No, I understand.
We're getting PBs in the session at the moment, both for the 55 and the 469. Your leaders in GP3 and GP2.
I mean, the racing line is
the race.
The racing line is dry. It's not, offline it's still very damp, but everything on the racing line, including, I assume, the curbs, are properly dry. Just keep your eyes on the GTR 99 for a little while here. Last lap was a 2:02.3, which is not the pace I would expect out of that car, and the margin back to second place in GTO is under a minute.
That's an outlap, to be fair. So they will have taken some time to get.
Oh, that's very true. That's a very good point. Well, classic overreaction.
I don't think there's nothing to it, but I think there's a decent chance that that's maybe a new driver in that car that might need to get familiar with the conditions.
Oh, so it wasn't an outlap. It was a lap removed from one. But yes, agreed.
Just added a bunch of weight to the car, so always good to be a bit cautious.
Now, I feel like all of a sudden, and maybe these might be ordinary pit stops. I was going to say all of a sudden it looks like we've lost half the GP1 field, but I think they've actually just gotten their pit sequences kind of synced up at the back half of the field there. So the closest on-track battles that I can find are, at least in class positions, are your GTO lead between the 99 and the 909. The most nines that you could possibly fit in a class battle. I guess maybe the automatic 909 was a 999.
Yeah, it would have to be. Yeah.
But those two are within a minute of each other, and then the next closest battle I can find appears to be the 12 on the 82, who we were just talking about having just gone through their pit sequence, about a minute and 8 seconds between those two cars.
That 59 is not that far off the top 10 overall here. Owing to the pit stop from the 170, the 59 is now a minute 28 off the back of the number 12. Again, not really a meaningful thing, but at a time of the race when we're looking for interesting things to talk about or keep our eyes on as things, cycle through and develop.
So I've got a wrinkle to talk about in the long arc of the season. Right? These races that are kind of undersubscribed in terms of the I shouldn't say undersubscribed, but compared to what we've been used to with GTO fields being, 30 plus cars, is the who's just come into the pits? Was that the 58?
What color?
That can't be right. It was white and red with black.
That's Capstone, number 4 out of second in GTU.
Who's the yellow car? I thought 59. That was
58 is blue, 59 is yellow. It's the same accent colors from last year with the NPO ones, just now spray, painted one color.
Right. I was coming into this being like, oh no, it's gonna be a mess. I'm gonna misidentify a lot of cars. I thought I was doing all right, but the 59 messed me up. Anyway, the thing that's going to be interesting is to see how teams work the GTO GTU kind of the GT race, if you will, at Road Atlanta in what's that going to be 4 weeks time. That's interesting from a points paying perspective, right? Because you've got 30. I haven't looked at the entry list. It's a lot of GTO cars.
35 GTO, 5 GTU.
So if you just think about, and that pays out the same points that this race pays out, right? It's going to be a completely different spectacle. So I'm not taking anything away from the organization of it. But from a championship perspective, if that's something that you're a team that's interested in those kinds of things, it's going to be a lot easier to score points here than it is at Road Atlanta. I think Road Atlanta is going to be a lot of fun. But I'm kind of curious. I wonder how many teams have kind of made that sort of calculation. I assume no one's really made the calculation to not do Road Atlanta for it, but I wonder if it's incentivized anybody to sign up for additional GTO races down the road because that Road Atlanta race is going to be slightly lower probability in terms of expected points.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things going on there. First, this event counts towards every championship: National, Eastern, Midwest, and GTU. Right? Road Atlanta is obviously GTU and National, also Eastern. Actually, I should just double check the schedule to confirm that. But this for sure is the only one that counts towards both. Yeah, Eastern Championship. So, there is that interesting element where, okay, if you're running for the Eastern Championship, you definitely want to be here. You obviously want to be at Road Atlanta. Or maybe you say, well, if I'm running for the Midwest Championship, I can score points easily here, but I'm not going to be at Road Atlanta, so I'm going to make every effort to be at NOLA because I'm scoring points in Midwest. And my competitors, maybe they don't come to NOLA. I want to get as many points as I can at NOLA because I'm not going to, not running at Road Atlanta. There's a bunch of different facets to it.
We had this discussion with some teams that elected to do High Plains because they knew that there was going to be an opportunity for points on the table from other teams. Not
909 is in and out from second in GTO, by the way. It's the Aston Martin.
Yes.
I'm very, very interested. I don't know how many people are looking at Road Atlanta as, with the championship in mind. Like you say, I think the probability of scoring points there is actually quite low. It's like a third. Or 40% that you're going to score points. And a small issue there basically writes off your chances of scoring points. Whereas,
it's going to be hyper competitive, which I think is going to be the thing that's going to be really fun to cover about it.
Yeah, I'm actually slightly disappointed I'm not going to be there because I think you get a lot more people pushing more closely to the limit. Especially the top of the field. The guys that have been around each other and raced around each other for a long time, when you take the slower classes out of it and your chances of making contact in traffic come out of it, you can push a lot harder and be a lot closer together for a lot longer. And like you say, I think from a spectacle perspective, that really has a chance to kind of put things over the top.
Yeah.
And honestly, the same goes for GP1. Like, I'm going to be fascinated when the general production only event comes around to Road Atlanta in late July, that we're going to look at the same thing and say, wow, GP1, they're dealing with slower traffic, but they're not being passed and attacked by GTU and GTO cars all the time. They can just go out and turn laps and pass traffic. That's a dynamic that they don't normally race with, and that's going to create its own type of, spectacle. So, 200 has gone into the paddock. That's the Overnight Motorsports Porsche Cayman.
That car was running at a decent...
ninth in GTO. Yeah, out of ninth in GTO. It was doing well.
Yeah. So let's also consider for a moment some of the cars that have had their drivers changed and take a look at what kind of paces they're doing. The 99 has picked up pace since its last stop. The 909 we don't have enough information on at the moment. We'll have a couple laps to absorb after that. The 111 looks like it's a little faster. The 123 has not stopped yet. The same for the 28. The 82 and the 12 have. 82 looks a little quicker. It's tough to tell, obviously, because the track has also picked up a little bit of pace in the intervening laps. The 12 actually is one of the few cars that looks like it's lost a little bit of pace after that stop. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how that car goes over the next hour or so. On our turn 16 camera, we are seeing more and more drivers elect to take to that curbed runoff. Just seeing people get a little more comfortable with the amount of grip that's out there, and that's going to pick up the pace just a little bit too, because obviously if you're having to cut it in like we're seeing there, you're going to lose a little bit of your drive onto this long main straightaway. I don't know if we'll catch anybody coming through here. It looks like one of the random Vandals cars. They've actually timed up that exit to basically use all the track that is not curbing. The 909 kind of runs maybe a couple wheel widths over onto it. So it is one of those areas of the track that is starting to open up for business just a little bit.
Yeah, I think, so I had this thought a little bit earlier that these exit curbs are pretty aggressively serrated, and I wonder, particularly in the right-hand corners where the left side loads up, it's a clockwise track, where the left side loads up more frequently, if running out over those really aggressively serrated curbs starts to introduce an undesired vertical load at a time when the car is pretty aggressively loaded up on the left-hand side, particularly the left rear. And that repeated use of those types of curbs might just put a little more load through that left rear suspension than it's willing to take.
Yeah, I mean, the serration of that could also help it drain a little bit too, is the other angle. It's not just paint on the ground in that case, but rather it's something that tires can dig into. Obviously, you're not making full contact when you come off the lip of one of those, but .147 in the pits, I'm hoping. Yeah, it looks like they've just cross start finish. So that's
going back out.
Yes, exactly. And that'll be another car to watch for, although that does have a 6-lap lead over the 197 for overnight, which the gap is substantial, but it's still a great debut in GP1 for that 197 crew.
We mentioned a personal best from the number 28.
It just came across, yeah.
Yeah, personal best from the 128. I'm sorry, the number 28, a 151.509. 6 seconds plus quicker than the number 123 from NFC Motorsports. That is, I mean, I think maybe by a couple of hundredths anyway, the fastest car in GTO.
Yeah, the pace of that 123 is interesting because the track, as we're seeing, has only gotten faster. That 123 hasn't seen an increase in pace for the last 6 or 7 laps or so. So I don't know if that's just unlucky with traffic or a little bit of fatigue setting in. But that car is almost certainly capable of a little bit more unless they've got some sort of nagging mechanical issue.
I think to some degree it's probably drivers, right? That's the one detail we never know. Unless somebody tells us,
well,
hey,
what I'm saying is what I'm saying is the 123 hasn't stopped. They haven't had a driver change to give us that discontinuity.
Right. So I'm putting that out there as the first. Okay, we can, potentially put that to one side here, but we also never really know. Regardless. Also, to my knowledge, this is the first time an AMG GT4 has run on 200 tread wear tires, and I'm curious as to the wear rate of tires. What the balance is like as those tires begin to wear. It's also, certain even first race on 200 tread wear tires, by far the deepest it's gone on a set of tires like that, unless we're talking about doing extensive testing. And I just wonder if maybe that all of those factors combined with a changeable track, having to go offline regularly to pass cars, if there's just enough variability in that to set that car back, what is still only 2 or 3 seconds a lap, and it's not, horrendously slow. It's a 154.4 here. So it's still doing okay for itself. Just like you mentioned, everybody else around it is now going more quickly, laps in the 51s, and that car just hasn't picked up the pace.
The AOA tandem is putting in some of their fastest laps of the race, specifically the 85, who's just bettered their PB by nearly 0.8 of a second to a 2-minute flat .834.
Yeah, and the 55 did it just a couple laps ago as well.
Yeah, so both of these cars fast. We're on board with the 55, hanging out with the sole RX-8 in the field at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because it gets a bit slow here through the S's. And you'll see the 55 really get close, as the MX-5 being a bit lighter can be a bit more on the attack here.
And they've been held up behind this car for kind of part of a lap at this point. You see, closes right up on him. Really close to making contact. I believe, is that part of this gaggle that's coming through turn 14 now? It doesn't look like situation's gotten too much better.
Yeah, you can see he's going to try to do the outside here, but no go. Oh yeah, sure enough, he does get around. Excellent. So hopefully that AOA car can run away now.
Gentlemen.
Scoundrel.
Mercifully,
Jason?
We've been visited.
Is it Jason?
Yeah, Jason found the right building. Jason Marks joins us out of the GTR 99 BMW camp, which is first time I think I've seen that, or have you run with them before?
I ran with them at Ozarks last year.
Okay, we weren't there.
Which was a good time. I also did I've been with them at Hallett twice. I did the Sebring 24 with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
out of excuses.
Yeah, I'm the phone a friend when Hitman Racing isn't here, and I jump on the GTR program.
So we'll start with the GTR program. We usually see you, as you mentioned, the wheel of the Hitman Racing car, but you're with GTR 99 for the weekend.
Yep.
This is just for fun for you, get some seat time, or what puts you back behind the wheel of the 99?
So I've known Harold for 5, 6, 7 years, and our team sort of came together with mutual friends. So we started staying at the same hotels, at the same restaurants, share hospitality and whatnot. And we've got a bit of a relationship, and I consider him a good mate. And he's had coaches here and there come and go, and one weekend I was available, so I just jumped on a plane and helped him out, and now I'm stuck.
So if you weren't behind the wheel of the 99, you'd almost certainly be here behind the wheel of the 34.
Correct.
Which had previously been another BMW, but is now a Toyota Supra GT4.
Yeah.
How's that?
It's a joy.
Yeah?
It is. Every time I get in it, it's better than expected. Like as soon as we got it, it was, wow, this is cool. And then we started, we put 2,000 kilometers on it before we actually showed up at COTA. So we wanted to know what it could and couldn't do. And every time we get in, like, I think we got there, and go out next time, it's like, all right, we're back to square one. We kept chipping away to make the car work on the 200 treadwear tire. And like literally at the 11th hour, threw a Hail Mary at a change on the car, keeping it still within homologation. And we showed up at COTA. The thing was a rocket ship. The thing was great. It was just a joy to drive. It's also, it's easier to, yes, it's faster than the old M235, but it's also way easier to drive.
Wow.
So the gap between, yes, the whole car has gone further forward, but from a percentage and a lap time standpoint, the gentleman drivers have really closed the gap to me. And it's because your input's just so much more precise when you're communicating, coaching, and by the V-Box back in the trailer. They're actually feeling what you're saying. Like, you're not putting an input and you're waiting for, the marshmallow to bounce up and down a couple times before it reacts. No, it's a really proper race car. Everything about it's a race car. I consider myself very fortunate to be able to pilot it and run the program on Lars' behalf.
So when we saw the car at COTA, at the time it was the only one in the field. Thunder Bunny now also has one. But the Toyota trailer was at COTA. And
Correct.
you had told me beforehand that was going to be the case. Is this an effort by Toyota to try and sell a few extra GT4 cars, or were they mostly there in support of Hitman? What was kind of the impetus? Because we don't see that very often.
No, you don't. And I wasn't expecting it. Literally, the phone rang, and the salesman at TRD says, well, what dates are you doing this? Because they've obviously fielded other phone calls about potentially buying a car to run in this series. And you think about end of the season, maybe they had some marketing budget left over or something, but they wanted to come and learn and see what this was all about, because, there's 25 GT4 cars on a track. Well, something's going on. So let's go and have a look. And that was their mindset. I sat down and had dinner with Steve Hallam, the head of TRD. Like, everyone came. Like, there was 5 guys from TRD. Even one of the GT3 guys came down from Austin one night. So there was 6 TRD guys on payroll there to watch, listen, observe. Oh, cool. And that's what they did. And then I debriefed with them after, like I'm on the phone. This is a guy that was Ayrton Senna's engineer for 6 years. And I'm having dinner with him. I'm debriefing on the phone, like, pinch me now kind of a thing. And he was really enthusiastic about the whole thing. They're seeing their cars out there being well used. We're taking their recommendations, like the lifing of the car, the mileage, the what to use and what not to use. We are sticking with it to keep their support. We don't know better than them. But their support was fabulous. And just nice people. And like, on the way home, I fielded a call from Kale and Laura from Thunder Bunny. I'm driving the Toyota home back to New Jersey, and I'm on the phone with them for an hour. It's like, all right, we want one. And by the end of the week, they found one and bought it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So have you guys worked together at all, or are you developing this 200 treadwear setup for the Supra independently of each other?
When it comes to making the car go fast, it's independent.
Sure.
Right. But when it came to making the car WRL legal, I helped them out. Like, because I spent 6 months trying to get there, trying to hit the 9-to-1 power to weight, the fuel capacity, all that sort of stuff. And that's stuff that is not going to make them go faster than me.
Sure.
I'm just fast tracking making their life easier to get to the track, because it's beneficial for me, them, and everyone who wants to purchase that vehicle. It's beneficial to get more cars here. To get more cars, maybe that Supra trailer will start showing up more often.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe they might make a particular tune, or something like that. So, yeah, I'm all about helping them to get to that. And then, standing around the paddock, it's, I'm friendly with Kale and all the guys down there. So, yeah, happy to help them out to get that car on track. And there's another team going to be at Barber with the Supra. So, I told them how we got to that power to weight. Happy to help get to there.
Yeah.
And then, try and make it go fast, you're on your own.
One of the things we saw with the balance of last season, as more and more of the M4s joined the field, they would get 3-4 races into the season. I think they got to Daytona and suddenly had massive issues with sensors, various parts lifing out at a great, that was different than what they had expected.
Right.
And I would imagine having a little bit of extra data from somebody like Thunder Bunny and whoever this team for Barber is, can help you guys as well in the long run try and figure out exactly what the maintenance schedule for a car like yours running 16 hours a weekend is instead of running 2 hours or 3 hours in a weekend.
Yeah, and there's certain things in the book that, we're hitting early. Like it'll say 5,000, 7,000 kilometers. We're going to hit early.
Sure.
And there's other things from our experience running BMWs for such a long time that we know can probably be extended a little bit.
Sure.
I'm not taking a lot of things, but there's certain things that we know from our experience to change every single race. We know things that'll go just a little bit longer. So going to the Toyota, because it does have the bones of a BMW. Obviously, it has been developed by Toyota or Gazoo Racing, so it's not really a BMW, but the bolts are the same. And a lot of the wear and tear items are very similar to what we experience.
Last question on that front.
Yeah.
The process of getting a car to work on a 200 tread wear tire. We're seeing it with the Mercedes. Pointed out, I think this is the first time one of those AMG GT4s has run in a series like this.
It's the second time. Yeah, there was one at Coda 2 years ago, but they ended up P nowhere.
Gotcha. So anyway, it's still a learning process, right? What does that process look like? You don't have to give away any secrets or what your testing and setup regimen is like, but obviously it's a big change for a car that was designed to run on racing slicks.
Correct. You start off with, every one of these cars comes with like a base setup, and it's something that's relatively safe from the manufacturer that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can jump in and go steer it around the racetrack, be it a pro team or a gentleman driver, anyone in between. They're not going to like fly off the track. So you kind of have to start there, and with my crew, my two crew guys have. Well, one of my crew guys is an IMSA this weekend. He also does SRO, so he's experiencing these cars week in, week out on a Michelin, Pirelli, and these 200 treadwear tires. So you sort of take the changes that we're putting into an IMSA car to make it work are exactly the same kind of mentality and the same principle. It's just that as good as these tires are, you have to treat it as a really low grip, inferior tire to a slick. So you just keep dialing it in that direction, and it's trial and error, and then it just sort of pops up.
Interesting. Do you have to worry about, you're worrying about generating too much temperature, or wear rates and all that, the same process?
Exactly the same process. Tire temps, tire wear, you're doing all that, the same stuff. And, the amount of money it costs to come and do one of these weekends, you have to invest in that.
Sure.
Because to do one of these weekends properly, like if you're including the lifing, it's the same price to go and run an SRO weekend.
Oh, wow.
Because, you're only doing 4 hours there, but we're doing 24 hours. So the cost is the same, about the same, because flight's the same, crew's the same. So when you buy a crew, you want to buy the best crew to justify coming to these events.
Sure.
And I've got a great team around me. I'm very fortunate.
So we'll turn our attention back towards today specifically. Did you give the car a 3-lap lead? Was that all? Jason Mark?
Yeah, a little bit.
Was it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Nice. Nice.
That was fun.
I like that you're owning that. That's awesome.
That was a good time.
Mostly in the wet?
Yeah, so I started the race. So I had a great battle. There was that 4-car battle at the start with the Aston, the Merc, Laura and the Super and myself. That was a hoot. Nose to tail for half an hour with, a couple of seconds.
To watch.
And it was fun to be out there. And then I jumped in just as it started to sprinkle and, moved forward.
Nice.
Yeah, that was good.
Nice. Any hope of catching the GTU car at the front, or you just let them sail off?
It's a different class.
Sure.
That's not even on my radar. Nice. Whoever's steering those lead 2 GTU cars doing an impressive job to get that kind of lap time around here. That's take my hat off to them.
Nice. Last question I'll ask you. Obviously, GTR, you're back in the Hitman car. Starting at, you guys will be at Red Atlanta?
Oh yeah,
nice.
Not missing that. That's gonna be great.
We were just talking about it a couple minutes ago. Super excited. I won't be there, but the other guys will, and it's gonna be a great weekend. Plans for Hitman for the season, just same as it was last year with the BMW, or
majority races. Signed up for Atlanta, skipping Barber. Unfortunately, I'll be there with Harold and GTR.
Cool.
So I'll personally be there, but the team won't. Then Middo, yes. Daytona, yes. Red America, yes. Coda, yes. A couple in between the VIRs and the Sebrings, to be advised. So we've got a really strong lineup coming. We're introducing 2 new people to the team. I'm actually back here in a couple of weeks to test with them to give them a feel of the car before we go. So, yeah, looking forward to having them. They're great people.
Sure.
So I'm really looking forward to having them on board.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep eyes out on the entry list for Hitman Racing Toyota Supra. Hopefully more Toyota Supras to come.
Yeah.
Certainly the more the merrier. And the introduction of, Toyota as a manufacturer, Mercedes as a manufacturer. I'm sure for you as an enthusiast of the sport, it must be fun to see that
great.
variety injected into the series.
Oh, my word, yes.
Yeah.
There's even an Audi R8 registered, I think, for Atlanta. So it's a proper GT4 field.
Yeah.
It's exciting. It really is.
It is, and we're excited to watch it and be a part of it. Jason, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, mate.
Welcome anytime, of course.
Cheers, mate.
And if we don't see you again this weekend, we'll see you next couple times out.
You will. Good on you.
Awesome. Jason Marks out of the GTR number 99 BMW M4. We'll see him again, 34 Hitman Supra here in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, it'll be good to have a conversation with Jason about the driving dynamics of that Supra, because that is one of the things that we talked about at VIR with. If I'm honest, I don't remember if it was Cole or Will, Cole Offscott or Will Choice we spoke to. But, we had that discussion about the M4 being a car that you almost had to surf through the corners, through the left-right transitions, and every car is going to have a slightly different personality to it. It sounds like the Supra has a very, I don't know if it's compliant. I don't know if that's the right term for it, but it's a very different type of car.
Oh, slow capstone GTU pulls into the pit exit lane and comes to a stop. It's not a super convenient place to stop, but that's really tough because that car had been metronomic in GTU literally all day. That's your second place car in class, 7th place overall. Had actually just given up, well, not just, but not terribly long ago, given up the spot to Random Vandals number 28.
Yeah, it looks like there's a faint bit of smoke coming out of that car, so that may just be steam from.
It is. I mean, it's right outside my window here.
Yeah, I mean it's a terrible spot to have a car because cars are under full acceleration coming out of pit lane.
Well, it's not just that, but any car that does come out of pit lane is going to have to go left into the grass or right towards the track to get around it.
And just like the accident that the stop car that we had at turn 8 earlier, this is not a situation that's going to get better when we have recovery vehicles around it. They're only going to take up more of that. That is a really unfortunate spot. I mean, good for them for getting it off the racing surface, to be fair.
Yeah, agreed.
But it puts race control in a little bit of a tricky situation. Fortunately, we haven't had any takers to the pit lane at the moment.
Hi to Erwin in the chat, who I think is now just a DriversEye Live fan.
I was thinking the same thing.
I think we talked to Erwin well, we didn't, but our counterparts.
Well, I remembered. I was kind of shocked to see some crossover with the event that we did last month.
Did we mention
a tiny community?
Yeah, that's exciting. Did we mention the 89 is back out?
Yes, it has been.
Yeah,
I've been trying to find a good way to bring that in because I know we want to jump to ads as well. I'm like, I'll bring it back once we come back from ads, and it's like, yes, it's back out. It's working on catching the screaming goat. That's not something you hear often.
Its outlap was 5 hours and 11 minutes. So,
but the important thing is, it's since done more laps than the outlap. It's a good sign.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's going to pick up a couple of spots here. And, I mean, we brought this up as a concern of points, right? Screaming Goat hasn't been out since lap 41. Sipri Motorsport, I think, has been out. But
yes,
anyway, bunch of laps down. Team ACP Tangerine Associates probably out of reach. I don't think they're getting that spot, but they are going to get another spot back here, and I think that's going to be worth a point to them.
Are they?
52. They've got to do 105 laps in 2 hours and a half. Yes, I think so.
I've got them as being, not that this is gospel or anything, but I've got them as being 3 hours behind the 29, and we've got fewer than that left.
Sorry, who's 3 hours behind the 29?
The 89.
No, no, they're going to pass the 29 in like 4 laps.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I was talking specifically about the 52. And if Cipri's not circulating, I actually don't know when the last time we saw the Cipri car was. The number 313. I thought they were circulating, but
at pit out, so we see which direction the track crew has decided to take. So they're going to bring, which I think makes sense, is they're going to bring this car over. Well, they're going to bring the recovery vehicles at least over to driver's left, and they've got them on the tow rope, so that's going to clean up.
They're moving now, actually.
Yeah.
And everybody is moving very, very far to driver's right here to get around that car
back in the pits.
Which is quite good.
So is it going to tow it all the way around, or is it going to go left here?
There's really no way back because that road is a gravel road. I think if it goes anywhere, it'll go right at 1, right at 2. Right after 2, and take the cut between 2 and 8. But I don't know. Maybe it goes straight. We'll see what happens. That's just to kind of put a pin in this. What's the ceiling for the 89? The Cipri car lost an hour and 20 minutes earlier on, came back in 4 minutes later, and hasn't been seen since 2:10 local time. So there is a chance it comes back out, but if it doesn't, 80 laps is going to be on the limit of how much time the 89 can pick up. If it continues to circulate for the rest of the day, then there is a world where I think the 89 can pick up 2 spots here. And for its troubles, I think it'll be a point or 2 that comes with it. So confirm that.
We need to keep an eye on the podium spots in GP1 because the number 3 is pulling in about 3.5 seconds a lap on the 197 for Overnight Motorsports in second in GP1. So that battle, if a pit stop doesn't interrupt it, is going to come to a head in about 2 laps time. It may well. The 3 is due in pretty soon.
Yeah.
Is
also watch GTU podium as well.
Yes, because the capstone car is still. Have they come back out?
Sorry, we're only issuing points down to P10, so I don't think it's going to get into the points, but a DQ might get it there.
That reminds me, Brennan, I want to let you know, Birmingham Road and Race came back out.
I saw them. So it was one of those where you're like, well, have I just been missing them for, an hour plus on track, or have they really, been missing? And they really have been missing. So good on them for being back out as well.
NFC should be in the pits at this point. They've just gone missing for us, but they are due for a stop.
The 89 is back in, by the way.
They were also assigned a penalty as well.
Oh! Like a lap penalty?
One lap penalty.
Just happened. Passing under yellow at start. That'll be while they were recovering the number 4.
Yeah.
On this lap, by the way, the 59 is going to overtake. That's the second Stratus car, is going to overtake the number 4. In fact, it's happening now. And that gives Stratus a 1-2 in GTU.
The more things change.
Yeah. How about it? It won't be that way all season.
How about it?
The more the Stratus stays the same.
The number 4 on the back of a tow rope is now at turn 9. Actually, just coming to shot there. Nicely done. So that car will be recovered to the pit lane. Do we want to take this opportunity to regroup and set ourselves up for the last 2.5 hours here? That's a rhetorical question. Of course we do. DriversEye Live from NOLA Motorsports Park, the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season kicks off 6.5 hours down, 2.5 hours to go on our first of 2 races this weekend. Happy to have you all with us. We are going to go pay some more bills and then rejoin you on the other side for, start winding down our Saturday from NOLA Motorsports Park. We'll be back in a minute.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at NOLA Motorsports Park on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty kicks off its 2023 season, and we're here to tell you about it. Happy to have everybody's company. Brendan Kazmarek, joined by Ryan West, who has come back from his youth basketball experience.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you want an update on the first and second grade Osseo Maple Grove Basketball Association results?
Why are you doxing yourself?
Did your kid win?
The Mint Mountains dominated the Grey Wolves, and my daughter went 6, 7, and 3 with 2 steals. Thank you very much.
Wow, a triple single.
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Does your daughter have your height advantage?
So my daughter is, again, I'm going to continue to dox myself here. My daughter is right on the borderline of she was going to have to be the oldest kid in her grade, and we actually moved her forward a year. So she will be as tall as me, but she's currently 1 year behind everybody else.
Gotcha.
That's relatable content for me personally.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is. August birthdays, what up?
Yep. Hers is September 1st, which in Minnesota is like the cutoff. So,
Layla sent me a video, a TikTok, as a matter of fact, of the advantages of dating short people, and it was basically like Joseph recording a personal ad.
I'm good, baby.
Oh man.
Anyway,
we require a lot less energy input.
that was one of the features.
Yeah.
Cool things you don't have to worry about with your partner include having confidence.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joseph Mudrak joins us as well. JT Tammy has stepped off to make some pizza rolls, and we'll be back eventually.
So as the 123 enters the pits, the 3 has just left them. So the 44 temporarily is sitting in third in GP1.
Okay.
And they will hold on to that for at least the next, say, 14 laps or so until they're due. I'm going to wait until this kind of starts to shake out a little bit, and then, because I think the math will still be irresponsible, but I don't think it'll be much more irresponsible than it usually is.
Have you run irresponsible math yet today?
No.
Interesting.
Because, well, I certainly wasn't going to do it while we were in changeable conditions, because I think that's basically, there's no information that can be taken away from that.
Are we satisfied that the rain is going to stop?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
The rain has stopped.
It'll start just in time for me to go get the cameras.
So, unfortunately, having Zach here with the radar thing has taken away my end of race thing that I talk about, which is it going to rain or not? Now that he can just pull that up in 5 seconds, it doesn't give me the yep, thank you. It doesn't give me the opportunity to expand on my thoughts on rain. Oh my goodness. For 5 to 10 minutes, you can just look at it here. So
it really shut down Ryan's content production.
It really did. It really did. And I've already been on my grandstand about GT4 versus home-built cars today. I'm running out. I'm here for podcast mode. I've used up all the takes too early.
See, that's a rookie move.
It is. It really
Ryan,
is.
if you're going to run the show at Road Atlanta, you're going to have to really stretch out. Although
I still haven't listened to VIR. You
have no idea.
I listened to at least 4 minutes the other day.
Brendan, the fact that you haven't had anybody in the booth tells me that I did a better job at VIR of recruiting
Jason
people
Lawrence
to come in.
Was just here.
That's one.
That's correct.
I can't believe you're calling Jason a nobody. That's kind of rude.
I said that's one, not nobody.
You said you've had nobody in the booth.
Oh, okay. So you've had one person in the booth.
Yeah, and to be fair, he came to the wrong building. So,
Joseph, how many people did we have that second day? When I had
it's
really
because they
begged.
felt bad for us,
I'm
and they
sure.
wanted to give us company.
They wanted me to stop talking, is what that was all about.
Everybody came to the booth at COTA. We interviewed 100 people, and now they're all sick of talking to us. So we're gonna
that's fine.
Dive down into the valley for a little while, and then we'll get to Barber, and it's gonna be like, oh, we have 60 cars, such a great event, and everybody's going to want to come talk again. And then all we're gonna do is interviews at Barber. That's just the way it's gonna be.
We're gonna have a rich selection at Brazelton, I think.
I think so as well.
8 interviews with Buzz McCall.
I'll take it. I will take it. Other driving coaches and sports car people are available.
How has Buzz not gotten a Dinner with Racers episode?
You know, he's got to be on the list, right?
Is he under some does he think there's some implied exclusive agreement with DriversEye Live for interviews?
Probably because of the tire sponsor conflict.
Oh, you know what? I would be willing to bet that's a big part of it. Yeah.
Good point. Well, that's taking all the mystery out of that.
Yeah, it doesn't work as well.
I mean, could we get them both on air here?
Can we?
Because they're both tire sponsors of the World Racing League.
I wish I had thought of this earlier. We should have gotten Brad McCall to dress up as Uncle Cooper for the Halloween event at Sebring last year.
There's still time.
We can do it this year.
November this year. They pushed it back.
Oh no, there's no more time.
Oh man, what an opportunity wasted.
Well, can't win them all.
No, I know.
Thunder Bunny, that 170 is just done its fastest lap of the day. A 151.7. So there are not necessarily points implications for fast laps, but there are starting grid implications for tomorrow for fast laps.
For the sprint race, if you will, the 7-hour.
We already did that bit. You got to catch up. You got to you got to rewind and just play it on 3x speed.
He has nothing left. He has nothing left.
We've done all the bits, Ryan. You got to get more bits.
Drama.
It's like a Lucky Charms bowl in here.
Oops, all marshmallows.
Oh no. Live from NOLA Motorsports Park, these hallowed grounds. On board the 909, automatic racing.
Did I tell you guys at COTA that they left another 24-hour series trophy laying around?
You did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Did we look into whose it was? Do you remember what it said on the plaque? We could do that right now.
2019 second place TCE, I think.
2019. Okay, we could do this. 2019 live Googling.
They left a 3-year-old trophy. That's basically yours. The statute of limitations is expired.
It would have been TCR, but it was whatever the TCE category was, the broader
Touring car experience.
Let's see. I think it's touring car endurance. I think you'll find. TCR.
TCE says the sound I make after Brendan makes a bad joke.
That would be AC Motorsports with Stefan Perrin, Radermecker, Taskinen, and I assume Matt Neal.
Is that Vincent Radermecker?
It just has the last name.
In
the Audi. Here, this is the official results. Let's see if there's a better 24 hours of COTA overall.
That's okay. We can be done with this.
I have relevant information.
Yes, let's go.
The 200, who was stopped briefly at turn 6 about 5 minutes ago, has just pitted. So I don't know if they've done a flying lap since then. If I look at the lap history, it doesn't. Oh no! They've pitted, had a spin on their out lap, and then come back into the pits. I think so. Keep an eye out for the 200.
So they were in the paddock for a little while. I don't think that immediately preceded this development, but they were back there for a bit. So I don't know if there's some kind of other issue there or.
And meanwhile, the 55 has also had an off at 6. But that appears to be going all right. Still your leader in GP3. They hold that by a scant 40 minutes over their team car in the 85. This car that we're on board with here, 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, as you see in that, having finished their 185th lap, is nearly 15 minutes ahead of the 197 for Overnight Motorsports on their debut in GP1, or as Jason Marks might say, debut. Debut. They always say it a weird way.
Debut.
Debut.
On debut. Yeah. Other Antipodean accents are available.
Sure. What? I was in an iRacing session with Scott McLaughlin a few weeks ago, and I noticed he was in a different class. He was running the LMP too. I was running the LMDH, and I was like, oh, thank goodness I'm not in the class with Scotty Mack. And then I looked at the list, and also in my class was Shane Van Gisbergen. I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Is that the opposite? Is that the worst way to name drop somebody? I was actually in an iRacing server with.
It's nothing. It's not impressive, It's just a coincidence.
Right. No, I'm not accusing you of name dropping. I'm just saying in general, is that the worst way to name drop somebody? Is saying that you shared an iRacing server with them.
Oh, it's up there. But
Yeah.
you should. I mean, people.
I mean, isn't that the entire basis of Nicky Team's popularity?
Of who? What?
Exactly my point. Nicky Team.
Oh, Nicky Team.
Oh,
Yeah. I think that's the entire basis of his popularity.
Is that people see him on iRacing?
Yeah, he's slightly a goofball, and then he did a lot of iRacing, and a lot of people spent a lot of time iRacing. I had one.
I mean, I think it's fun when you race against actual professionals on iRacing. And I'm not bad at the iRacing, but I still get destroyed by.
Wow, the old 4K humble brag.
I didn't say what my iRating was.
Wow.
Because nobody cares. But I'm just saying I'm not garbage.
Joseph, do you have a Twitter? And if you do, is it full of pictures of at the office and you got your gloves on, sitting in your rig?
My tweets are protected, as any intelligent person's tweet should be.
I haven't seen a tweet in over a week because my client of choice stopped working suddenly.
Oh, that's right. Were you still on TweetDeck?
No, I'm still on Echo Phone. And I can't remember my password, so I haven't been able to log in to actual Twitter in over. I can use the DriversEye Live Twitter, which is somehow still a thing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been tough. I haven't seen a sports aviation tweet in over a week, and it's been sad.
It used to be that you could have Twitter feeds come in as RSS feeds, and I really think that's probably the only way to actually use Twitter.
You might be right, but I have to log in to get that far, and I just haven't.
Not necessarily. If they're public accounts, you could go into like Feedly or something and just be like, let me add.
Sure.
I might do that.
I actually opted into receiving SMS, Twitter, and Facebook updates for selected accounts up until 2019. In fact,
that sounds like
did you do this in 2007?
No, I probably started doing it in 2007, but it wasn't until 2019 that I thought, maybe I should turn this off.
I opened Feedly to see if I could add a Twitter subscription account thingy, and the first headline is Buzz Aldrin marries for the 4th time, age 93.
I saw
Get
that.
it, Buzz. Round 3 racing not here this weekend.
What drew you to the astronaut Buzz Aldrin? Because he's not rich, obviously. He's not a millionaire, so.
He's got moon secrets.
Do you think he still has some lunar rock, like, in his closet? Or do you think he's already sold it?
I love Bob Seger. No? Alright.
Last CD I ever bought was a Bob Seger CD.
That is so on brand.
In 2009.
You got off the CD train earlier than I did, to be fair, in that case.
Yeah, it might have been 2010. I was in college anyway. This is astounding commentary work, everybody. Thank you all for your efforts. Yeah. Jeez.
See, I stopped buying CDs in like 2007 because I was given an early access Spotify code from a friend of mine that I played Halo with in Europe. So I've actually been a Spotify member for longer than I've had a driver's license.
A lot of people can say that, right?
I guess so. I got an email once that said I was among the first 1% of users in the country.
Wow.
Ooh.
So,
big man.
For whatever that's worth.
Does that go on the resume?
I thought about it at one point. If I need to break into the music industry, it almost certainly will.
You gotta hope that they just don't notice that it doesn't say the top 1%. It's just the first 1%.
It's the first 1%. Yeah, I don't actually use it, but I am grandfathered into the lower rate, which is nice.
I'm excited for the second resurgence of Pandora.
I never left. I listened to Pandora on the way into the track this morning.
Wow.
And to be fair, it's actually like I'm now into some oddly specific bands because of it.
Some deep tracks.
You are.
But
some
it served
deep
its
cuts.
purpose.
No, tell us more about your nautical themed nonsense.
Listen, they're just called sea shanties now. It's fine.
I was driving through.
I-2021, how are you?
I was driving through Kansas earlier. No, last year, not earlier this year. Last year, and we were like, oh well, we should do like a thing where we only listen to the local radio stations like the whole way through.
Oh
and
no!
then like we came across something outside of this was in like Lawrence, Kansas, I think.
Just got blown out, by the way.
I'm sorry, I didn't do it. They were playing like sea shanty stuff, and it's like I literally could not be further away from the ocean. This is so aspirational, it's unreal.
Actually,
fantastic.
That point of what do they call it? Point of shoot, there's a word for it. The point that's furthest away from any ocean or water is somewhere in South Dakota.
If it's not in Lawrence, Kansas, it's pretty close.
It's South Dakota.
Which KU is a wonderful looking campus. I'm not dunking on Lawrence. It is. It genuinely is really cool.
Well, next time I have to go to Heartland Park.
All right.
Which I believe you'll have to, right?
No.
No? Not for the sprint racing?
No. Not this year. Thank God. I have to go to Hallett twice.
Excellent.
Yeah. Anyway, Kansas local radio sounds. Listen, I appreciate the fact that WRL is still largely a Midwest and Plains series. A lot of very local competitors there, but man, that sounds bleak.
Careful, Jeremy Clarkson.
They need to come back to Brainerd.
Brendan, I will say this and only this. We gave up on our plans shortly thereafter.
Sure, I don't blame you. I mean, if you started it when you got into the state of Kansas and you gave up by Lawrence, that's not commitment.
Well, the idea in our head was like, oh, it's a college town. We can listen to like college radio. And,
nope.
And yeah.
Did you give it another shot in Manhattan?
No, we drove past Manhattan. So I-70 is like 10 miles away from it. And I was like, should we go? Should we go? And we just...
Little Apple. Shouts to Craxer01 in the YouTube chat, who stopped watching Nitro RX from Trois Rivières to listen to this nonsense.
I would not leave Trois Rivières for any reason if I was going to race
love Trois Rivières. Unreasonable infatuation with the Grand Prix de Trois Rivières.
Hey, you know what? I agree. It is an
rally
unreasonable infatuation.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it. They're doing ice rallycross up there. Snow rallycross. Apparently, they had an issue yesterday with the windows in the hospitality area fogging up. And people couldn't see out. Yeah.
What a first world problem. You paid for hospitality access at Nitro Rallycross.
In Trois-Rivières, Quebec. And you couldn't see out because the windows were fogging up.
Did they also get low on seltzer water?
Probably. I don't know what bubbly. What's bubbly in French Canadian? Bubbly. Delivery could have been better, but the joke was on point.
The 82 has pitted.
Hooray!
Okay.
I'm trying to find out if that's now if it's going to have a similar gap to the NFC car now.
Yeah. Now, when does the NFC car? The NFC car will not need to pit for. They probably only got one stint to go, I would think.
So yeah,
82
or one stop to go rather.
82 is out.
Meow. Irresponsible math. Click button. Get
12. The 12 has come out as well. So they're separated. The 82 and the 12 are separated by a lap still, which I think has actually just happened because I'm pretty sure they were on the same lap for a little while. It was a slightly longer stop from the number 12, but to the tune of about 20 seconds. And I think that's just sent it the other way in favor of the 82. Out to overlap. They also have the second place GTU car, number 59 from Stratus Racing, stuck in between them. So they're not really even together on timing. That is a recent change, and it's going to be about 50 seconds from the 123 back to the 82. The battle for, is that 5th in GTO? It'll be 5th.
Yeah, the battle for 4th actually is probably the most contested one in the GTO field in terms of looking forward to the end of the race. So keep an eye on that, which makes sense, right? We know that 123 has had a lot of pace and lost a lot of track time with that spin down at turn 12, I think it was. As the 111 now, I believe, is coming for its penultimate stop.
Yeah, they had a couple of spins, Joseph. They had the one down at 9, they'd one at 11, 13, I think another one at 16.
Yeah, so we'll be looking to see if the 123 can overhaul that 28 for random vandals. This will not come as a surprise to anybody, but the 99 is favored at the moment to take GTO. It is one of those races where they're going to be looking for, if you're not the 99, you're basically looking for a mechanical. I mean, really, that's everybody. You're just trying to get reps in. It's kind of as simple as that at this point. Just hit your marks and keep the car on track and try not to break anything.
Yeah, I mean, while it's not the most interesting for us, that is basically the dream. If you're one of the teams down in the pit lane, right? Sure, it'd be great to be embroiled in a battle and really have something to feel like you're fighting for or pushing towards, even if it's a P7 or a P8 in class, right? It doesn't matter. Just having something to chase. But if you can't have that, then literally just clicking off laps, putting in 38 or 40 laps in a stint, coming in, filling up with fuel and going again, that's the dream. You know, it's easy for the crews, it's easy on the car, easy for the drivers. It's fantastic. 522 is back. The Choice Racing BMW, after some hours, right?
Yes, I think that's right. I think we'll get an actual
2 hours and 36 minutes.
Love the script.
There's actually some positions to be gained here. The MMR car that's ahead of it is only 13 laps up the road and hasn't been seen in a little while.
Yeah.
So if they can circulate here for at least another half hour, maybe a little over a half hour, as long as the MMR car is done, they'll be able to pick up the spot here.
In GP1, for what it's worth, was it E1? Yeah. That first place is pretty settled unless they have an issue in that 147 camp. The fight for second is potentially a 3-car dogfight in between the 197 for overnight, that 3 for 94 Motorsports, and the 4 for PC race, 44 for PC racing. So we don't want to lose track of that fight too much. And obviously, if anything happens to the 147, that turns into a 3-way fight for the win. So, we're obviously doing a little bit of time filling, but if there's a lot to play for up at the pointy end of GP1 as the 99 comes into pit, or leaves the pit rather.
Yeah, it's a good point, Joseph. That second place battle in GP1, whether it ever becomes a lead battle or not, I guess is irrelevant. It's still a decent 3-way scrap that can go any number of ways based on pit strategy and pit rotation. Out of curiosity, where does your script, or how does your software have that kind of shaking out towards the end? Number of pit stops in particular, I'm thinking. Bearing in mind the 44 is just pitted.
I've already closed it. Let me.
No, that's fine.
No, it's what it's. I just mentioned wanting to put some minutes on the board, so let's do that. And because the other thing I want to do is give us an idea of what kind of lap count target we should be expecting. That's always something that's worth kind of just counting back from, I guess. So you're talking about pit stops remaining? Was the question?
Yeah, in GP1 in particular.
GP1. I don't have that sorted out by class, so I'm gonna have to do that manually. But say, are you looking particularly at that three-way fight?
Yes.
Okay. So I've got the 197, if I can find them. Yeah, I've got the 197 as basically on the cusp of making it on one. And actually, chances are good that they'll be able to make it on one. Ooh, I think that's... We'll see. I actually kind of lean more towards 2 in that case because I think these stats have been skewed a little bit by the wet weather running. So I'm going to say 2 stops left for the 197, personally. And then looks like 1 stop remaining for the 3, so that could be relevant.
Ooh, interesting.
And 1 stop remaining for the 44. So it really is the 197 potentially owes us a splash.
So this battle between the 3 and the 44 is basically going to be head-to-head then. They're both down to
I think that's right.
44's just come out of the pit, so it'll be a slightly shorter last fill for them. But as long as the 3 is on that rotation and can get through to the end on one more stop, then the 51-second margin between those 2 cars now is very real. And to that end, like you mentioned, Joseph, that it's a minute 53 from the 9.4 Corvette up to the overnight Porsche, and 1 pit stop will wipe out a good chunk of that. And that is the deficit that overnight has, is that 1 extra stop between now and the end of the race. So
yeah, and I think that's the thing that makes the prediction close, basically. And if anything, it might be skewing it too much in favor of the 197 if I am right in thinking that it's a little optimistic in terms of stint length.
Well, congratulations, Joseph. You have managed to find something real for us to sink our teeth into between now and the end of the race.
Yeah, I think that's something. And then what was it? It was the other fight was going to be between, basically, is the 123 going to be able to haul 4th place in GTO away from the 28 for Random Vandals, which I think that's an open question as well.
My favorite
NFC,
corner on the track here.
NFC and Random Vandals both, I think, owe us 1 stop here. So that 2 will be head-to-head on pace. It'll really only be... It's really only the 197 that's kind of in a rough spot in terms of potentially needing 1 more stop. The other thing to bear in mind here is going to be the fast lap competition that seeds us for tomorrow. Now, when you've got a relatively small field, it's not a huge deal where you qualify. But GTO, they're still going to care. GTO, it's if you qualify in the back of GTO, then you might have all the pace in the world, but you're still going to have to overtake 11 cars over the course of the day.
Road Atlanta is going to be fascinating on that front. I hadn't really considered that, but that's a really interesting little wrinkle too. Like you said, maybe not today, but
I think that race is going to have a completely different dynamic from anything that we've seen. You get a little bit of that now with as we've got, is that the overnight cars, the 191 potentially coming into the lane. The closest thing I think we've seen in terms of car counts will have been maybe Daytona or Coda for GTO. The Sebring races as well, I suppose. But those races have always been with general production cars in their midst, right? So they haven't really been able to go full bore in the same way. You might get lucky with traffic and catch a clean lap here and there. But all the only pace variability you're really going to have to contend with is going to be within your own class, plus the GTU cars that are going to be interloping. But those aren't... The pace differential there is not nearly what you get between GTO and GP3, for example. And then, like you said earlier, I think the general production only class is going to be that race is going to be really interesting in its own right, because they, on the other hand, they're the stars of the show. They don't have to worry about the GTO cars, A, filling the field, and B, getting in among their battles, and potentially, we always kind of treat the GTO cars as the aggressors when there's a collision between two cars. Well, that's not going to even be a factor in that race. So, it's going to be a very different dynamic, and I think it's going to be what a lot of the GP teams have wanted for a long time, is an opportunity to be to be free, if you will, of some of the GTO traffic. So, I think it's good for the series to be exploring these things. If they happen to be one-offs or whatever, then so be it. But it might. I don't know. I'm hopeful for turnout for that GP only race, because I think it would be cool to have some more of these kind of split races in the championship.
Yeah, if you look at the Barber entry for the first weekend in March, it's 23 GP1 cars. That'd be the biggest field, or the biggest class in the field, and still upwards of 30 to 35 general production cars as a whole. And if you take that to a place like Road Atlanta, and you're bringing the same series infrastructure that you bring to these massive 60, 70, 90 car events, you're basically giving them the spotlight and allowing the still very, very well prepped GP1 cars, never mind the GP2 and GP3 fields, the spotlight, and giving them the full the full WRL powered by Hagerty experience, and all of the things that come along with that type of weekend, without for them, what might be considered a distraction of the GTO cars, the GTU cars, the big, GT4 and international spec cars.
Because you're always looking in your rearview mirror to make sure you're not going to get run over. It's it changes the dynamic of the race.
Sure, and it can change the feel of the paddock as well. I mean, you walk up and down the field and you see somebody pushing your fully wrapped, GTO car to the dyno or out to the grid, and you're like, well, these are the guys that we're up against. We're fighting for attention. We're under attack going into corners. Whatever the case might be. I'm not saying that these are all things that happen or that this is anybody's mentality, but these are, weekends that are split between what is still an international spec GT field at the front and cars built by speed shops and tuners and people who just like building race cars and going racing in their garages, and if you take one of those things away and allow the other to shine, right, you can have some pretty spectacular results. We know the GTO, well, we are 90% sure that GTU experience is going to be great. I think we would expect the general production experience to be great. And honestly, if we take it back 5 or 6 years to our first trips to Circuit of the Americas,
I think you're
WRL
about
in
to,
2017 and 18 was basically that. You had a handful of M235 IRs and you had a handful of NP01s, and 82 out of the 90 cars were what GP1, 2, and 3 are now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The progression, as they used to say in the X Games, they may still, but I haven't watched in a minute. The progression of the sport is insane, right? So you now have these people that are, with goats, for example, bringing what is effectively, I mean, they're putting a decent amount of money into that car. I'm confident in saying, but it's still not a factory prepped car, right? It is basically it's a custom build, and Ryan, we can come back to that conversation. But it is one of those things where it is, if it were lower power, you could probably get away with running it in GP1, right? Like it wouldn't take too much doing to get it to homologate in a lower class. So the principles there are. It'll be fun. It'll be fun to come back to basically WRL Circuit 2017. And if we continue to have a market for these GT4s and TCRs and things like that, then maybe in the future you can kind of continue that. Those continue and expand those split races. So now instead of one, maybe you've got 2 rounds each year that are GP only and GT only and things like that. I hope we never get to the point where they're fully separate from each other. I love having the variety. I love having a detuned AMG GT4 up against a 30-year-old Miata. Yeah, like all that stuff. It's so fun to see all that. But I do think if we can get that to take off for the GT events and the GP events to really come into their own, I think that'll make both sides of the paddock that much stronger.
Yeah, I think when you look back to the last time this was done, which from memory would have been like 07 era Grand Am, where the Daytona prototype field and the GT fields, independent of each other, got so large that they basically had to be split. Right, you were getting 60, 70 entries at a pro weekend at a place like Iowa, right, where you're running on a 1.5 mile infield road course, and there's just no way to support that in a multi-class environment. As we get a pit stop from the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. I don't know that changed the face of what Grand Am was at the time, because the economic downturn a year and a half later certainly played a part in that whole experience. But I think that the difference in what we're expecting to see down the road here is that these are still going to be multi-class proper endurance races, right? These aren't elbows out, 1 hour or 2 hour quote endurance races. They're real 9-hour Saturday, 7-hour Sunday, 8 and 8, right? They are very much the WRL racing on-track endurance experience in a way that caters itself to the strengths of various whatever the various categories are, your general production cars, your grand touring cars, your prototype, and sports racer cars. And just to engage the chat here, world's fastest fat man. Also, some of us want to be able to test our shop builds against the GT4s of the world. And look, I mean, you can do that in GTO, obviously, but if you look at the broader WRL experience and class lineup, Moorhead, Speedworks, PC Racing, Big Mission, these are not shops that are in a lower class because they can't handle running in a GTO type field. They're just going racing with production race cars. And, Moorhead is only a couple of seconds off of the top of the GTO field. It's not much of a gap. So they're taking, that full, the full extent of what the rules allow, building out a car to the absolute maximum. And they have the opportunity to put their GP1 car up against the top of the field as a whole. So I don't think that it's something that should be lost in the longer term by any accounts. But a little bit of variety may not be a bad thing in terms of how these weekends progress.
I would, I mean, I don't know. I think it would be good too. It's been fun to see Overnight, for example, expand up into GTO. I with some of these shop built cars that with some of these shop built teams
way wide for the 123
so
turn 3 here. Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit of ascent. With some of these teams that are capable of building such strong GP1 teams. It's I'm sure they've got their reasons, but it's a shame to not see them expand up into GTO. You know, it would be fun to see. Choice and but not Choice, rather. Choice has done so with the GT4, but to see Moorhead and PC Racing make the step up to GTO.
On one hand,
see if they could do it.
On one hand, yes. On the other hand, like, if everybody progresses at that rate, you're going to lose a class, right? If everybody who's running GP1 at a really high level decides, I want to try my hand at GTO, now all of a sudden there's a massively oversubscribed GTO field, and there's no GP1. Oh, that's Moorhead. Listen, Chadwick.
Scoops. I got my scoop.
What I want to see is the current build GP1 330 Ci run at 9-1. Do that, and let's see what happens. Throw double. I don't know. Can you run double element rear wings in GTO? Maybe not. Anyway,
I'm pretty sure you can. It's open.
Yeah, but there might be a decent modifier on it.
I would love to see this. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But I also don't want it to take away from, and I say this as even just an interested party, never mind, somebody who's broadcasting the series. It would be good to see GP1 continue to flourish. It's in a good place. I would like to see it stay there. Nothing's ever constant. Racing is always cyclical. It always changes, but it would be good to see that continue to be strong.
Judging by the Barber entry list, there will always be BMWs that will race in GP1, regardless.
True.
18 of the 23 entries are BMWs.
You'll always have I think a need for a shop built class, right? An exclusively shop built class. I like that you can dip up into GTO if you want. With a shop built car, but I think there's always going to be, as long as there are people doing this, there's going to be a need for something that is or looks like GP1.
All right, gentlemen, I have a game I would like to play. If everybody else can play along, that'd be fantastic. So, actually, there's two games, and they're relevant to the series, so it's all right. But I have multiple Google Docs open right here for full transparency. We'll start at the top. This is the first one. It's the WRL Championship 2023 predictions game, where I have a Google document, and I want you guys to predict which car you think will win in the GT class and a GP class. So you can pick whichever one you want. And then the other thing is you can make your answer as vague or as specific as you want. But the person with the most specific correct answer gets the points at the end of the year.
So you could say team or specific car number.
Right. Or you could just say, I think a BMW M4 is going to win GTO. And that might be the case. So if Brendan says, I think an M4 is going to win, but Joseph says, I think the 99 is going to win, and the 99 wins it, then Brendan doesn't get the points. Does that make sense?
Right, I get it.
Okay, cool. So, Brendan, who's going to win in the GT classes this year? You can pick a GTU winner. We'll do GTU separate, just for fun.
I get to go first?
I was going to say, you have to go first, absolutely. So, GTO first, then GTU.
I'll go GTU Stratus 59.
Stratus 59, yep. Okay. And then how about for GTO?
I have to do both.
Yes, because the GTU one, I mean, let's be honest, didn't the
58 win last year?
What was that?
Didn't the 58 win the championship last year?
I believe the 58 won. So I did not do that level of research.
Brendan's really going for. He's saying no to the repeat for the three-peat. Or no, it's not a repeat. It won't be a three-peat. He's saying no to the repeat.
Right. He thinks the 59 takes it back. Okay, and then Brendan, GTO, Brendan.
Give me. Give me a.
I did mean for this to run a little bit faster so that you can make
give me a
foolish
Supra.
predictions.
Give me a
and
Toyota
then
Supra in GTO.
a Supra
A
in
Supra.
GTO.
Yep.
A Supra. Okay, and then would you like to make any GP class? Doesn't matter which one. Make a GP prediction.
A BMW M3 and GP1.
M3 and GP1.
Game's broken.
An M3. So it's specifically an M3? In GP1.
Good point. Yeah, I'll ride with it.
I think you're better with the 330.
An M3 and GP1. Okay, that's fine. I would have taken 330 and GP2 personally.
In fairness, it really only rules out the Moorhead car because I think everything else is an M3.
GP2, 330. Okay, there we go. Joseph, GTU, you're a winner.
Super light SLC. I'm gonna say the 58.
Stratus 58.
We can do repeats here, by the way, right?
Yes, I mean that doesn't make for entertaining radio later on down the line, but sure,
that's fine.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
GTO.
I have to be contra Brendan as a rule. So
that's fine. GTO, your prediction?
GTO. I'm gonna say that this is gonna be the race that sets the tone for the rest of the year. I'm gonna say it's the 99. I'm gonna call my shot.
GTR 99. Okay, perfect. And then a GP class prediction, Joseph.
I think GP. Ooh. Oh God, GP is tough. There's not a ton to go off of for this round. Is the problem?
And you're going to have return entries, though, is the thing.
Yeah,
and like we've seen it play out.
And cars
and like
that cars that aren't here. I mean, we're looking at
Right.
37, but we have 60 at Barber. Round 3's not here.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna so that you have so that you have something to talk about with your boys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say North Loop wins. What are they? They're GP2, right?
So I'm going to give you one shot to redo that because I have the information that they're not going to run half of the season.
Oh well, what the heck?
So
Okay.
as much as I appreciate your pick there, and I'm sure they do too, they're not going to. I don't think that they will be in points contention this year.
Okay.
And that's something that I know. So.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, or maybe they still do. I mean, maybe they end up coming in a little bit late, and GP2 has been kind of a mess, and they win out. I have no idea, but my understanding is they're not going to run a full season.
I'm gonna say no. We're doing these are points predictions, right?
Points
This is
predictions.
not like- okay.
Correct. And for the GP
We're not doing
class,
prop
I'll
bets.
even. Well, I mean, we could do that later.
Okay.
On this next thing, we can do that. You can also do whether or not you want to do the overall, the Midwest, or the Eastern for the GP class.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna use last year's. Oh, this is a 2021 championship. That's not useful at all. There we go. 2020. I'm gonna use the national championships as my guide.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna say. You know what? I'm gonna say Touring Wagon comes back with their new car, and they win GP2. I don't even know if they're gonna be in GP2. Whatever class they're in, it's gonna be Touring Wagon.
Touring Wagon wins their class. I'll write that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's a good call. I like that.
All right. JT.
Yo.
Your GTU champion.
Oh, that's gonna be the 58.
58. Stratus 58. Excellent. JT, your GTO champion.
See, that's hard because I'm not seeing Thunder Bunny running the Supra after this round on the entry
Really?
list.
Oh, okay, on the entry list.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it keeps showing up as the M2. Otherwise, if it was the...
In
It
fairness,
shows up as
it
the
was-
M2 on Race Hero as well.
It's because they didn't announce it. It was the M2 for here as well, and then I showed up and it was a Supra.
Okay, well, if they're running Super full season, I would take the 111.
Okay. JT says the 111.
I think that's a good pick.
Thunder Bunny was super consistent through most of the season. They generally had pace. The only issues, were mechanical failures that really took them out of contention.
Here's why I didn't pick a Supra.
That was the 421 mostly, but yeah.
Here's why I didn't pick a Supra. The platforms that get introduced tend to have a really rough teething year. The JTR crushed it, obviously, but they were the exception.
Well, and they had their own issues. It was really only the fact that they were lightning quick as drivers and as a team that overcame the issues that they were having.
The flip side is they've been running this Supra off and on last year. Hitman has.
Yeah. Yes.
And with JT picking the 111, that means Brendan basically needs Hitman to win.
That's fine. I just interviewed Jason. Goodbye. He's from Jersey. I can handle this.
All right.
I understand, but the Thunder Bunny pulls my heart a little bit just because their drivers are always willing to fix the cameras for us.
Sure.
There we go. There we go.
Look,
Excellent.
Everyone's got an angle.
I don't have any Hitman stickers. I do have Thunder Bunny stickers.
Oh.
Right. So like I appreciate the pick. I don't know who this other mystery super team is either. Be very interesting.
Okay. And then JT, your GP class prediction.
I wasn't paying super close attention, but did anyone nail Moorhead for GP1?
No.
Brendan has the Contra Moorhead pick.
Brendan has the M3 in GP1.
So Moorhead doesn't run an M3 though. PC Racing does.
I know.
That's what we're saying.
I took DC, Big Mission. Basically, what is Moorhead?
So should I just pick a 330 Ci then, or?
Well, then you're narrowing yourself down to Moorhead anyway.
Just take
if you're
Moorhead,
doing the GP1.
Yeah, see, it's a toss-up between Moorhead and I do like that Overnight is running GP1. They were pretty darn consistent last year.
That.
Yeah, I'm just... It's going to be hard because as we get further in the season, I think we'll see some other GP1 entries come back. I think we'll see Edge Autosports, a couple more of those kind of cars. So that's a hard toss-up.
Choice has the M3 as well. I don't know how many races they're going to run, but...
Yeah, that is true. And we'll also see Big Mission come back.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
More M3s.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess go ahead and give me Moorhead. Why not?
Moorhead. All right, so you think Moorhead's going to win which Moorhead car? Or do you think Moorhead will win one of their classes?
Yeah, I don't know.
147.
Moorhead 147 wins its class.
Yes, and also AOA for GP3.
Oh, a double that.
You only get one. You only get one here.
Okay, that's fine.
So you're sticking with your Moorhead 147.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Scott is not currently present. I'm going to punch him in for Racers for GTU.
I don't think he would make that choice.
Let's see. Well, he's not here, so I don't care.
So should we just make choices for him?
I mean, we should make the choice that we think Scott would make. Racer Motors.
We should probably just text him.
Okay, and then for GTO, what car is Scott very, very particular about in GTO? I think it's JTR. Scott likes JTR.
I
They're
would
not
probably agree.
Oh, they're not running.
They're running. No, I don't think so.
Perfect. Give him JTR.
We'll give him the Aston Martin because he's English. And then
that's good. So should we give him automatic?
I was thinking Janetta, so...
Give him an Aston because TLM's coming with Aston Martins later in the year as well.
I'll give him an English car.
I was thinking TLM, but they're...
We can text
them. Morris Minor.
They're missing Road Atlanta. That's the thing.
No, I'll give him an English car. So if it's an Aston or a Janetta, we'll be good.
That's a good call.
Okay, all right. And then what does Scott like in the GP class? Let's see. What's the least GP car?
I mean,
what does that mean?
Ooh.
Should we give
probably
Scott
that
like
Corvette from
Nah,
9-4.
I mean like do we give? We'll let Scott pick his GP car. There's no way that'll be sewn up by the end of the day. That's fine. And then for GTU, I am going to pick the 59.
Bar fight.
I'll take Brendan there. And then for GTO, I think I'm going to take a... yeah, why not? I'll take a Porsche.
Think about it.
I'll take a Porsche.
Nice.
For, that. And then for GP, I will take Big Mission winning GP1. Wins GP1.
So I've just become the world's biggest PC racing / Edge Autosports.
Correct. / Okay, perfect. So we got that done. Okay, so that is finished. We're good. That's punched in. We're good to go. I have it saved. It's fantastic. So we can keep track of that. We can keep track of that the rest of the year, no problem. And then now, what we're going to do is a daily prediction where we will keep score throughout the season. Obviously, we can't do day 1, but we're going to do day 2 at NOLA. Brendan, pick a winner.
Okay. We gotta back up a little bit here because there are a few things that are worth pointing out.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do that.
So this battle for second in GP1.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
No, so 9-4 Motorsports, number 3, 44 PC Racing, the M3, and then the number 197 for Overnight Motorsports. We had talked about this battle a little bit before we started down this pathway. The 9-4, well, let's put it this way. The 44 is going quite rapidly at the moment. 158.3 was its last lap. The 9-4 car's been lapping just up above 2 minutes. So this margin is coming down from second to third. Meanwhile, the 197... slapping 207, 205, is that right? On a pretty regular basis here?
And pitted early. I don't know if you caught that.
I didn't, but I wanted to kind of catch up here. So they pitted early and have lost some time in the, not just the pit stop exchange, but also instead of running 2-minute flat 201, they're now running 202, 203. Right? Pretty consistently, if not more off the pace than that. So I think there's a chance here that the number 197 is going to get dropped off the back of this fight. And
I think that's exactly right, yeah.
And what we're going to have instead of a 3-way battle is actually a 2-way battle. And I don't know how much of that is self-inflicted by the 197, but I don't think we expected them to have to make a second stop unless, we had dodgy numbers or whatever the case might be.
That is one of those things. You had talked about the possibility of people coming to grips, as it were, with running a car they hadn't run before and potentially with tires they hadn't run before. And I think that there's a chance that could be going on with that car, just in terms of not having the ultimate pace anymore. I don't know, but we also know that the 44, should be up towards the pointy end of the field were it not for their issues earlier in the race.
Yes.
I've actually got, so I've rerun predictions for fun.
Excellent.
And I've actually got the 44 as the favorite for second place here. So they may well run all the 3.
So if you take those 2 cars and their situations in isolation, the 44 has got one more stop to make and is lapping 3 seconds faster than the 9-4 Motorsports car, who actually they might make it on 1.
What, the 197?
No, the 3.
Oh yeah, they will. The 3 and the 44.
There'll be one more stop.
Yeah, the 3 and the 44 both OS1.
Right.
That's it.
So it's basically just head-to-head between the 2 of them.
Yes.
With, a margin that is, well, it's come down. So it's 2 seconds a lap, but it's still only 30 seconds. Right, so the only thing that's really going to come between those 2 cars is an issue for either one of them or an unlucky safety car, which, just based on the vibes at the moment, I don't see happening.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about a slightly more sparse racetrack is you get substantially fewer full course cautions. You get a lot more green flag running.
Yeah.
So, that has helped this flow kind of work itself out. That was the 59 that's just gone.
Yeah, but I heard the tires squeal before that, and I was intrigued.
Yeah, that's not really. Anyway. So yeah, that's kind of where things stand in GP1. So it'll still be a head-to-head, and I'm expecting that we'll see that play out on track between the 44 and the 3. But the 197 now being pretty securely locked into owing us an additional stop has fallen down to a predicted finishing place of 4th, as we discussed that they might.
Out of curiosity, what does your script say about the 123 and the 28?
Ooh, that's good. I hadn't really been tracking that.
They're not that close, but it's not nothing. As we jump on board that NFC Mercedes.
I've got the 123 and the 28 is basically having even odds to finish.
Yeah. So the 123 is a little bit quicker than the 28. It's not a lot, and the margin is basically 2 minutes. But the 123 is going to be in a little bit better situation fuel-wise. So even if they both have to stop twice, and there is a chance that that's the case, it'll end up being a shorter stop at the end.
I think
so they're going to get some of that time back.
The relevant thing here is, we're still unsure about. Well, I at least am unsure about how this is being fed by the stint in the middle that was extended for pretty wet conditions.
Yeah.
So I've got the 123 as having a 20% chance of needing to splash at the end, 80% it being good with just one more stop. I don't know how much I trust that, so I do think that there's a possibility that they'll owe us a second, reasonable stop, or at least a splash. The 28, on the other hand, is probably on the other side of that. They're probably, I think they'll be closer, but I do think that they'll be in better shape fuel-wise. The 28 will.
Yeah, pit stop for the 147 here at the front of GP1 of little consequence. They're 8 laps ahead of that number 3 C5 Corvette. Margin from second to third is down to 23.3 seconds.
In terms of finishing lap, I think we're probably looking at the at or around the 280 mark. The furthest I have us going is 283. That might represent a dry race to the finish, which is what we're expecting. So, consider a finishing time in the overall, or a finishing distance, that is, in the overall of about 283 laps. And then GTR, furthest I see them going is 278. So we could have as much as a 5-lap gap between GTO and GTU by the end, if things stay clean and green. But yeah, 275 laps, or 278 laps, so just shy of 280 for GTO and just north of 280 for GTU is what we're expecting in terms of laps completed by the end of the race.
You may recall that we last year, we had some tire degradation issues. We had all kinds of fairly interesting things going on at this race weekend, but it was the start of a marked improvement in pace from a lot of the GTO field for a variety of reasons. Would you like to take a guess what the fastest GTO lap was last year at NOLA?
159.
I was going to say 155.
Yeah, 159 was probably a little much.
So
I was
the
looking
number,
at GP1. Yeah, that's probably why. Oh well. Anyway,
the number I've got here is 151.5.
Wow.
Okay. So that may or may not be completely accurate. 151 flat. Is this? I gotta isolate it to GTO. Give me 1 second here. Nope, found it. 50.8 from Team GTR 99. So a 150.8. So far today in GTO,
148.9.
I see the 148.9 from Automatic Racing.
And GTR is a 150.3, so they're even
Right.
faster.
Right. So, I mean, we've got, some repaving having been done on the front straightaway here, but it's really only going to affect your acceleration out of 16 and you're braking into 1, which is, I guess, worth something. But you're still talking about what is, over a second improvement, or almost a second improvement in ultimate lap pace on day 1, right? At a time when we thought we didn't think GTO was going to keep getting quicker. And yet, year on year, here we are.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, so tires will continue to get better. Setups will continue. I think the setups really are a big part of it. These are not big factory teams, so they're going to continue to learn more about the car, especially those teams that are picking up new cars. They're going to learn about how their own vehicle dynamics work, and they'll learn about how certain tires work. We are going to continue to optimize here, and some of the cars themselves. As we start to get into newer gens of some of these GT4s that people are bringing, they will have made improvements to center of gravity and all sorts of things. I think there's no world really in which we go to GT4s at a power to weight spec and then that's the end of development, right? There are so many things here that these teams can continue to improve upon.
I mean, even look at internationally, the creep in pace from GT3s and GT4s over the years. It's just a natural part of racing development.
Yeah, I remember people switching down to this happens all the time, right? Where we abandon GT1 as a racing community because it's because it's too expensive, but also because it's too fast, and so we go to a class that's a little slower, GT2/GTE. Now all of a sudden that's almost as fast as GT1, just not with the same amount of horsepower. GT3, okay, well now GT3 is leaps and bounds ahead of where GT2 was when that decision was, so it just continues to, engineering continues to get better and better. That hasn't stopped.
Specifically to WRL as well, just because you have a GT4 car doesn't mean you need to run it in anything close to GT4 spec.
Oh,
Look at GTR 99. They're using that car essentially as a platform. Right? The aero's been changed on that car. I'm sure there are bits underneath that have been changed and improved to make it a better WRL car than a straight-up GT4 car would otherwise have been, and those give you improvements that aren't just power and weight. Right, it could be more efficient aero or whatever. But as cars or as teams invest in their cars in that way, if you really want to do it and do GTO racing properly, you have that opportunity to take a GT4 car and improve it beyond that basic GT4 specification.
Pass for fourth in GTO has happened. 123 has gotten around the 28 for Random Vandal, so it's really going to be about does the 123 need a splash toward the end of the race, and if they do, are they going to continue to build out the gap?
Are we convinced that 28 is done stopping till the end of the race?
28's in a better fuel position than the 123 is.
Sure. Let's see. Last in on 177 out to one.
There's a chance that they're on the cusp, depending on how aggressive their basically how aggressive their fuel cut had to be during the wet weather.
I mean, 38 laps is going to be close.
Yeah.
What was the number you came up with?
278 for GTO, and there'll be a few laps behind that, obviously.
Yeah, they're 9 laps down. Let's call it 10 by the end of the race. So let's call that 268 off of 216. To me, that doesn't get them there. That's very rough math.
Yeah,
exceedingly rough.
I think they're looking at the chart, I think they're on the cusp now.
Yeah.
So it's basically an 85-15 split in favor of just from the math. As we've got a car backwards here.
No, that's the
84
94 Motorsports. Yep, GTU car. That car has since continued.
I think that's potentially had contact with the overnight car in front of us here. The way those two cars were slow at the same point. Maybe it was the overnight car just slowing in avoidance.
No. The race control log agrees. 84 and 191 under investigation for contact at turn 13.
Yeah.
Sorry, the 94 car hasn't continued. I was looking at turn 1 because that's what it looked like on the camera. Having just looked over, as you said, we've got a car backwards. I didn't investigate further. That car has not continued. It is still very stationary down there at turn 13.
Looking from our start finish vantage point, they have fired up the recovery vehicle, so they also may be getting ready to recover that 84.
Yeah, and where this car is parked and what it's going to take to recover it, if it can't rejoin under its own power, this one might need to be a full course yellow recovery.
So, assuming that doesn't happen, because otherwise it's going to kill all of our conversation points. So I've got actually I can pull the numbers back up, but it was basically heavily in favor of the 28 being able to make it on one to go, like an 85-15 split basically.
Before this last stop.
No, I ran this relatively recently.
I mean, they were just in on 215. 3 laps ago.
Okay, I'll rerun it. Well,
Yeah,
disregard.
No, you don't have to. Actually, I think there is still an interesting discussion.
I'll rerun it. I'll rerun it after we go back to green for sure.
So, here's a question: hour and 13 minutes remaining.
Is now the time.
If you're a GTO car, do you just blindly pit and say, "One more from here, we're done"?
Oh yeah, because this is what you're waiting for.
Yeah. Because you're going to get a few laps. You're going to get a few laps after the hour and 11 or whatever mark under yellow, where you're going to be saving some of that.
The only reason you back time is if you assume that the race is going to be green to the end, right? As soon as it's not, as soon as you have an opportunity that's within the window, there's absolutely no reason to take it, or no reason not to take it.
Oh, I'm not saying, but that's the question: is are you in the window? Or do you wait until you are? Honestly, here's what I think. Even if you are close, if you pit now, get it done, fill the car up with fuel, and then if you realize you're still very much on the edge, top it off before you go back to green.
So here's the thing that separates. Here's the element that separates this race from, for example, Coda, a month and a half ago, is track position is a lot less of an issue here, because there are about 60% fewer cars on track. So if you want to pit now, I don't think there's any reason. Certainly any general production car can make it from here, no question, right? I think most of the GTO cars probably can too. The only class I would think that might be close would be GTU. Well, GTU definitely could not make it, so that would be closer to a genuine question. But also none of those cars, really, Racer and Capstone are kind of in a fight for third, but that's still dependent on reliability. I think we should keep an eye out here for who does take to the pits. I think that's relevant.
Yes.
Are you okay, JT?
Just watching something that could spoil a fight.
Oh, okay.
JT, I thought he burned his mouth on a pizza roll or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, we'll wait to announce, just in case.
All right, fair.
Don't want to cause practice.
Forget that.
99 is pitted and come out.
99 is pitted and come out. 123 has been in and out. We haven't seen Stratus, so the 58's in. That's less consequential. Let's see here.
120.
I'm gonna watch the 16 camera. 190 197 is in.
The other thing to remember about a yellow flag period, right, is it's not just here's on board with the 12 who are coming in. 3 also in. I think you just mentioned.
Yep.
Okay. And the Random Vandal car, the 6 is in. The yellow Random Vandals car. I haven't figured out which one is which.
82.
Great. So the thing to remember about this, as opposed to a sprint format that is distance based, so they always talk about one caution lap being basically, or one caution lap burning like a third of a green flags lap, basically. So you're saving a lap for every, what is it, 2? I haven't done the math. Here we're also extending each lap by basically double time. So you're getting what probably is like a 5-fold time advantage here, being under yellow flag. So if you're on the cusp, it's a really good position for you to be in. When I ran predictions just now, and again with the caveat that this is going to be affected by the wet weather running earlier, the 123 is right on the cusp of being able to make it on one stop. So that fact, if I'm assuming if they haven't pitted now, I'm sure they will on this yellow flag rotation. With this stop and this yellow flag, depending on how long it goes, it could be perfect for them. I think they'll probably run it as close to the end as they can get. It feels a lot like the Saturday race for Moorhead at Coda in terms of, well, you might as well stay out anyway at this point. The 28, which was the other car in that, they should be good to go at this point. Basically, no questions.
JT.
I am him.
Yeah, I assume you were reading the log.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel that penalty has now been applied. So feel free to share it.
Okay. It was just basically a spoiler for GP1 in the battle for second.
Yeah, I mean, it has changed the battle for second. Not necessarily ended it, because I think 44 is quick enough, but the 44 Racing 44 PC Racing BMW has been handed a 1-lap penalty for not having a fire bottle, ready down in the pit lane. And in doing so, that it's dropped it behind the number 197. Now, the PC car is still the quickest out of these three. The 197, and the 44. But we'll have to see what the gaps and everything are when we go back to green here in a couple of laps.
For me, having I'm just at this point just running projections like every minute or so. That has kind of thrown the 44 down to a solid 4th. I mean, it's a really stark change in fortunes.
Yeah.
And it's a self-imposed. I mean, it's a self-inflicted injury. That's the worst thing about it.
It is. I mean, these visor up, fire bottle penalties. We had quite a few for speeding on pit lane today. It's just, it's these little details that, you just got to take the extra care to make sure they're not a problem, because a 1-lap penalty hurts. And as we see, how it's going to affect PC racing now, it's going to cost them that podium. Racer's Edge has luckily, or not Racer's Edge, Racer Motors has luckily benefited from Capstone's issues earlier, but had Capstone just been a lap or two ahead, I mean, Racer Motors had 2-lap penalties today. It's just those little things that hurt you.
Yeah. So we do still have a 2-car fight in that GP1 fight for second, but it's gonna really depend on whether or not Overnight can find that pace. We've got a vehicle being towed through turn 9. I believe that'll be the 98.
Hopefully.
Which should be the only thing that needs... No, is it not?
Towing, hopefully.
I think I see that we've got what looks like a stoppage down in turn 13 or down in turn 12 maybe. I'm not sure what that's for. Oh, that must be to pick up the 84. Okay, so I hadn't realized this, but right after we went to full course caution, the 98 also fell into trouble down around the turn 7 area. So we've actually had to collect 2 cars here. So the 98 is on a tow rope and being brought back around. The 94 number 84 will be the next car that they pick up, and that may need to come back on a flatbed depending on what kind of damage it sustained with that contact to the 191 for overnight. Air wrench ASMR.
So that's a lull, which means I'm going to ask again, are we ready to do the daily fantasy for day 2?
Sure.
Sounds like it's just me and you, Joseph, so let's do it.
I think it might be.
I was literally drinking water at the time. Well done.
That number 98, by the way, is making its way around. It's just into pit in, but the recovery vehicle is still working down at the spot where the number 84 has spun out and stopped.
It's not even up on the flatbed yet.
Yeah.
Is something going on with 12? Oh my.
No, I think this is a standard pit stop, and our producer has.
Well, they've been here for quite a long time.
Yes.
Yeah,
we have.
changing tires in the last hour of the race, which is interesting.
Awesome pit board, though.
Absolutely, that was a great pit board.
I will say, is this we've got the 170, and the 909 and the 178 following the tow truck back into the lane. I don't think that's going to affect anybody too much because they were in the queue here. I don't think they're going to lose a lap or anything for it. But yeah, so I think we've just got that one incident to clean up. But Brendan, you'll have probably a better view of it than we.
It is, yeah. It's being pulled up onto the flatbed now, and honestly, once it's there, it should be a reasonably quick return to the pit lane and being down at turn 13. The 12 has been sent, by the way.
Yeah, we see that.
Deposited something on the way out of the pit lane. It looks like maybe a piece of rubber. I don't think it was a strap, but
I do wonder. I kind of wonder if it's a tire that's gone down, or if it's a gambit to just put on summer tires and throw a fast lap at it for a better grip position tomorrow.
So
but, yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. No.
That was the end of my thought. It was going to be a trailing off to let somebody else take it up.
You remember when I said, I wonder if you make your pit stop and then if you're on the edge of being able to make it, you top off before you go back to green?
Have you seen the 123?
No, the 909, sorry, it's just done it.
Yeah,
They've just been out of the pits 3 laps after their initial stop, and now they're solidly, we're at an hour to go, so they should be good, even if we only get 1 or 2 more laps under this full course yellow here.
Yeah.
And by the way, kudos to the track and to WRL Race Control for not trying to do this recovery under green. Hot poles are great, but this has been a rather lengthy load onto the flatbed here. Definitely the right move to get the race.
And in a heavy braking zone.
Yeah. Passing zone, right? It's easy for somebody to take a look and make a dive bomb. Now, yellow flag should preclude that, but should. It's a good call.
I agree.
Yeah. So full course yellow has been out now for about 12 minutes or so. So this is gonna do a lot of good to any, even without that top off that you were referring to, even without a move like that, it's gonna do a lot of good to a few different teams' hopes of making it to the end without having to come back through the lane. We're under an hour now at this point.
Yeah.
Inside of an hour before we even go back to green. So that will help out a lot. This will turn this into much more of a sprint. Just so happens that a lot of the cars in this sprint are separated by several laps.
Less than an hour to go here at New Orleans Motorsports Park, NOLA Motorsports Park, excuse me, near New Orleans.
Avondale.
As it were.
I don't understand that.
What?
When people are like, "Oh, we'll name the exact parcel of land that the track is on." Just say the nearest thing that people will know what you're.
Okay, so what's Willows? Is that in Sacramento?
Sacramento.
Or
it's a complete
is that
void.
the Bay Area
Chico.
Willows racetrack?
It's not in an environment. It's beyond the environment. Puts Danville it puts VIR in Lynchburg.
The Denver International Raceway.
VIR is just no, it's not West Virginia. That's the key, but it is Western Virginia. You call it a panhandle?
It certainly feels like Southern Virginia there, that's for sure.
Yeah, Southern or Western, whatever you.
No, like it feels Southern.
Okay, all right, settle. You'd almost be tempted to say Greensboro.
Or Durham.
Nah, Durham's too far.
Oh, well,
I think.
I don't think this is a good rule, and this is the reason why. What's the radius? Is it within 45 miles that you just use the large city?
You just say where in the state it is. Like, if I was gonna describe Thunderhill as you allude to, I would just say Northern California.
And then everybody's going to say, "Oh, that must be in San Francisco then," and then
no, because that's
3
the Bay
hours
Area.
away.
That's different.
It's not though. Most of the time, when I tell people that I'm from California, they forget that Northern California even exists, and they assume it's just LA.
I'm pretty sure once you hit Redding, there's nothing left, right?
It doesn't. Yeah, there's nothing there. It basically from Sacramento to
Oregon.
Redding doesn't exist. Yeah, you just get to Oregon, or Oregon, as people here call it, which drives me insane.
Gentlemen.
What?
Brendan.
Can I offer some content as we get ready to go back to green?
I have some as well, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, so ours involves some guests. Happy to say we've been joined by Leif Peterson and Scott Knott, both out of the number 6. Is that right?
Yes.
JT is very excited to hear that Leif has joined us. So first off, welcome.
Thank you.
First time at NOLA, according to you about 2 minutes ago.
Both of us, first time NOLA.
Nice.
First timers here.
Yeah. You find yourselves behind the wheel of the number 6 Racer Motors NP01, and we'll start with your day. It started off, by all accounts, pretty promising, and then what happened?
We had a report from our first driver, Jared Voorhees, who you've met before. He was run with us quite a bit. He thought there was some sort of dragging in the drivetrain, so they're always safety first. We brought him in, took the fenders off and the cover, checked over the rear suspension. Everything looked great, so we sent him back out.
Right. And clear, smooth sailing since then? Just time loss? No.
So we did a driver change, as I told JT on the chat, on the YouTubes, and Scott got in the car, and we almost immediately had some sort of power down situation. Just the power we have throttle by wire, to be clear, and it just stopped functioning. So he limped it home. We just cycled the system, sent him back out, and then we were able to do cycling while driving every time. It kept repeating. So we ended up bringing him into the paddock. We took it down, looked at the throttle body, and we couldn't find anything wrong with it, but we did acquire another throttle body from Ben Cooper at Sebeco.
Okay.
Or Sebeco, and sent him back out and said, okay, we're going to do that tonight. We're just going to keep running, and it hasn't happened since. That said, we'll probably do a changeover tonight. So,
yeah,
Scott,
so we think it was related to getting a new battery and not calibrating the throttle or something.
Interesting.
To that effect.
Okay.
But it was interesting being out here for my first time in the rain with a car that would every once in a while just go dead. And I had to keep my eyes on the mirror to make sure it didn't happen with somebody right inches off my bumper. But fortunately that did not happen.
Sure.
And we didn't cause any incidents out on the track, and we kept it clean, kept it on track, kept going.
Nice.
And now we're back in the running.
You guys
we're back in the
P4?
3.
P3, okay.
Yeah, P3 right now.
I know, right, we lost Capstone not terribly long ago. So, what are these NP01s like to drive? I don't know that I've actually interviewed an NP01 driver yet. Brian may have. I definitely haven't. We've been commentating on NP01s in one series or another for some years now. And it kind of seems like they've hit their stride in terms of development with all these other little minor issues kind of along the way. But they look like great fun, especially now back at 9-1.
Yeah. I can comment on it for.
I want you to comment. You've got a very wide. He's got a wide base from which to draw.
This is my first time driving an NP01.
Okay.
I've been running with OMP Condor and a GP1 for the last several years. That car's down for an unknown period of time, so getting some seat time in some other cars.
Sure.
This race in the NP01. So this is actually my first, not counting practice, 20 minutes of practice yesterday, out there during my first stint, which was a double stint. It was my first time in an NP01, and actually the first time in a car with that kind of downforce.
Sure.
So it was very impressive. I mean, it's a proper race car. I've driven proper race cars before, NASCARs and things.
Yeah.
But it had quite a bit of grip.
Sure.
And learning aerodynamic downforce and grip that comes from that has been my challenge today. And in the rain and in the dry, it was quite fun. So it for me it inspired a lot of confidence, and I thought that was an impressive part of this platform. The way it handles is a lot more like a Lotus that I drive every once in a while than a BMW, for example. So I was expecting it to feel less powerful relative to maybe the GTO traffic, but I don't know if it was just the increased corner speed and the exits out of the corners, where you have a little bit more of a run, where the GTO cars weren't disappearing into the distance in the manner that I thought they might be.
Sure.
So that's been pretty cool. I mean, maybe it's a different story at Daytona, Sebring, and some other places, more so than this tighter track, but from a first timer, pretty cool car, I have to say.
Yeah. What did you think about the G-forces? The difference in G-forces?
I felt it a little bit, through the S's. I think for me, it's a little bit more of a reclined seating position than something I've driven maybe not as much as a Radical, that I've driven a long time ago, which was so bad that I felt like I needed to tape my chin to my chest to keep my head down. But this car is a little more upright than that, but I'm still having to hold my head up a little bit. But in the corners you can definitely feel a little side to side. But fortunately, I hit the gym often enough that wasn't a problem for 2 hours. I did about 2 hours and 45 minutes in the car in one stint. Well, I had a 15-minute mechanical break to reset the ECU and the throttle, but that was right in the middle, and the rest of it was fine.
Do you find you had to hustle the car to kind of keep the downforce levels and the grip up, or can you throw it around a little bit like you maybe would another downforce car? And along those same lines, did the car generate enough downforce in the rain to be any good, or was it a little sketchy?
I also didn't want to throw the car off the S's in the rain. As the dry line started to come up and it was drying after that long yellow that we had, I was starting to trust more that downforce was going to be there in the S's. So I don't know if you saw my lap times, they started getting faster and faster as I believed that the car would hold and that there was at least a dry line that you could stay on. I didn't chance it too much when it was when there were drops on the windshield and the road was wet in terms of going for it with that downforce. But it was still quicker than just about anything else out there in terms of a production-based car, even in the rain. Some of the other NPO ones, maybe drivers with a ton more seat time than me, were going even faster, but relative to the other traffic, it was pretty darn quick.
So 99 was slow on that screen.
Yeah, we've just gone double yellow for a stopped car. It looks like way out in the weeds at turn 7, sorry. Can't tell who it is. It doesn't look like the 99, but they sent
191. No, that's I think it's a 191.
Blue hardtop?
Yeah, looks like it. Red. It's definitely a red car. So I'd buy that. Interesting. So double yellow, safety car again, which kind of takes this question of fuel out of it, I think, between now and the end of the race. Turn back this way. Sim Racer?
Yes.
Sim Racer?
No, it makes me sick.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like physically ill?
Physically ill. After I got about 5 minutes and then I want to yak.
In VR or just in general?
I've only tried, like a big screen and then a triple screen, and both of them made me sick. I'm going to have to learn.
But you hop in a downforce little prototype and you're
fine. Totally fine.
Fascinating.
I don't know if I have a inner
ear. Control
ear.
Freak. That's what it is.
Maybe.
Fascinating.
Maybe. I'm gonna have to do it. Learn how to do it this year though, because I did register for Pikes Peak.
Oh, nice.
And I feel like the only way to really learn that is to get on a sim and practice.
What are you gonna run Pikes Peak in?
In a supercharged Lotus.
Oh, nice. Yours?
Yep.
Very cool.
Yep.
Very, very cool.
Been hill climbing on the East Coast this last year and a half.
Oh, nice.
To get ready for it. So.
Was that always the goal?
Yeah.
Like when you started the hill climb stuff?
Yeah. Well, that was the reason I always wanted to do Pikes Peak.
Gotcha.
So I started hill climbing so that I could go do Pikes Peak.
Very cool.
I didn't want to go straight to the Super Bowl. I wanted to go to at least the championship game before going to the Super Bowl.
Talk Billy into taking the NPO one to go out with him?
No.
Terrible idea.
No, it's not terrible. It just that is a monumental effort for very little seat time. We're like the opposite end of this. We want
how about it?
Maximum seat time for the minimal cost per hour.
So I know Billy's obviously a sim racer. Billy Smith.
Yes, that's where we met. And
cool.
Yes.
So that I didn't know. So I know Scott, who we work with regularly. Scott Michaels and Billy are good friends.
Yes,
have been for a while. JT, obviously, and you know each other through sim racing. I didn't realize that was also the connection between you and Billy. That's very cool.
I met John Ulmer from Autobahn. He was working at Autobahn in Fort Worth, Autobahn Motor Cars.
Mm-hmm.
And he started his own league, and he talked me into iRacing, and Billy was already one of his teammates, and Billy and I were racing ever since.
Very cool.
And we just got closer, and I brought him into PCA instructor, and he bought one of my Porsches, and we've just been in cahoots ever since.
Nice. So are you guys pretty well locked together now for the NPO one for the rest of the year, or are you just taking seats?
Dude, I would love to say yes, but I'd be just jinxing myself so big. No, every time we come to a race, we get better. We establish our brand, we attract more drivers, and we just want to keep that momentum up. And we're going to go to every race that we have drivers and can afford to go, and just keep refining this process. We have renewed support under our old support is under new ownership, and they're refining their processes. So we're growing together into a very comprehensive and refined support and arrive and drive teams. Now, that all said, we had to replace the engine after Daytona, and we're down like 15 horsepower.
With the new engine?
With our new engine. We just dynoed when we got here. we were way under where we were supposed to be. So we were down on power, and we know we're not going to beat Stratus on pace, probably any of the cars. But we just need to stay on the track, make sure everybody gets seat time, has a good weekend, everyone's safe, has fun.
That's what matters.
That's all that matters.
That's what matters. And you guys are, we're one race or almost one race into a long season. So, I'm sure we'll see Racer Motors plenty of times before the year's out.
Oh, gosh, I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope you see us hounding, nipping at Stratus's heels all season.
Nice. We'll look forward to it. You guys going to be at Road Atlanta?
You're signed up.
Nice. Hope to see you guys there.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
stopping
so
by.
much for talking to us and letting us hang out.
Welcome anytime.
I appreciate
Welcome anytime.
that.
Yeah, by all means.
Scott, do you have social media you want to talk about?
Maybe I'll see you in Barber. I'm registered for that in a Lotus.
I noticed that. That was that's interesting. I was wondering if that was your entry.
This isn't the Pikes Peak Lotus.
No, it's a different Lotus.
Gotcha.
The Condor OMP one.
Yes. Yeah. That's it's my teammate that we did Targa Newfoundland together in two matching Lotuses. So mine got tweaked more for Pikes Peak, and his converted from a rally car to an endurance racing car.
Very
but
cool.
We'll see how it runs. This will be its first endurance event at Barber, a track that I love. So I'm hoping that we have no issues there. It'll be a challenge to get it in GP1 condition because of the power to weight ratio.
Too much power?
Yeah.
Or not enough weight, I guess, in the case
I've already talked to my crew chief about having to add a dead body in the passenger seat to make weight. So you can look for that.
You need a co-pilot.
Yeah, maybe. Well, the car is actually set up
for rally
suspension-wise to have a passenger.
There you
so
go.
Putting a couple of 45-pound plates in the seat is probably
I don't know
on
if
the
that'll
seat
get
rail.
through scrutineering though.
Well, you can have up to 200 pounds of ballast.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're building a very sturdy bracket, but first we got to run it on the dyno and see where we're at, and then try to figure out what that ballast number is.
Sure.
How many modification points we can add, or what do we need to take off the car. But anyway, I'm looking forward to running that event in Barber. So
we are too. Looking forward to being there. I think this will be the first time we have a Lotus in a WRL field. From memory, we've been doing this for 3 years now. I can't remember.
Look at us. Janetta, Lotus, Aston Martin. We are international.
Or at least English.
UK. Yeah. Well, we've always had mostly BMWs and Mazdas. Why not round it out?
I'm here for it.
I remember how many years ago it was. I don't remember exactly, but there was a Elise running, a Lotus Elise running in, I think, GTO.
Oh wow!
At Daytona, but that's with the NA motor, so you're talking 156 horospower.
The old
wheel
Toyota
horsepower.
motor?
Yeah.
Motor,
Yeah. So I think it was way down on power relative, especially around Daytona. I remember blowing past it, feeling bad for the guy in our 5 Series BMW.
Yeah.
But I don't think it showed up again after that. Maybe retired from WRL competition. But anyway, we'll be back with something.
That's what superchargers are for.
Yes, ours is supercharged, so it should be hustling quite nicely.
I'll look forward to it. I look forward to seeing you guys again. Certainly the NPO1. We'll see you back. We'll see you in the Elise that's
an Exige.
Exige, right? See you in the Exige at Barber, and best of luck.
The
tomorrow.
angry Elise.
I like it. Thanks, Leaf. Scott.
Thank you. Nice to
Appreciate
meet
you guys stopping by, and by all means, come and see us again.
All right, take care.
Great.
Scott Knott and Leif Peterson out of the number 6 NP01 from Racer Motors. Gentlemen.
Yeah, that 191 has just been pulled into pit lane. So we should be going back to green, I would think, pretty soon. We've also, as a consequence of all of that, we've had a couple relevant cars pick up passing under yellow penalties. One of which is your second place runner, the 909. That means that's now turned into a 2-second fight for second place between them and the 111 for Thunder Bunny. That's 3 seconds across the line, which means they are probably right on top of each other. We're going to go back to green right now. The other one I'll mention quickly was the number 28 for Random Vandals, which has now put that into a 3-second fight for 4th place with their team car.
Corporate teammate.
Oh, and then the NFC is right behind them. The Mercedes.
Yeah, that's a good call. So that's now turned into a proper 3-car fight now for 4th place. We've kind of lost one 3-car battle in that GP1 field, and we've picked up a new one here between the 2882, both Random Vandals cars, and the 123 Mercedes behind them. That Mercedes spun out of, what was it? It was a fight for 3rd, I think, at the time, right? So we know that car has some pace, and we'll be looking for it to make its way forward.
Absolutely. You hate to see it happen because of a penalty situation. Because if we're doing a penalty, then we're not being safe. That's why penalties get doled out in WRL, more or less. But it does give us something to look at as far as a battle on track. And then we've also got between those, there's 4 cars right now in GTO contending for 2 positions. So that's something to look forward to, something to look at for the next 38 minutes here.
Yes, I mean those are easily the tightest battles on track at the moment. The general production battles all have about a lap or better between them. Same for GTU. So we really have, even after all this time, it's been helped by these yellow flag periods and the lap penalties, as we mentioned. But somehow, at the end of 8.5 hours, we're going to have 5 cars all in pretty tight battles.
Sweet.
Just kidding, because the passing under yellow penalty for the 909 has just been overturned, so they'll get a lap back. So that'll put them back to 2 laps behind the 99.
Random Vandals 7/10 though.
Yes, those 3 cars are still right on top of each other. They're probably, I don't know where they are in relation to this onboard, but we'll be keeping an eye on timing for that.
Everything's fine.
Yeah. Pre has just made their way past the 52 for the first time. I don't think that they're going to have enough time, owing in part to that yellow flag. Even if something were to happen to someone in the top 10, I think they're basically locked out of the points today. I'll double check that. They've got 26 laps that they would have to make up on the 2, and the 2 is still circulating. Everybody in your top 10 in GTO is still circulating. So I think that's probably going to be the end of the road in terms of the recovery drive for the 313, but good on them for getting that car back out there.
Yep.
And turning reasonable lap times.
Good prep for tomorrow. Maybe make some adjustments. Just kind of get a feel for the car.
Mustang also went back out as well.
Good.
Yeah, how far back are they from the 190? We know that the 191 is stationary.
Yeah, they'd have to make up 38 laps, which is not going to happen.
Nope. No, that'll be the end of the road for them as well. Again, they're out there making the most of their track time, so good for them. Number 2 has just set their fastest lap of the day at a 152.299. That's an improvement of over half a second over their previous passing. I think actually that's happened on the previous side because Racer Motors has just done their fastest, dipping into the 148.5s with an improvement of about a third of a second. So yeah, everyone now having had a moment to cool everything down, and with the track probably in the best condition it's been in maybe all day, other than the damp patches offline.
Yeah.
The number 12 is working on exploring right now. The track's in pretty good shape, and as a matter of fact, the 82 has just overtaken the 28, so that penalty has cost that number 28 car a position at this point, and it's threatening to lose another to that 123, who's still in hot pursuit.
And that may have already happened around the back of the circuit as well. Turn 6, 7, 8 through there. If they were only 6/10 behind, then maybe if they didn't get them into the braking zone into 1, but you might have gotten them further back right before the S's, more or less. I would predict that they will have made that overtake.
Well, I don't know, because there was over a second between them at the line, but obviously if you're being overtaken, you're going to lose a decent amount of time and momentum, so we'll see.
199 just did a 150.171, so improving on their lap by about 0.2, I believe. 10th and a half, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, there you not. You don't see it, but we see it on our track sides. That they are still, the
all
3
together.
of them are still, in a line. Just this time now led by the 82 over the 28. But that 123 is, I haven't seen the gap yet. It's half a second that time by. The 99 seems like, well, I mean, it may well be coasting. It's got a 2-lap lead, nearly 3. But that's your GTO leader that's in front of us on camera, and the 12 seems like it's got a little better pace than they do at this point.
And they just set their fastest lap of the race, whereas the 12 is capable of a 150.686. I mean, now it's important to remember that the 12, while not exactly the same car, is using the same power plant and in theory, lighter car. So, you know, the 2 cars aren't as different as you might think, especially if you have good drivers behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not lighter per se, I mean, they could be running at the same weight, but
the same power to weight, or the same weight. Yeah.
So you do still have, you know, if you have a weight advantage, you still have to get up to weight, so to speak, but that does give you the freedom to choose where you put that weight. So now, instead of it being, you know, up top somewhere in the chassis or even in the engine bay, you can put it basically on the ground. So it does still help you in terms of handling and driving characteristics to start from a lighter base, even if you do have to bring it up to weight.
Now, here's my question, Joseph. Assuming the roof heights are the same, with the fact that the 2 Series is a smidge narrower and about a foot shorter, generally speaking, would that be better or worse for aero?
I mean, the narrowness part is the most straightforward in terms of the narrower you are, the
less you're pushing.
You are.
Right.
Yeah, but it also means that if you're getting any kind of, I don't know how many of these cars at this level are working with underbody aero, but if you were, that would give you a little less downforce at your basically a little less downforce to play with.
I was thinking more in drag in terms than downforce per se.
Yeah, with roof heights and things like that, it's so dependent on how the car's designed. I don't know that there's necessarily a rule of thumb.
All right.
Until you put it into a wind tunnel and actually see how it goes. If it's got basically the same volume but it's a little skinnier, then maybe it's all right. You know, maybe it's you know, being taller isn't necessarily a problem if you also have less frontal area.
Right.
12 getting into a lurid slide here, trying to chase down the 99.
I think both of those would be a fun car to take around for a drive around the track. That's for sure.
Yeah, if anybody wants to offer it up for me,
yeah,
and also not pay for anything that might happen while I'm in it.
Right.
Or not make me pay for it, rather. That would be...
I mean, I feel pretty good that if the track was empty, I would be willing to pay for crash damage. Because if the track was empty and you're not at, like, say, Road America, you know, where if you get it wrong at Road America in some bits, you're going to hit the wall. But, like, at NOLA Motorsports Park, I would feel comfortable maybe one other car on the track. And just let them by. Like, as soon as you see him in the mirror, pull way off and just, like, let him go. You know, I don't think I could keep a car on the tarmac for that long. Other cars on track though? No. Yeah, I don't want to pay for damage. So Joseph, who's going to win tomorrow?
Are we doing the same sort of class split?
So you're gonna want to pick a specific entry because it's tiered. So the points available are 5,000, 2,000, 1,000.
Oh my gosh! Why didn't we just do 5, 2, and 1?
Because that doesn't sound as cool, and there's 50 points as well for participating.
I feel like so that's nothing. That would be.
Right, but it's better than 0. It's better than 0 for not being here. So it could be a tiebreaker. So you want the win. So and it's any class winner. So if you pick the number 55,
this feels like the old NASCAR point system.
Yes, that's correct. 100%. That's what it's modeled on. Okay, so if you pick the 55 AOA to win in GP3, and I pick the 99 GTR to win in GTO, but the AOA has the fastest lap in its class, then the AOA car wins, obviously.
Oh my god!
Do I have to stay in the top 35 in owners' points?
This sounds exhausting.
No, it's just so that there's tiebreakers available, but pick whichever car you think is going to win in any class tomorrow.
Any class.
Any class.
I think the 147 wins the GP1 tomorrow.
147. Okay. Brendan, pick one car for tomorrow.
All right. If this car doesn't start tomorrow, do I get my pick back?
Nope.
Oh man.
Right? You're looking at the 29?
No, I was looking at the 198. Give me the 909.
The 909. Okay.
Yeah.
JT.
Oh, hey.
Pick one class winner. Any class.
Ooh. I guess I'm gonna go with the... I don't know how I can make this stall anymore. Let's go with yeah, I don't know. So good game.
Go GTU car.
Go what?
Go GTU. What you got?
Tempting to pick 9.4, but probably the 58.
58. All right. And then I will pick the 59.
Cool.
And then we'll have to come up with a rule to prevent this, because this is going to be a thing. But that's okay. So we're going to keep track of these points throughout the season. Then we'll give a points update in the pre-race show, so we know where everybody stands. It'll be like college game day. It's going to be fantastic.
WRL race day.
It's WRL Daily Fantasy.
Don't do a pre-race at all.
Okay, perfect. That's we got that all tied up now. We're good to go. And then Scott gets a 0 because he wasn't here. So there we go. Congratulations, guys. I
think it's a little unfair to have that be the terms of the game that nobody knew that we were playing.
Right, but if you get last, then you only get 50. So he's not at that big of a disadvantage.
Okay.
And if he wins the next time he's on, he gets 5,000 points.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm gonna miss some races. JT's gonna miss some races.
I'm gonna miss some races. So like, it's fine.
Participation involved here. Yeah. This is good.
Wait, did I just pick a season-long thing?
No. That was just for tomorrow. Just for tomorrow. But we're gonna keep track of the points over the course of the season.
So, do we have anything happening on track at the moment? Like perhaps Random Vandals and NFC?
Yeah, we've talked about that.
Yes.
Okay.
There's been no change other than the 28 has overtaken the 82 or vice versa. I don't remember which one.
Okay. Well, no, I was saying 28 and 123 being,
Yeah, that's all part of the same battle.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, absolutely.
Which we, well.
I can give some out-of-town scores if you'd like that.
No, it's okay.
All right.
No, we're all on the same page here. We're a little bit stuck with this onboard at the moment. There's a chance we're going to be stuck with it till the end of the race, but.
I thought Tangerine Associates was paying us.
They were not. No.
Oh,
but
right,
I don't think Kate Speed's going to be terribly upset.
Can we send them an invoice?
Yes.
Right.
That's how we do it. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, we could give it a shot.
You guys had 45 minutes of airtime just solely on your car.
I will.
We ignored everything else. That's worth some money, yeah.
That's it's repayment for all the times they've come into chat and said, "Why aren't you showing our car?"
Yeah.
Now we're showing your car. This is the whole cigarette pack.
I will say it's a little dark out there right now.
It's
also
it's a tough time in the country.
In the winter.
Sure, it's 4:30 in winter with overcast skies, so there's no light really to speak of. It's a lot darker than I thought it would be at the end of our race today.
I like it. I like seeing lights on race cars. But I also like being able to see the race cars. So those twilight hours of like a 24-hour race, I love because you see the brightness. You can still see the cars. The sky is beautiful. That's my favorite time to watch endurance racing.
That's why they have headlights and brakes. We're good.
Exactly. And you can start to see the brake rotors get warm. And, you start to see the orange kind of color in there. That last turn at Thunder Hill before you go onto the main straight, always right there. If you were at the top of the hill, you could look down and see the brakes glowing as people go into that final turn. It was awesome. I thought somebody else was going to pick me up there, but that's okay.
No, sorry. I'm coordinating some things.
Excellent.
Trying to reach our producer.
My understanding is that Random Vandals provides alcohol at the end of the race, like after the track goes cold. I was looking at their social media earlier, and they had some type of beverage. I can just look that up here. That will be no problem at all. Random Vandals. Let's see.
Or do you just want to spread rumor and have people randomly
No. They had it on their page. Let's see. Green Beans Go. Patiently waiting. Maybe it was yesterday. Anyway, if you wander on down to Random Vandals, I think there's a good chance, Brenda, that you could get a drink after the race is over. Obviously, no drinking during the race. By anyone. Brendan, of course, still furiously typing on his phone and or calling on his phone.
Well, we're trying smoke signals.
Can I have a guest join us?
Absolutely.
For the last 20 minutes or so here.
Is it?
So I need to figure out what
production.
He doesn't.
Oh.
No. He does drive race cars pretty quickly, though. It's not that mic. There we go. Now we got it. Out of the number 522. Will Choice.
Oh, there we go.
Good, man.
What's up?
Doing good.
Welcome back to the booth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have some questions.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the GT4?
It is still on our lift, completely disassembled, trans out, whole rear subframes off. End of the year prep for getting it ready for next race, the GT only.
Gotcha.
Kind of didn't, we've been staring at our 522 up on our lift. It's literally sat for an entire year. And we were both kind of like, I want to drive that car again. So we just decided to bring it.
It didn't have that many miles to its name when you guys bought the GT4, right?
Pretty much, we raced it from Daytona to Coda, and then started last season off here with the GT4.
Right.
Yeah.
So was this a sudden decision to go into GP1? Was it ready to go for GTO?
I mean,
where was that?
It was always it was a fair car in GTO, but this track would have actually been. I think this track would benefit at GTO because it's tight, nimble, light car. I mean, I can pretty much. There's 3 GTOs out there that I can't pass, and probably can pass all the rest. Only in the tight stuff, but in any of the high speed turns, the GT4s will just walk.
Sure.
But I mean, it's a fun car, and we kind of wanted to race against PC Racing and the Ginger Boys and everything.
Yeah.
So we're like, let's just detune it. So we have every single modifier imaginable because we left it with all the stuff that we usually run.
Right. So that's kind of why I was asking.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what type of prep you were at with this car.
No, we have every single modifier you can think of.
So you'll be pleased to know that my question as to how quick that car was going to be in GP1, I was concerned that you were outperforming the car. So I was looking at it like, okay, is this a really, really strong GP1 car, or is Will actually just that quick?
I mean, shit, I'm kind of driving a reserve. You know, when I haven't driven. You know, I did a champ car race this year in our 51, and then we did a lemons race with the Ginger guys, one of their piece of shit Mustangs. Sorry, not supposed to cuss. First time I let it slip.
That's okay.
And you know, it's just interesting. You can definitely feel the bodies. You know, this thing is, you know, I've got the cage going to all the subframes, the front shock towers, and everything. You can just feel it all flex more than the M4.
Sure.
And so you just kind of baby it a little bit more. As we learned today, you know, I think one of our guys dropped a wheel exiting a turn, and then a little bit later, honestly, 2 full stints later, all 5 of the left rear wheel studs decided to break. Had to limp it all the way around the track to get it back in, but luckily it came back in with the wheel inside of the wide body, so...
You got the car back out there for a while, didn't you?
We did, yeah. So we fixed it. We just shook it down and just making sure it's ready for tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So what's the plan for the car after the weekend?
I've
let it sit.
Yeah. We have zero plans. We might. We're thinking about actually going up to the Champ Kart Watkins Glen. Just never been to that track before, and all of us really want to drive it. And, and Devin with Team ACP has been doing some Champ Car stuff with us, so he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna put him on blast right now." Told me to fly down to Houston and drive our rig up all the way up to New York if he gets to drive with us. So he'll listen to this later. I'm staring at him. He's in the steward's booth right now.
Principal's office.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I'm excited you guys are going to be back in the GT4. I was really excited to see this car come back. I always felt like it never really got its fair shot in GTO.
Yeah. I mean, I love the S54 platform in it. I mean, the thing just screams. But, you know, as we talked about last year, I think in Atlanta, you know, it's just underpowered for the straightaways. You know, it gets heat soaked, starts making less power throughout the day.
Sure.
You know, it really can hang out with these cars around the turns and everything. Just the straightaways with the big motor turbo cars, you know, they're just going to perform perfect all the time.
Yeah.
And, you know, these things, you know, the older motors struggle. You know, that thing would be a monster with an LS in it like the GOATs have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's like the extreme.
Yeah, yeah.
And they had to do it to stay competitive.
Right, and they are. They won Saturday at COTA.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they... I hate it because it's just an LS swap, and it's a meme and everything.
Yeah, it is.
But it worked for them. It's been fun to see.
Right.
Last year, we never really caught it at the end of last year. Last year, pretty gratifying for you.
Yeah, we had a really fun time at COTA. Some very close racing, which was a lot of fun. You know, the car really likes that track. It's smooth, wide. You can really let it hang out. Had a blast racing with JTR. I wish they were going to stick around this season because they were a really good, fun team to battle out with. And very awesome people. You know, they shared a lot of information with us, and they're just some really nice dudes.
I'm thrilled to hear that. Hey, for my money, last season, watching you and Cole go at it,
yeah,
the JTR guys go at it at various points. It was awesome. So I'm glad to hear that the M4 will be back. Thrilled to see you brought the 522 out. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's just so close to home. We're just like, you know what? Yeah, let's just run it. We both miss shifting too.
Sure.
We thought about earlier yesterday. We're like, man, maybe we should put the ZF8 like we have in the 51 in it, and we're just like, no, like the manual. I was kind of getting bored last year, just clicking buttons.
Sure.
It's you know, it adds a lot more to it. Heel towing and downshifting, everything. It just feels more natural, honestly, for me, since I've been manual cars for all the time,
Sure.
except for until we got the M4. So
To that end, do you keep in touch with the PC guys? Do you...
PC racing?
Yeah.
Peter lives in my shop pretty
Gotcha.
much.
So have they figured out the 8-speed?
Yeah. Well, they've been having some difficulties with theirs. It's running great this weekend.
Right.
Their other car, which was my old 511.
Why I asked. Yep.
Yeah. That had some issues at Coda. We had some strange issues when we put ours in the 51 too. It's you have to pretty much break open the TCU and solder some different connectors together, like
spicy.
actually, on the board itself, and then reseal it. And that thing is in the transmission, so it's submerged pretty much. So if you don't seal it good or something, and anything gets in there, it will just start doing weird stuff.
Sure.
And they're pretty hard to diagnose. And I think the guy who like actually tunes them and programs them is like in Kazakhstan or something. So, so it adds a whole nother level of like, oh man, like, is this dude up to be able to contact us?
It is
and
the
stuff.
World Racing League. So
that is true. Yeah.
It sounds like the 44 is running.
Yes.
This weekend. Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the 4, which my old 511. I'm pretty sure that car will be up for sale pretty soon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's just gonna knock it back down to one car again, and just perfect what he's got.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, keep an eye. I'm not going to go race it, but if you're in the market for a GP1 BMW, by all means, that might be your car.
Yeah, it did pretty well on GTO, but I think that chassis has a lot of miles on it, and that's a Beamer World cage. It's not really tied into all the mounting points that will keep them better for longer.
I'll ask you one more question, and I'll let you go hang out with your guys till the end of the day. Next race up after tomorrow, obviously, GT only at Road Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
You're a GT driver primarily. What do you expect? What do you think?
I don't know. I've been excited for that race since they announced it because I love the series. I love the whole multi-class racing, and I've never been in like a GT. I know we're a little watered down GT4s run street tires on it, but it would be very interesting to see how all of the drivers that are out here stack up against each other with just it's a lot harder to pass. There's going to be, I think, 40 of us out there. And then the GTUs are also coming.
Correct.
Which is going to add another element. I do like that they gave more power.
Really?
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll change my decision when I'm in a GT4 car again. But with the being in the GP1 cars, I can see them. They can pass the slightly better than average GT4 driver without having to struggle as much because they were really struggling to get past some of the average guys. And then the faster GT drivers were faster than them still. Yeah. But they were mid-pack in the GT. So it's like there needs to be some separation a little bit and give them a little bit more. So now they can actually walk us around the turns.
Sure.
Because they used to only be able to in the turns, and then we would, 5, 6, 7 car links on the straightaways.
Sure. Yeah. And then they have to dive bomb.
And then they have to dive bomb. It's pretty much racing, the 522 in GT.
Yeah, sure. No, I
call it the whole land dart mode.
Kind of looks like.
Yeah, you just got to send. Yeah, those things seriously. I seriously want to get one of those. Those things probably right to drive.
I'd buy that.
Oh, absolutely. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Could you talk the team into it, or are you guys locked into the Beamers?
We like the Beamer.
Nice.
Yeah, we like the big cars.
That's cool.
I mean, if somehow next season there's 20 of them out here, maybe we'll pick up a used one or something.
Yeah, you got the depth in GP1 this weekend, but GTO the balance.
Right. We kind of like our setup. I mean, we got
Puffs.
Oh, no,
it's the
909 that's the 909 Aston.
Blowing up.
Oh. Yep. Looks like motor. Oh, it's just sparks from under the belly. There's something lighting up under the belly right over there.
Yeah, we're on board with that now, so we should get it in real time.
You're actually going to hear it in real time, yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Damn, they were running really strong today. I think they're in second.
Yeah.
Second in class. We're a little behind there. This is down at turn 3 and 4. It looks like it happened at 8 and 9. So let's stick with this and let it run. Now, if we have to go recover this car, we've only got a little over 10 minutes remaining here.
I think that would be all day.
Yeah, it would be. They may also elect to leave it.
I hope they do because
they did.
The NFC and Random Vandals thing is still Still hot.
They did pull into the little cut through in the second part of the S's, so they are not on track, not even next to the track. They're on a little cut through. So
let's listen here.
A little bit more volume, Zach.
Just nothing.
Is it under power at all?
Yeah.
I hear.
Ooh, driveline. Something with driveline. Yeah, you heard him rev it up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad, awesome driver. He pulled off into a chute that probably is not going to disturb anybody else's race.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's got
we're rolling
lights.
EVs. Yeah, we got lights on.
Yeah, but no flags at the moment. They are sending the EV out to it. Vern. They are going to go send the EV to it. And I'm with you. I hope they leave it. This NFC Random Vandals battle. Oh. Sorry, it's just gone the other way, hasn't it? The 123 past the 28?
Yes, that's exactly right. So while we were trying to figure out if the 909 was in an unsafe spot, the NFC car has finally made it around the 28, but they've lost so much time in that the 82 is, I think, out of reach.
Can the 82 get to the podium, or is the 909 safe?
No, definitely not safe.
Yeah, they're definitely
9 minutes
not safe.
and 3 laps.
Yep.
As long as we stay green, yeah.
Yeah, they'll do
That's
it.
a good point. The yellow would save them in a couple of different ways, but it would keep them on the podium. I think you're...
Oh, man, Aston should have parked on track. Come on.
Doing the right thing is going to cost them a podium.
Yeah.
Go figure.
So they parked that right in the middle of the S.
They're looking around the back end of that car. I wonder if maybe they're just... I'm sure they've got the fire bottle there because it was smoking for a little while after it came to a stop. Otherwise, they've there's no wrecker, there's no flatbed or anything that's been sent to the car. So it looks like they may just sit with it and maybe get the driver into the truck or over by the wall and let it ride to the end of the session. Like we mentioned, we're now down to 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, they got a yellow through the S's, but not very good passing zone there anyway, so.
That's a long yellow, too, because isn't the last station there?
Yeah, it's right over there. It's the first right-hander getting into them. And then it's green right here coming into, I don't know the numbers on this track, unfortunately.
We don't
that
either.
Right-hander.
Somebody has very helpfully written it down on
look
the
at
map behind us. Yeah, I think it's 13. That's what we've been calling it anyway. It's not much in the way of corner names or anything here. This isn't your...
Corner names are go right, go left, go left.
Yeah, this isn't the Hallett. All the turns at Hallett are named.
Hallett, man.
Yeah, I think we might actually bring the 522 and GP1 there this year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we love that track. So.
Everybody loves Hallett, man.
Because I used to go there all the time for NASA Texas, and they always threw a huge party because it was during Cinco de Mayo, and we would do a huge slip and slide down one of the big hills.
Yeah.
And there would be like 100 people, and we would slip and slide, then flip cup at the bottom of the hill. And then there's all the CMC guys. They're all a bunch of old Australian dudes from the south, and every year they do a tradition. It's called Midnight Ribs. So they start smoking them right after the races are done on Saturday, and they bring those things out at midnight or 1 a.m. in the morning, and there's 200 people. Whoa. All drivers just
I like this,
sauced and eating ribs all night long. Everyone wakes up, and usually no one practices at all on Sunday morning. You just get in for a race and send it, and then everyone hangs out and goes home.
I like this idea.
They do have the best shower facility too. They have outdoor showers, which is awesome.
Of course they do.
If it's not cold.
Problem. I've been to Oklahoma in a variety of months.
Yeah,
it does get cold.
It gets really
properly
cold.
cold.
And it gets super windy there too.
Yeah. We're going back obviously in October. I go back in April for a sprint race weekend.
Nice
to cover out there the same weekend as Oklahoma Spring Game.
Oh, cool.
Being an Oklahoma fan, I might have to make the journey down to Norman.
Yeah,
we'll see. Anyway, Will, You're welcome to hang out to the end of the race if you like. I appreciate you stopping by. We've got about 5 minutes left, so.
I'll hang out.
All right.
I'll do a little commentary.
It works for me, man.
Yeah.
So, Joseph, we think this Random Vandals NFC, it looks like it's pretty well sorted.
Yeah, the gap's only blown up between the 82 and the 123, so that's not gonna. They're not catching the 82. Likewise, the 28 has just continued to slip back behind the 123. That has consistently, or at least certainly since the restart, has been the slowest of the three that we've been tracking. So I think that's basically settled. And so, we make the point often that we're in a phase where you're just hoping to not collect a mechanical, and that's exactly what's happened to the 909, right? So anything can happen at any point here.
Yeah, they are pulling the 909 backwards right now too. Which is
I wonder if they're just moving it away from.
Oh, the cut through to give it, more distance, and they're probably just maybe they'll pull the yellow and let them send it.
I mean, 2 laps is the SCCA rule, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Let it sit for 2 laps, and it's part of the course.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the right call. I'm glad they're doing this. It's not going to make a huge amount of difference, but it is nice to get these green flag laps in at the end. We spent some hours earlier today. Joseph said it, waiting for something to happen, like 2-3 hours of podcast mode, waiting for something to happen that just never came.
I figured my grandparents always watch y'all and listen to y'all in our RV. And they were just like, man, they're just podcasting mode right now. Someone needs to go up there and hang out with them. Someone needs to have an exciting on the track.
Oh man! Honestly, like it's actually turned out to be a fairly interesting race in the broad scheme of things. But once it dried out and everybody was just clicking laps off, everybody had gotten so good and had their feet under them by that point that you're like, well, I don't even know what could possibly happen. We're just waiting for that one random failure, that one random, maybe a penalty or a black flag or something like that just ultimately took hours and hours to happen. Do you guys ever get like that down in the pit box where you're just like, this is...
Yeah. If there's like no battlers or anything, and we're just clicking off laps, it just feels like we're practicing half the time.
Sure.
Because, it is interesting too. Like at COTA, I mean, we're, in the top 3 the entire time, and you never really know... Like if I'm out there in the car and they don't really relay the info, because I mean I only saw JTR at the start and then battling Sunday at the end, and I never saw them on track once. The NASCAR boys out there in the 3 car.
Oh yeah,
I saw them at the start and then I never saw them again because we're always same lap times, just on the opposite sides of the track. And you just need to make your passes, be clean and everything, but you're like, man, where are they? Are they catching me? What's going on out here? Because you just have no visual, especially at a big track like COTA. Here, you can kind of, if I'm going down the straightaway, I'll look over. If I'm trying to catch that Corvette in the S's, I'll always look over, and you can kind of judge your gap. If I'm like, if I'm at this point and they're at that rumble, if I'm a little bit quicker, they're further back and all that kind of stuff, which is nice about this track. It's just slightly boring because it's flat, but it is actually a pretty fun track.
I think we're going to start a drinking game tomorrow. How many times can we mention how flat NOLA Motorsports Park is? I walked up to Gary here in race control yesterday, and I looked around the corner and I said, has anybody ever told you how flat this place is?
Yeah.
It's like, I know.
Our local track is MSR Houston, and it is also very flat, but they did, when they paved it, I guess they just pushed a bunch of dirt, and we call it the launch. And it's going into a turn. It's just a little bitty hill, and that's the only thing there. And you kind of pitch sideways over it, and everyone's like, oh, there's no elevation. And we're like, we got the launch. Just needed more dirt here.
I don't think there's anything.
No.
Not one. There's a little bit of camber to some of these infield 3 and 4 corners.
Right.
That's about it. White flag is in the hands of the starter. And as the number 58 Stratus Racing NP01 exits the S's at turn 12, heads on the brakes into turn number 13, with a little under a minute remaining, we'll start our final lap. I think we're going to hit 263 is our lap count today, and I'd say that's 20 laps longer than it was last year, but it's also an hour longer than it was last year.
So right, yeah, 909 last year. Yeah.
909 has reached their final resting place at 6th in GTO. That's where I believe they'll finish.
That fell far, a lot farther than I was expecting.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
I picked them to win tomorrow too, so this is especially unfortunate.
They can fix it.
I've got to go with the old OG team GTR. That's who I'm rooting for.
For tomorrow or for today?
Both.
'Cause today, I mean,
well, they have
you
it in the
can't
bag
lose.
today. Yeah.
Tomorrow, though, we picked a little little pick'em game.
No, I'll put him on. I'll put him on it. If he's picking the 99, I'll put
Who
him
wins
on.
tomorrow? 99?
99.
Okay.
Yeah.
99.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Calling now. I'm rooting for them for overall points this year too.
Nice.
I like those
Okay.
guys. We used to be the
bold
kind of
move.
last two with the E46s and GTO.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That-
they
that
got a
car-
GT4, then we had two also.
That 99.
Oh, I
old
love
one.
their. Oh man, I love that thing. I think they plan on bringing it to the GP only. We're considering
In GP1?
Yeah, we're
Oh,
considering
man.
bringing ours, but it's a little bit of a time constraint.
Sure. That sounds like a blast.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Well, now we have something to look forward to. Thanks for that little tidbit. Our race leader, the number 58 from Stratus Racing, the overall leader in GTU, as it has been since, I don't know, minute 20 this morning. Just a rock solid effort from everybody down at Stratus Racing. On the brakes into turn number 13 for the 263rd and final time. And with the GTR 99 also starting its final lap, our GTO class leader, it is the folks from Stratus Racing, the number 58, Sebico, and the NP01 onto the front straightaway for the final time to win the Saturday 9-hour enduro at NOLA Motorsports Park. GTR 99 with a 5-lap margin in class is going to solidly win GTO as well. Thunder Bunny Racing in the number 111 on their debut for the Toyota Supra GT4. Second in class, Stratus Racing. The 59 made it all the way to 4th, guys, overall. We thought they were fringe for a top 10. Aided a little bit by the 909's issue, but man, the 59 has really put it on there at the end to get 4th overall, second in class. And then Random Vandals Racing, the number 82, the Continental Tire sponsored M4.
Sorry, the what tire?
I can't do it. I'm not Ryan Emerson. I'm out. Although,
tire.
Thank you, Joseph.
It's a shame we had Ryan as a guest commentator before that bit.
Right.
Yeah, it really is.
Random Vandals is going to come home 5th overall, 3rd in GTO. NFC Motorsports debut for the Mercedes-AMG GT4. Back in 6th overall, 4th in class. Random Vandals 28 rounds out the top 5.
Yeah, they're gonna once they learn that car, they're gonna be quick in that thing. Those
Random Vandals or the Mercedes?
No, the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Those things are awesome too.
It sounds great.
Oh, it sounds
looks
awesome.
Great. I think if they can, they had some pace inconsistencies in the wet and a couple of spins, but like you said, if they get that figured out, they get a good, dry, consistent race under them. They're really quick.
Oh yeah.
GP1 won by the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, was the easy pick, and sure enough, they win the class by 8 laps from the 9.4 Motorsports C5 Corvette. Woohoo! Woo. New build. When did you say they finished that build, JT?
Friday.
Yeah, Friday. I was talking to one of those guys. Yeah.
That's awesome, and way more luck than they had with the Lexuses.
Oh yeah,
or the NP01 for that matter. Put a car together, finish it a week before a race, and then come out and finish second in class. That is awesome.
I do miss those Lexuses, though. I mean,
Me too.
they're very good drivers out there too. And GP3, they just did everything right too, just to be quick in those things and really let people pass where it benefited them.
Sure, I mean, second in GP1 for a class as solid as GP1 is. That's excellent, and congrats to everybody down at 9.4 Motorsports. Overnight Motorsports, GP1 debut, the number 197, finishes on the last step of the podium in GP1. GP2, Rapscallion Motorsports, who I don't think we've discussed in some hours, the number 469 wins the GP2 class by 3 laps from the number 75 in Valdez Motorsports, number 178 from JNR, the Honda Civic. 13 laps off the class lead in third. From memory, I think they just had the one issue, and they've just been clicking off laps ever since. Actually, a really solid finish to the day for JNR and the Honda Civic. AOA Racing has the 1-2 in GP3 with an extra 10 laps in hand over the number 318 Voodoo Garage NOLA Mazda RX-8. Hope that car is a little bit better showing tomorrow. Big fan of the RX-8, but I suspect there's a reason it doesn't run endurance races in WRL.
I have actually driven a RX-8.
Have you?
Yeah, and with the rotary in WRL, the last time they did the 24 up at High Plains.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I ran with SCR Performance up there.
How'd that go?
The rotors are strange on racetracks. I mean, you really got to keep them wound up the entire time. We added a quart of oil pretty much every pit stop.
Yeah, classic. Well, so this is the part of the day where we start winding things down, and if anybody has any final thoughts, by all means. I think we flushed just about everything out that we had to flush out by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But you have the floor, whoever would like it.
I'm excited for tomorrow. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay, that works too. No, I was gonna say
tomorrow.
No, just remember, tomorrow's gonna be a completely different ball game because it's gonna be a 2-hour shorter race. Without the interruption in the middle, it's not one of those races where we have a red flag in the middle that interrupts the flow of things. It's gonna be 7 hours straight through, and it's gonna be a completely different game to what we saw today.
Will, you guys expecting rain tomorrow?
I mean, I just pulled it up. 55% in the morning. Maybe it will rain tonight and it'll start in the wet. I'm indifferent. If it's wet in the morning, I might make Bill start. He is faster than me in the rain, so.
Wow. Wow. Well, I wouldn't mind a little bit of rain. Certainly made things interesting for us during the day today. It would spice up the start as well tomorrow morning. We will be back with you on DriversEye Live from NOLA Motorsports Park for the 7-hour Sunday Enduro, our first weekend of the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. I've enjoyed today for the most part. It's been a long race, but we're back at it again tomorrow and more classic endurance racing from the WRL. I've got to go pick up cameras in the dark, which is not something I expected to be doing at this hour. Nevertheless, here we are. For Zach Johnson on production, JT Tammy, who's got to go run a stint in the iRacing Daytona 24. For Joseph Mudrak, who didn't expect to be here. Ryan West, who watched some basketball in the middle. And Will Choice, who showed up with 20 minutes to go just to come hang out. I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Appreciate you all joining us today. We'll be back with you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time for the last 7 hours of our weekend at NOLA Motorsports Park. Till then, take care.